The Manhwa begins in a ruined city with alarms blaring everywhere, warning the residents that Plato-type monsters have invaded the residential district, and that B-rank hunters are currently deployed to eliminate them. As these monsters move through the city, they ruthlessly destroy everything in their path. When the hunter team assigned to handle the threat arrives, one of them watches the scene in utter shock. These creatures had managed to obliterate half the neighborhood the very moment they appeared. The monsters then begin unleashing their powers, letting out terrifying roars that cause severe headaches for the hunter, who quickly realizes they utilize devastating sonic attacks. Knowing how exhausting the aftermath of such a battle would be, he decides to release his full power and strike immediately. Feeling that getting rid of them quickly is his top priority, drawing his lightning spear. He orders his team to retreat because his impending attack could easily destroy the entire area and everyone in it. However, he is caught completely off guard when the monsters suddenly ignore him, shifting their attention to a strange energy that has manifested right beside them. Though he cannot comprehend what is happening, he senses that this mysterious energy is incredibly dangerous. In that exact instant, a massive blade of wind sweeps through the area, wiping out all the monsters in a single strike and instantly halting the attack of the hunter, whose name is Gyro. Gyro watches in absolute disbelief, muttering that such a terrifying power is impossible, especially since B-rank monsters were just demolished as if they were mere toys. When Gyro goes down to inspect the aftermath, his assistant remarks that this is to be expected from their target, having wiped out the powerful Plato monsters in one shot. However, Gyro corrects her, saying that wasn't his attack. Confused, she asks what he means, and he explains that he doesn't possess wide-range attacks like that, and the only person with such terrifying power is the legendary Blade Queen. He scans the surroundings, wondering if she is nearby, even though her true power shouldn't be this terrifying. He then asks his assistant if any other hunters were summoned for this raid, but she confirms that, to her knowledge, they are the only team assigned to the mission. Gyro is left bewildered, wondering if an unassigned rogue hunter from another country happened to be there and attacked the monsters by chance without a guild order. His assistant is equally puzzled and asks, does that mean they hunted the monsters using their own power, but chose not to reveal themselves, leaving behind the monster crystals? These crystals are incredibly rare and valuable, capable of making someone a fortune. Gyro replies, indeed. And judging by the immense energy I felt, this is definitely an S-rank hunter or even higher. But since they hid themselves after the attack, what could their goal possibly be? Gyro then orders his assistant and the team to gather the crystals and return to the guild headquarters to review the area's surveillance cameras. Before leaving, he turns around and notices a nearby restaurant that remains completely untouched by the carnage. Laughing, he remarks that if the attacker had used just a bit more power or lacked precise control over his blade, the restaurant would have been leveled. He notes that the owner is incredibly lucky to have had such a smart and powerful attacker, and concludes that it has been a very strange day. Deciding to grab lunch at his favorite spot before heading back to the guild, shortly after the hunters leave, the restaurant owner, Chul, arrives at the scene. Looking at the destruction surrounding his shop, he thinks to himself, that was a massive disaster. It's a good thing I stepped in just in time. He enters the restaurant, noting that he was delayed in opening because he had to handle the monsters outside. As he prepares his cooking utensils and brings out his ingredients, he confidently states that everything is ready, having sourced the absolute best quality monster meat for his dishes. Pulling out a fresh piece of Play-Doh meat, he muses that while Play-Doh monsters are aggressive and highly annoying, they actually yield some of the finest meat in the world. Looking at the cut before him, he secretly hopes the guild won't notice that one of the dead monsters went missing while they were busy cleaning up and recovering the bodies. Suddenly, a man enters the restaurant asking for the owner, and Kiel steps out to ask if he needs anything. The man introduces himself as an employee from the Hunter Association and explains that he came to check on him because the neighborhood was subjected to a sudden, unexpected raid by Play-Doh monsters. Fortunately, they were handled quickly. The employee apologizes for the disturbance and asks if the restaurant sustained any damages, as the association would cover all the repair costs. Kiel reassures him, saying, "No, I'm completely fine. Besides, I've honestly gotten used to monsters appearing around here anyway." The employee apologizes again, explaining that they usually receive early warnings before a gate opens, but this one was entirely spontaneous. He expresses his relief that Chul and the rest of the residents are safe. Right at that moment, the employee catches a whiff of the food Chul is cooking. Unable to believe his senses, he asks Chul if the restaurant is already open, because the aroma is absolutely mouth-watering. Chul replies, "Yes, I've just started preparing dinner. I don't think there will be many customers today because of all the chaos. So I was just fixing up my own signature meal." The employee asks if he could grab a bite, explaining that he has been busy all morning dealing with the incident and hasn't eaten anything delicious in quite a while. Chul gladly accepts and invites him in. Walking inside, the employee notes that it is a very modest and small restaurant, which makes sense since it is run by a single chef. When he asks for a menu, Chul explains that he doesn't have one and simply creates specific dishes every day based on the fresh ingredients he manages to bring in. The employee agrees to try the day's special, and Chul asks him to wait while he prepares it, while working in the kitchen. Chul thinks to himself how lucky this employee is, as he will be the first person in a long time to taste Play-Doh meat, which is exceedingly rare. Hearing this, the employee is stunned and asks, "Do you actually serve monster meat here?" Chul confirms that he does. Astonished, the employee wonders how he managed to obtain meat from the very monsters that were just outside, questioning if the guild could have possibly transported, butchered, and sold the meat that fast. Chul simply smiles, telling him that there is no better meat in existence, save for a few ultra-rare types that appear once in a blue moon, and promises to prepare a prime steak for him. The employee, thrilled by the prospect of such a luxury meal, secretly hopes he has enough money to cover the bill. Watching his business show signs of success, Chul happily slices the meat, deeply satisfied that he has finally walked away from the grueling and brutal life of a hunter. The story then flashes back 30 years to the moment Chul first awakened his powers and was abruptly transported to an entirely different world. That alternative realm was crawling with terrifyingly powerful monsters that could easily destroy Earth if they ever crossed over. Chul knew that if he wanted to survive and return to his home planet, he had to eliminate these creatures. He fought relentlessly, eventually growing so strong that his power surpassed that of dragons. He raided their domains multiple times until he successfully defeated the Dragon King, before marching onward to face the Demon King, the ultimate enemy of that foreign world. The moment he vanquished the Demon King, a magical crystal activated, sending him straight back to Earth after completing his long mission. However, his homecoming was met with a horrific realization: the peaceful Earth he once knew was gone. Now plagued by the very same monsters he spent decades fighting, back in the present, Chul finishes plating the meal. He reflects on how, immediately after his return, he secretly hunted down several catastrophic monsters that posed a threat to the world, killing them from the shadows. However, after fighting monsters entirely on his own for 30 long years, he grew completely exhausted by the hunter lifestyle. He made a firm decision to hide his true identity and immense power from everyone, choosing retirement and leaving the current generation of hunters to handle the threats. Initially, he worried that the monsters might destroy the planet, but he found comfort in seeing that modern hunters have become strong and capable. Now, he refuses to interfere unless a truly apocalyptic threat appears or if something directly jeopardizes his beloved restaurant. Otherwise, he is perfectly content being a simple chef making delicious food for everyone to enjoy. Chul serves the dish to the employee, announcing that his Play-Doh meat meal is ready. The employee is left completely speechless, as the sheer aroma is enough to drive anyone crazy. He admits to himself that he initially thought this was just a subpar restaurant meant to quickly fill his stomach, but this culinary masterpiece is utterly unnatural. He takes his very first bite of monster meat and is hit with a wave of shock. It is easily the most delicious meat he has ever tasted in his life. He finds it deeply ironic that the very Play-Doh monsters that tormented them all morning have ended up becoming his dinner at the end of the day. Devouring the food ravenously, he declares that he must finish every single bite before it gets cold. When Chul asks if he likes it, the employee enthusiastically nods, completely losing track of how much it will cost. Figuring he will just make up for it by working a few extra shifts, handing the empty plate back to Chul, he asks if he can get a second helping. Chul happily agrees, secretly hoping he won't run out of meat, since he loves Play-Doh meat himself. After finishing his second plate, the deeply satisfied employee asks for the bill. Chul tells him that first-time customers eat for free. Shocked by such generosity for a meal so exquisite and expensive, the employee insists on paying at least for the second plate. Chul gives in and tells him the total is just 10 coins. The employee happily hands over the money, promising to become a regular and bring his friends along. Before walking out the door, the employee turns to Chul and adds, "By the way, please take good care of yourself. Monsters are everywhere these days, and we ordinary humans have to be extremely careful. I hope you'll immediately evacuate the next time you hear the alarms." He hands Chul his business card, introducing himself as Choi, an association employee, and tells him to reach out if he ever finds himself in a dangerous situation. Chul thanks him, thinking to himself that this era is indeed perilous for ordinary humans, and they truly must remain vigilant. Returning to the kitchen, Chul silently wishes Choi well, acknowledging how difficult his line of work must be. He then cooks a portion of Play-Doh meat for himself, noting with pride that his culinary skills have drastically improved. As time passes, Chul reflects on what he considers a peaceful and normal day. Deciding to wait a bit longer before closing up, he remembers that he still needs to make himself a light supper using the Play-Doh monster eggs he acquired, anticipating they will taste phenomenal. However, right as he begins cooking, a stranger suddenly enters the restaurant. Staring intently at Chul, the intruder declares, "I've finally found you." Chul looks back at him in confusion and asks if he needs something, to which the man replies that he has come to reclaim an item that Chul stole from him. To understand this confrontation, the story rewinds to a bit earlier that day, showing Chul at the bustling city market, buying supplies for his kitchen. Looking at the various monster meats and exotic ingredients on display, he notes that ever since the monsters appeared, humanity successfully adapted to using them as a major food source, alongside their highly valuable crafting components. While a large portion of humanity still refuses to eat monster meat, Chul believes that doesn't matter as long as there is a stable food supply. He acknowledges that while there are now industrial, cheaper methods to mass-produce food quickly, he personally views fresh monster meat as a far healthier and infinitely more delicious alternative. To the market, a merchant is loudly shouting to attract customers, offering a large batch of eggs that just arrived from a massive raid zone. A passerby asks if they are Play-Doh eggs, but the merchant admits he doesn't know, explaining that the hunter organization inspected them and handed them over without specifying the species. Curious, Chul activates his observation eye ability to analyze the eggs. This rare skill was obtained during his legendary battle against the Grey Dragon and is proven to be incredibly useful. Scanning the inventory, he discovers that the batch is a mix of Play-Doh eggs and raptor eggs. Realizing that the merchants are intentionally blending them together to sell the cheaper raptor eggs under the guise of ignorance, Chul steps up to the merchant and tells him he will buy the eggs to cook them, confidently stating that he knows exactly what they are and won't be fooled. However, his eyes suddenly lock onto a very bizarre egg. To his immense surprise, all its information is completely hidden from his ability, a phenomenon that is practically impossible. Intrigued by this anomaly, he decides to buy it so he can inspect it thoroughly. Back at his shop, returning to the present timeline in the restaurant, Chul continues cooking the eggs. He recalls how, during his 30 years in the alternative world, food was nothing more than a luxury, and he never had the time or peace to actually cook, a harsh reality he endured for 3 decades. As he whips up his dinner, he reflects on his deep love for fried eggs, remembering how he used to prepare them for his comrades in the other world so they could briefly rest without wasting precious time. He realizes how deeply he misses them. Though he preferred being a lone wolf during his first few years, he eventually gained treasured companions who had also awakened their powers and ended up in that world. While he lost a staggering number of them along the way, a few managed to survive that brutal, savage realm. Looking out the window, Chul wonders if he has truly become an old man. Though physical time was warped and practically standing still for him in the alternative world, his mind never stopped aging. Turning his attention back to the mysterious egg, he notes that even his observation eye cannot decipher its data. He deduces that it is either a genuine dragon's egg or a high-level magical weapon forged from a dragon's core, a common occurrence in his past life. Examining it closely, he leans toward it being a real egg and excitedly contemplates making a rare dragon egg omelette. Noting it has been ages since he last tasted one, suddenly, the stranger violently smashes the restaurant door open. Chul looks at him in bewilderment, asking what he wants. The young man demands the immediate return of his stolen property, pointing directly at the dragon's egg and insisting it belongs to him. Chul immediately casts his observation eye on the intruder, but once again no information appears. Given that the boy is tracking a dragon's egg and possesses block data, Chul realizes he must be a dragon himself. He bluntly asks, "Are you a dragon?" The boy is taken completely aback, demanding to know how a mere human discovered his identity. Chul, on the other hand, is genuinely surprised to learn that there are actual dragons hiding on Earth in human form. The boy unleashes his blazing aura, beginning to transform as he furiously demands answers. Chul calmly tells him to relax, pointing out that he is burning the ceiling, which will take a lot of time and effort to repair. The dragon roars at him to shut up and answer the question, but Chul firmly tells him to calm down and stop destroying his property, explaining that he possesses the observation eye ability, which allows him to see through anyone's hidden information. The dragon is stunned, wondering how a human could possibly possess a divine skill exclusive to dragons. Chul sighs with relief, noting that since the boy already knows about the skill, it saves him a long explanation. The dragon, however, begins to feel a sense of unease. Realizing this human is completely unbothered by a terrifying dragon standing right in front of him, Chul agrees to hand over the egg on one condition. The dragon must first clean up the mess he made and repair everything he damaged, especially the scorched ceiling. Infuriated by a human daring to order him around, the dragon prepares to obliterate him, but his eyes suddenly freeze upon a strange kitchen knife sitting on the counter. He realizes with horror that the blade is crafted from genuine dragon scales. Chul casually remarks, yes, this knife is made from dragon scales, so it can withstand heavy, daily use. The dragon then glances at the cutting board, recognizing it as dragon bone. Chul adds, naturally, an ordinary cutting board wouldn't survive a knife made of dragon scales. The dragon flies into a psychotic rage. Realizing this human has slaughtered members of his species and is using their remains as mere kitchen utensils. Feeling deeply insulted, he begins channeling his devastating dragon breath, swearing to completely incinerate this arrogant human who clearly doesn't know his place. Chul mutters that the boy is an idiot, pointing out that using his breath will only cause more damage to the ceiling and force the restaurant to close for days. As the dragon unleashes his lethal breath, Chul, well aware that dragons always act on impulse without thinking, releases his own suppressed power. He notes that he dealt with countless fools just like him in the alternative world, and the best way to handle them is to beat them until they learn some respect. Swinging his heavy iron frying pan, Chul effortlessly smashes into the dragon breath, completely nullifying the attack. The dragon is paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend how a human could casually swat away his ultimate attack. Chul steps forward, stating it is time for the boy to learn the same brutal lesson his family learned years ago, and delivers a ferocious strike with the frying pan, knocking the dragon out cold. As the dragon loses consciousness, a vivid childhood memory flashes through his mind. He remembers a day back in the alternative world when Chul, known back then as the legendary, terrifying hunter Myrax, had casually marched into their royal nest. Myrax had bluntly demanded that the Dragon King hand over his sacred magical artifacts, specifically the observation eye skill, claiming he needed them to defeat the Demon King and pointing out that the dragons weren't even using them anyway. He warned that if they refused, he would simply beat them up and take them by force. The Dragon King had laughed hysterically, calling the human an insane fool whose words completely mismatched his fragile strength, and accepted the challenge. However, the king's young son had desperately begged his father to stop, recognizing the intruder as the infamous Myrax, the apex predator who slaughters dragons with ease. Unleashing a fraction of his world-ending aura, Chul had looked at the terrified young dragon, telling him to leave the nest immediately because the area was about to become a bloodbath, promising to beat every single dragon until they learned their place. Back in the present, the dragon abruptly snaps awake, desperately calling out for his father. Chul stands over him, calmly stating that he has been waiting for him to wake up so they can discuss the cleaning and repairs. He reiterates his condition: fix the ceiling, clean every corner of the restaurant, and only then can he take the egg. Chul warns him that he holds a personal grudge against dragons for his own reasons, so the boy better accept the deal unless he wants another violent beating. Terrified for his life, the dragon immediately grabs a broom and begins cleaning. Kiol notes that this is the first dragon he has met who isn't completely stupid, as the boy clearly recognizes when he is outmatched. When Kiol asks how he ended up on Earth, the dragon reveals that he accidentally slipped through a dimensional rift that opened from their homeworld of Espana. Kiol is intrigued, noting that the monsters appearing on Earth are indeed identical to those from Espana, confirming the two worlds are connected. He mentions that he lived in Espana for 30 years under the name Myrax and asks if the boy remembers him. The dragon is too paralyzed with fear to even speak, silently nodding and frantically scrubbing the floors. Once the chores are completed, Kiol tells the dragon he is free to take the egg and leave. However, the dragon hesitates, nervously mentioning the magical artifacts Kiol borrowed from his father, which were supposed to be returned after the war. When Kiol asks who his father is, the dragon reveals his name is Dorix. Kiol instantly recognizes the lineage, remembering the terrified little dragon boy from that fateful day in the nest. He relaxes, inviting the young dragon to sit down and promising he won't hurt him, noting that their battle took place over 30 years ago. The dragon is stunned, arguing that it is impossible since Kiol doesn't look old at all. When Kiol asks the dragon how old he thinks he is, the dragon replies that he must be around 50 or slightly older. Kiol laughs, revealing that the dragon was just a child when they first met, and that he is actually 60 years old. The dragon is flabbergasted, asking if he is secretly an elf, since no regular human could look this young at 60. Kiol jokingly replies that he simply intends to stay incredibly handsome until his final days. Kiol genuinely apologizes for hitting him so hard, explaining that through his extensive history with dragons, he learned that physical force is the absolute best way to make them listen. He laughs, finding it amusing how hilarious dragons become when they are genuinely afraid, despite usually looking down on humans as weaklings. When the dragon asks about the dragon scale knife, wondering if Kiol actually killed one of his kinsmen, Kiol reassures him that he never killed any of them, he merely gave them severe beatings. And even the crafting materials were just shed scales and bones given as compensation. He then apologizes, admitting that the magical artifacts he took from King Dorix were unfortunately destroyed during his apocalyptic final battle against the Demon King. To make amends, Kiol offers the young dragon food and drinks. As they sit together, the dragon, whose name is revealed to be Jin, begins drinking heavily until he is utterly intoxicated. He slurs to Kiol that he should feel deeply honored, as he is the first human to ever sit, eat, and drink with a noble dragon. Kiol asks about the egg, pointing out that dragons normally cannot lay eggs until they are at least 200 years old. Jin angrily curses at him, clarifying that he is a male and obviously didn't lay it. It is actually his baby sister's egg. He explains that about 6 months ago, while his parents were out hunting, a sudden dimensional rift ripped through their home, sucking both him and the egg into this world, and he has been stranded ever since, with no way to return. Kiol tells him not to worry, reassuring him that he will eventually find a way back home whenever another gate opens. Jin then asks Kiol why he chose to completely disappear after defeating the Demon King, wondering why he didn't use his absolute power to rule the world or force humanity to serve him during this monster crisis. Kiol asks him why on earth he would do something so tedious, to which Jin replies that it is simply human nature to seek power, greed, and war. Kiol concedes that while that may be true for some people, he has absolutely zero interest in power or authority, having grown completely sick and tired of such foolish matters. He tells Jin to take the egg and focus on finding a way back to Espana. Jin carefully holds the egg, emotionally apologizing to his unborn sister for taking so long to find her, before immediately passing out from the heavy alcohol. Kiol ensures the egg is safe and decides to keep it secure until Jin recovers from his hangover. Kiol takes a brief nap while waiting for Jin to wake up. When he opens his eyes, he is startled to find a tiny, adorable baby dragon sitting right in front of him. Jin excitedly proclaims that his little sister has finally hatched, calling it the most monumental moment of his life. When Kiol asks if she has a name yet, Jin admits he is still thinking of one. Kiol jokingly asks if she breathes destructive fire even as a baby, but Jin defensively snaps at him, telling him not to treat her like a monster, proudly declaring that his sister is the absolute cutest and most beautiful dragon in the universe. Kiol asks Jin what his plans are for the immediate future until a gate opens to take them back to Espana. Jin looks down, admitting he doesn't know and is still trying to figure out a plan. Kyol chuckles and invites them both to a final hearty meal before they figure things out. As he cooks, Kyol's mind wanders back to his bittersweet memories of Espana. He recalls the darkest, most tragic day of his life when he lost the person who mattered most to him. He vividly remembers the young girl begging him not to cry, promising that she would always live on within his heart, and urging him to return to Earth to fulfill his true dreams. Back in the present, Jin happily devours his meal. Kyol asks him if he has a place to stay after they finish, and Jin says no, asking how much he owes for the food. Kyol repeats his rule: it's either completely free for the first time, or just a flat rate of 10 coins. Jin then asks if the restaurant offers lodging, explaining that he desperately needs a hotel. Kyol tells him it is strictly a restaurant. Seeing Jin look incredibly downcast, Kyol deeply empathizes with his plight, a lone youth stranded in a foreign world, burdened with protecting a baby dragon who cannot even shapeshift yet. The situation painfully reminds Kyol of his lost loved one from the alternative world, and he silently sends a prayer to her, asking her to wait for him until they finally reunite in the afterlife. Breaking the silence, Kyol tells Jin that he can stay at the restaurant for a few days. Jin tries to hand him a valuable 4th grade mana crystal as payment, but Kyol refuses it. Jin insists, proudly stating that as a dragon, he has strict principles and cannot accept charity without giving compensation. Seeing his stubbornness, Kyol agrees. He casually activates his power and rips open a dimensional rift right in the middle of the room, leaving Jin completely frozen in shock. From the rift, a high-ranking goblin named Same emerges. Same bows respectfully, welcoming Kyol and remarking that it has been a very long time since the master last visited the pocket dimension to check on his guarded treasures. Addressing Kyol as the king, Kyol dismisses the title, telling Same to stop calling him that, and asks how many S-rank magic stones they currently have in stock. Same casually replies that they have around 120,000 S-rank stones and practically an entire ocean of regular magic crystals. Kyol hands Same the 4th grade crystal Jin gave him to put into storage, and Same notes that they already have about 10,000 of that exact grade lying around. Jin's jaw drops to the floor, completely awestruck by the sheer, unfathomable financial and magical wealth of the world's strongest hidden hunter. Kyol dismisses Same and tells Jin it's time to get moving because they have a massive amount of work to do, and he expects Jin to pull his weight. Taking Jin outside the back of the restaurant, Kyol begins training him to control his elemental fire. Every time Jin releases too much heat, Kyol gives him a light smack, teaching him how to suppress his destructive breath into a perfectly precise, miniature flame, just strong enough to sear a cut of meat. After multiple attempts, Jin successfully masters the technique, flawlessly grilling a steak. Kyol tastes it and proudly declares that he will name the dish Dragon Breath Meat and officially add it to the menu. During the training, Jin notices a heavy weapon Kyol pulled from his inventory and asks about it, having felt its overwhelming power the moment it appeared. Kyol explains that the weapon is the legendary Ravkor sword, forged by an ancient dwarf master who showcased it at a mythical auction as his absolute magnum opus, noting that no finer blade exists in any world. Jin is completely bewildered, asking why on earth he is using a world-class, mythical artifact as a basic kitchen knife. Kyol simply shrugs, replying that using it to cook is a far better fate than letting it gather dust in a dark inventory. At that moment, Choi, the Hunter Association employee, returns to the restaurant, greeting Kyol and announcing that he came back to eat just as he promised. Kyol serves him a fresh meal, and as Choi eats happily, he praises the incredible flavor. Glancing at Jin, Choi asks Kyol if he recently hired a new buzzboy to help clean the place. Choi then brings up some unsettling news, asking Kyol if he has heard about the massive new gate that just manifested in the Sichuan region inside the Sidon underground tunnels. He mentions that the city of Sidon has already begun heavily recruiting high-level adventurers to clear it out. Kyol expresses his surprise, noting that he didn't expect monster gates to form so deeply within heavily populated residential zones, warning that these rifts pull creatures from entirely different dimensions who will completely overrun the surface if not suppressed immediately. Choi agrees, noting that the monsters appearing inside this specific gate are completely undocumented and highly dangerous. When Keol asks if the association managed to measure the gate's threat level using mana scanners, Choi confirms it is a catastrophic level 5 gate. He adds that Hunter Gyro's elite squad, along with the famous Ice Archmage, Shay are known across the world as the Ice Witch, have been officially assigned to spearhead the raid. Furthermore, the guild has mobilized a massive backup support team and successfully evacuated half the city after Choi finishes his meal and leaves. Jin asks Keol if he liked the way the meat was seared, and Keol nods in approval. Deciding they need a massive restock, Keol heads back to the city market to buy a bulk supply of meat, specifically targeting Idaho meat, which is perfect for grilling. Approaching a major merchant, he requests the largest quantity available. Just then, a loud announcement echoes through the market, calling for all registered hunters participating in the impending underground raid to gather immediately at the staging area. Keol watches the gathering crowd and spots Hunter Gyro, noting that he is a level 2 hunter, which is an exceptionally high rank for Earth standard power scale. The sight of the organized raid party fills Keol with a wave of nostalgia, reminding him of the old video games he used to play before his awakening, games that ironically helped him adapt to his new powers and survive the alternative world. He muses that the hunter system on Earth perfectly mirrors those old RPG dynamics. Tanks and healers hold the absolute highest value due to their extreme rarity, while damage-dealing attackers are incredibly common, easily replaceable, and drastically underpaid. Nearby, a desperate raid leader is shouting for a rogue attacker and a healer to join his squad, and Keol can easily tell from their sloppy composition that they will be in severe trouble without them. He recalls Choi mentioning how common attackers constantly struggle with poverty, while healers and tanks amass massive fortunes overnight. Shaking his head, Keol walks away, muttering that it's their problem to solve and that the association will handle it. At the same time, a financially strapped hunter arrives at the gate checkpoint, desperately whispering to himself that he absolutely cannot afford to fail this raid, as he is drowning in severe debt and this mission is his only way out. Returning to the restaurant with his fresh ingredients, Keol looks around for Jin, wondering if the young dragon stepped out to take a nap with his sister. Right at that moment, the front door swings open, and a tired hunter walks into the shop, asking if they are still serving food. Keol offers a warm, welcoming smile, gesturing to a table, and kindly invites him to take a seat and choose whatever he likes from the day's fresh selections. Cyan sits down at a table inside the restaurant, deeply grateful to Keol. He looks at Keol expecting to be served ramen or some other cheap dish and apologizes, admitting that he does not have much money on him. Keol warmly replies, "Of course, don't worry about it," and asks him to wait a moment. As he cooks, Keol reflects on how ramen will always be the most affordable and reliable meal in this country throughout the ages. He remembers that when he was impoverished 30 years ago, he ate nothing but ramen. It was incredibly delicious and, most importantly, cheap. Cyan tentatively asks about the price of a bowl, and Keol tells him it is only 2 coins. Shocked by how incredibly cheap it is, Cyan eagerly asks if Keol can make him 5 bowls instead. Keol is taken aback and asks, "Really? Can you actually finish 5 bowls all by yourself?" Cyan confidently replies that he can, urging the chef not to worry because he desperately needs to recharge his energy. Curious, Keol observes him closely. Since he is a hunter, Keol activates his observation eye to scan Cyan's hidden stats. He discovers that all of Cyan's physical attributes are entirely weak and ordinary, except for a single unique ability called Food King. Keol immediately recalls that one of his former comrades back in the alternative world possessed this exact trait. This rare ability increases a hunter's overall strength and base stats depending on the sheer volume of food they consume. Furthermore, the quality of the stats gained increases dynamically based on the quality of the ingredients eaten, making high-grade monster meat the absolute best source for a food king to grow stronger. Its only drawback is that it starts off incredibly weak because the user themselves is weak at the beginning. To truly grow, the user is forced to hunt and consume powerful monster meat, which is nearly impossible given their initial weakness. Aside from that, it is an exceptionally potent ability. However, Keol remembers a second flaw. The user is plagued by a constant, insatiable hunger. He recalls hearing that this agonizing hunger only stabilizes once the user reaches the 4th level of ability control. But currently, Cyan is far from that level and is clearly suffering. While pondering this, Keol finishes preparing the ramen, generously topping it with premium Idaho monster meat. and serves the massive portion to Cyan. Cyan is stunned by the overwhelming amount of meat provided and nervously asks if this isn't far too expensive for a 2-coin meal. Chul reassures him, telling him not to worry because the extra meat is on the house. Overjoyed, Cyan thanks him profusely. Chul silently observes him, thinking to himself that in the brutal world of hunters, it is always the kind-hearted people who die first. It is a completely merciless world, and Chul tries his best to prevent such tragedies whenever he can. He realizes that the high-quality at-home meat will be perfect for kickstarting Cyan's latent ability. He informs Cyan that first-time customers always get their signature meal on the house, adding with a smile that he can come back and pay next time if he likes it, unable to believe his luck. Cyan thanks him again and takes his first bite. The meat is spectacularly delicious, easily the best thing he has ever tasted in his entire life. He praises Chul, calling him a master chef for preparing monster meat so flawlessly, and Chul graciously accepts the compliment. To Chul's amazement, Cyan completely devours all 5 massive bowls of ramen. Cyan thanks him once more, admitting he doesn't know how he could ever repay such kindness. But Chul tells him not to think twice about it. Genuinely pleased that his food was enjoyed, deeply grateful, Cyan pulls out his money to pay the minimal fee. But as he does, a strange box falls out of his pocket, revealing a formal necktie inside. Chul looks at it, wondering if Cyan works an ordinary office job. Cyan hurriedly apologizes for his crumpled, messy money, explaining that he had a very hard time scraping it together. Chul tells him it's absolutely fine. As Cyan walks out after thanking him for his incredible hospitality, Jin finally wakes up and arrives in the dining area, asking if the customer has finished. Chul stares at the forgotten necktie, noting that it looks quite special. He wonders if Cyan received it as a gift or if he is trying to impress someone, pondering whether their paths will cross again. Meanwhile, as Cyan walks away from the restaurant toward the city gates, he is suddenly frozen in shock. A nearby monster gate that he was originally supposed to help clean up has suddenly ruptured, spiraling completely out of control. This is impossible. He gasps, realizing he is too late. The surrounding city is immediately thrown into chaos as emergency alarms blare, forcing an immediate evacuation of the civilian population. Mid-rank hunters form a defensive perimeter, shouting at the fleeing citizens to fall back because the zone is highly hazardous. Declaring that only active combat hunters are permitted to remain, Cyan rushes directly to the gate's barrier and tells the guards that he is a hunter who wants to join the suppression raid. The guard bluntly asks for his rank, and Cyan admits he is a D rank, but possesses a unique food-related ability. The guard scoffs, explaining that this specific gate is far too dangerous and that they are strictly prohibiting any hunters below B rank from entering. He commands Cyan to evacuate immediately with the rest of the civilians, stating that they cannot afford to waste manpower protecting weaklings when the field is already flooded with casualties. From his position, Cyan spots a female healer frantically treating the wounded. He gasps as he recognizes her. It is his own daughter, Jin. Jin looks up, entirely shocked to see him, and demands to know what he is doing there. Cyan rushes over to her, asking what she is doing in such a perilous place when she is supposed to be at school. He reminds her that she promised not to take on active duties without informing him. Bursting into tears, Jin apologizes, explaining that she was ordered to evacuate but heard about the massive influx of casualties and couldn't ignore them. She turns the question back on him, telling him he has no business being at a high-level gate since he is completely incapable of handling it. Cyan tells her he only came because he was worried about her safety. Jin asks how a D rank with a useless eating skill could possibly protect anyone, stating that his entire life consists of nothing but working, eating, and barely ever coming home. Cyan looks down, softly explaining that he had no choice because he desperately needed to make enough money to support her. Jin replies that she already told him he didn't need to break his back for her, as she had already secured a full scholarship to the Hunter Academy. She begs him to leave before they both get killed. However, she stops mid-sentence when she notices the formal necktie falling from his coat. Confused and emotional, she asks why he would bring a dress tie to an active disaster zone without even carrying a weapon, accusing him of having a death wish. Before they can argue further, Hunter Gyro and his elite squad emerge victorious from the center of the gate. Gyro's assistant addresses the panicked crowd, loudly announcing that they have successfully eliminated the hidden gate boss and completely cleared the dungeon. She reassures everyone that the gate is actively closing, and the evacuation order has been officially rescinded. Jin immediately leaves her father's side, running off to assist the remaining wounded. Cyan watches her go, his heart heavy with grief. He sinks into despair, realizing he is nothing but a useless burden to his brilliant daughter, and fearing he will never make her proud. Later that evening, back at the restaurant, Chul continues preparing his daily ingredients. Reflecting on the nature of their world, he muses that hunters are strictly categorized into various ranks and classes based on their innate strength or specific skill sets, right from the moment of their awakening. These hunters are typically molded in prestigious institutions like the Xavier Hunter Academy. Once a hunter matures and reaches the absolute pinnacle of their specific class, their raw power allows them to unlock secondary subclasses, further specializing their combat capabilities. Chul notes that the more subclasses a hunter successfully masters, the higher their official rank and social standing become. Of course, there are always unfortunate individuals who awaken highly specialized or utterly weak abilities from the start. These individuals are left with no choice but to either retire immediately or endure a punishingly difficult life just to scrape by. Chul smiles to himself, recalling that when he was first pulled into the alternative world of Espana, he possessed only a single basic class. Yet, by the time he conquered that realm and escaped, he had thoroughly mastered 6 distinct classes, pushing each one to its absolute maximum limit. Though he heard rumors of other hidden subclasses, he simply lacked the time and energy to pursue them. Knowing he had already reached his own apex, suddenly, Jin bursts into the room, frantically telling Chul to come quickly because something incredible is happening. "What is it?" Chul asks. Jin excitedly explains that Chul has started eating solid fruit and is growing at an exponential rate. Chul asks if Jin was the one who named her, and Jin proudly nods, asking Chul to look at her and declaring her the most adorable baby dragon in the universe. Right then, Chul speaks her very first words, softly calling out to Chul. Chul is stunned that a newborn dragon is already speaking at such an incredibly young age. Jin beams with pride, calling her a certified genius. Chul chuckles, suggesting that Jin should probably pick a different name because Chul will sound incredibly bizarre if they ever return to the world of Espana. Jin laughs it off, stating that since she was born on Earth, she deserves an Earth name. He mimics Chul, calling out to her Papa, and Chul smiles, completely giving in to her adorable charm and accepting his role as her adoptive father for now. Chul mentions that he once heard dragons awaken with a natural class system very similar to human hunters. Wondering what Giles' ultimate class will turn out to be, Jin admits he is highly eager to find out as well. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when the door opens and a visibly depressed Cyan walks back into the restaurant. In a hollow voice, he asks Chul if he can order another 5 bowls of ramen. "Of course," Chul replies kindly. Jin watches Cyan with a glaring look, highly annoyed that the man completely disrupted their family moment. Muttering that the human is incredibly rude and needs to watch his step around Chul in the future, Cyan sits down and heavily unburdens his soul to Chul. He explains that after leaving the restaurant earlier, he rushed to join a local dungeon raid, only to find his daughter working on the front lines as a combat healer just to pay for her schooling. He confesses his terrifying fear of her getting hurt, weeping over his utter helplessness. He calls himself a weak, pathetic father who cannot protect his child or provide the financial security she needs to stay out of danger. He proudly notes that his daughter, unlike him, is a prodigy who awakened a highly sought-after rare healer class and maintains the top grades in her academy. Destined to become an elite hunter, Cyan's voice cracks as he admits that their relationship has been strained. He desperately wanted to attend her upcoming graduation ceremony, but when he went to buy a suit, the only thing he could actually afford was a single necktie. Calling himself an absolute failure of a father, he tells Chul he has decided to completely withdraw from her life and skip the graduation entirely, believing she has a far better chance at a bright future without his bad luck holding her back. He breaks down crying, noting the bitter irony that despite his overwhelming emotional sorrow, his Food King ability is forcing his body to feel nothing but an agonizing, ravenous hunger. He apologizes to Chul for dumping his pathetic life story onto a stranger, cursing his ability and stating how much he utterly despises it. Chul, understanding the man's pain perfectly, quietly walks over to Jin in the back kitchen and asks for a favor. Jin agrees, asking what he needs. Kiol tells him he wants to harvest a large amount of Giles' recently shed dragon scales to use as a secret ingredient for a culinary experiment on Cyan. Jin is momentarily horrified, jokingly asking if Kiol is waiting for him to fatten up just so this random human can eat him. Kiol laughs and tells him to calm down. Looking at a collection of strange, glowing husks, Kiol asks why Jin is hoarding them. Jin defensively explains that these are Giles' first shed dragon scales and that he collected every single piece as a precious family memento, comparing it to how humans save their children's baby teeth. Kiol playfully calls him a weirdo with an eccentric hoarding habit, but Jin tells him to shut up, insisting it's a sacred family tradition. Kiol takes the shed dragon scales, carefully grinds them down, and infuses them directly into a fresh batch of ramen, serving the glowing dish to Cyan and encouraging him to enjoy the specialized meal. From the kitchen, Jin gasps, "No way! You actually cooked my scale collection." Cyan thanks Kiol and begins inhaling the food at superhuman speed. Kiol watches him intently, noting that Cyan's latent ability has an incredibly slow growth rate, which is why he decided to use the legendary essence of a dragon to artificially force a massive evolutionary breakthrough. After completely clearing the bowls, Cyan hands Kiol his money, deeply thanking him not just for the spectacular food, but for genuinely listening to his problems when he had no obligation to do so. Kiol waves it off, telling him not to worry about it. Before Cyan steps out, Kiol leaves him with a piece of advice: life is full of brutal hardships that vary from person to person. I know you wish you had an easy shortcut or a different power, but true growth isn't a matter of luck, it is a matter of time and relentless endurance. People who work as hard as you do are always rewarded in the end. Go back to the dungeons, push your limits, and know that my restaurant will always be waiting for you. Once you unlock your true strength, life won't be this hard anymore. Deeply moved, Cyan thanks him, vowing to himself that he will never give up and will use his power to make his daughter proud. As Cyan departs, Jin looks at the door in confusion, asking Kiol if the man actually grew any stronger, noting that he looks exactly the same. Kiol explains that feeding him genuine dragon scales will massively supercharge his Food King trait due to the sheer density of mythical mana. Jin pouts, pointing out that dragon scales are infinitely more valuable than anything on Earth, questioning why Kiol would go to such lengths for a complete stranger. Kiol looks out the window, softly stating that he didn't just do it for Cyan. He did it because he doesn't want Jin's daughter to suffer the pain of loss. He confesses that Cyan heavily reminds him of his own late father, who endured a similarly agonizing life. Kiol simply wishes for this father to become powerful enough to live a happy, secure life with his child. Returning to his cramped apartment, Cyan steps into the main room and is shocked to find his lost formal necktie resting neatly on the table, realizing his daughter must have retrieved it from the battlefield. He looks over and sees Jin fast asleep, quietly weeping in her dreams, and softly murmuring apologies for how harshly she treated him, repeating how much she loves him. Cyan kneels by her side, tears streaming down his face, whispering that she has nothing to apologize for. He blames himself for being a failed provider who couldn't give her the beautiful, carefree life her peers enjoy. He laments that despite being a hunter, he is so weak that he feels too ashamed to even introduce himself to her academy friends. He vows that no matter how difficult the future becomes, he will always stand by her side as her loving father. The following morning, Cyan arrives at a standard low-level dungeon raid checkpoint. The raid leader asks if he is the freelance attacker assigned to their squad. Cyan confirms his identity and hands over his official Hunter Association license. Scanning the card, the raid leader recognizes his name, remembering that Cyan was a survivor of the catastrophic gate that Kiol secretly cleared. Hearing that Cyan's previous team suffered heavy casualties, the leader reassures him, stating that this specific gate is an incredibly easy routine run. He notes that the main dungeon boss has already been cleared by elites, leaving them with the simple task of entering as a cleanup crew to mine mana crystals and eliminate the weak remaining trash mobs. Cyan nods gratefully, thanking him. The leader rallies the vanguard, declaring that the raid party is fully prepared for a quick, profitable run, and they immediately cross the threshold into the portal. Meanwhile, Kiol is taking a peaceful walk back to his restaurant when a fleet of emergency Hunter Association armored vehicles speeds past him, sirens blaring toward the exact sector Cyan just entered. Kiel frowns, sensing that something highly anomalous and dangerous has suddenly manifested. At the raid site, Association forces rapidly lock down the perimeter, forcefully evacuating the entire district. Hunter Gyro arrives on the scene, demanding an immediate status update. The commanding officer frantically explains that a catastrophic dungeon anomaly has occurred. The gate suddenly sealed itself, shut from the inside, and entered a state of dungeon breakout, trapping the cleanup crew, including several vulnerable D-rank hunters inside. Jin arrives at the barricade, her face pale with horror as she realizes her father is trapped inside the malfunctioning portal. An association official orders all high-ranking combat teams to prepare for entry, informing them that a highly dangerous hidden boss has awakened inside the dungeon, overriding its safe parameters. He grimly notes that the trapped hunters must either miraculously defeat the creature from within or be sealed inside the dimension forever. Inside the shifting dungeon, the atmosphere turns entirely hostile. The cleanup squad's commander, Hien, frantically orders everyone to scatter, realizing they are no longer dealing with minor mobs. Suddenly, a monstrous beast materializes directly behind Cyan, lunging at him with lethal speed. To everyone's shock, Cyan smoothly evades the ferocious strike, channels a sudden burst of explosive physical energy into his fist, and slays the creature in a single, devastating counterattack. Cyan stares at his hands in utter disbelief. He never expected to obliterate a monster with a single punch. Furthermore, he realizes his body feels completely revitalized and surging with raw power. Noting with surprise that his usual agonizing hunger has completely vanished before he can process his new strength, a squad member screams in terror, pointing at the dungeon walls. Violent dimensional fractures begin ripping through the fabric of the pocket dimension, triggering a violent earthquake. The entire cleanup crew retreats in absolute panic as a colossal, terrifying monstrosity rises from the subterranean depths, unleashing an oppressive aura. The veterans freeze in pure horror, realizing a legendary hidden boss has officially manifested. Cyan recognizes the extreme rarity of the event. A hidden boss only appears when two separate dimensional gates violently overlap right after a dungeon is cleared. As the trapped hunters scatter to save their lives, Cyan realizes their cleanup crew stands absolutely zero chance against a high-level calamity. Commander Hien screams at everyone to abandon the perimeter and find a way back to the exit portal, stating they cannot fight this demon alone. Cyan, however, stops when he notices a massive, high-grade crystal dropped by an elite mob right beside him. Recognizing it as a valuable B-rank mana crystal, he calculates that selling it would fetch a massive fortune, enough to buy Jin a gorgeous dress for her graduation ceremony and feed her the finest meals for months. Realizing this is his only golden opportunity to provide for his daughter, he lunges forward to claim it. Hien screams at him, calling him an insane fool who is going to get himself killed. But Cyan tightly grips the crystal, refusing to fail his daughter ever again. The colossal hidden boss spots Cyan and lets out a deafening roar, charging forward and delivering a devastating headbutt that sends Cyan flying violently across the cavern. Coughing up blood and heavily injured, Cyan feels his consciousness fading. He bitterly thinks to himself that he really is as pathetic as his daughter claimed. He despairs that his final memory alive will be an argument with his child, out of fear for her safety. He remembers how harshly Jin had to grow up, raised by a failed, weak father who couldn't even afford the simplest things she asked for. He realizes that losing him might actually be a blessing in disguise for her, but right as his vision goes dark, Cyan's eyes snap wide open. No, he roars inwardly. He refuses to abandon Jin. He still needs to properly apologize to her and make up for every single year of hardship she endured because of him. The massive boss lunges at him once more to deliver the killing blow. Cyan stands his ground, staring down the roaring behemoth, vowing that he will not falter, he will not lose, and he will fight to the absolute bitter end to protect his daughter's future. Channeling every ounce of his being, he throws a colossal punch directly into the attacking monster. Completely halting its massive charge with his bare hands, an explosive wave of absolute, unbridled power erupts from Cyan's body. He is entirely bewildered by the golden aura enveloping him, a divine strength he has never felt before in his entire life. Watching from afar, Commander Hien is completely paralyzed with shock. This is impossible. He stammers, realizing Cyan is undergoing an instantaneous, mid-combat awakening level up, a phenomenon practically unheard of on Earth. Cyan marvels at the golden energy rippling through his veins. He successfully deflected a catastrophic hidden boss's ultimate attack using nothing but his bare fist, completely unscathed. Most bizarrely of all, his insatiable hunger has completely transformed into pure, dense combat energy, enraged by the human's resistance. The giant boss throws itself into a psychotic frenzy, unleashing a flurry of lethal attacks. For the first time in his entire existence, Cyan feels absolutely zero fear. He meets the monster head-on, perfectly parrying its colossal strikes. The boss unleashes its full physical weight to crush him, but Cyan stands like an immovable mountain, swearing that he will hold the line and ensure no one in this dungeon gets harmed. Right at that exact instant, Hunter Gyro and his elite strike force successfully breach the sealed portal with the assistance of the Association. Gyro rushes into the cavern, loudly asking if the survivors are secure and where the hidden boss is. The fleeing hunters point toward the center of the dust cloud, yelling that one of their own is currently holding it off single-handedly. Gyro looks over and is utterly dumbfounded to see a low-level cleanup hunter effortlessly suppressing a catastrophic hidden boss. Completely locking the monster in place, the elite ice mage Shaya turns to Gyro in awe. Noting that this vanguard defender possesses a flawless, terrifying defense, Gyro bursts out laughing, deeply impressed by Cyan's spectacular raw power. Watching Cyan violently push the colossal boss backward, Gyro immediately decides he must recruit this man into his elite guild before any rival factions can snap him up. With a final, heroic surge of energy, Cyan drives the massive beast back. His internal system interface flashes repeatedly as all his base stats forcefully evolve from the lowest tier to the absolute maximum limit, officially upgrading his unique Food King ability to its ultimate, fully realized form. Gyro instantly teleports above the staggered hidden boss, shouting to Cyan that he is thoroughly amazed by his rare hybrid capability to act as both an apex attacker and an absolute tank. He declares that such versatile hunters are highly treasured assets for the future. Unbeknownst to them, Chul has secretly slipped into the dungeon via his own dimensional rift, quietly observing the battle from the shadows. He smiles as he watches Cyan and Gyro successfully execute a combined strike to eliminate the monster. Chul notes that he had originally entered to rescue Cyan if things turned fatal, but it is clear his intervention is no longer required. He assesses that Cyan's newly evolved power easily places him at a high B rank, with the clear potential to reach an A-leader rank or higher in the near future. Satisfied, Chul decides to quietly slip away and return to his shop. Remembering he left the restaurant completely unattended, back at the restaurant, Chul happily prepares his daily menu while keeping an eye on the local news broadcast. The anchor eagerly reports on a miraculous event in the side and underground sector, explaining that a sudden dungeon break was successfully thwarted by a combined effort. The broadcast highlights that the true hero of the operation was a hidden prodigy named Hunter Cyan. The anchor announces that following an official emergency ray evaluation by the Hunter Association, Cyan has been officially promoted to an Elite B rank grade 3 hunter. Furthermore, both he and his brilliant daughter have been awarded a prestigious, fully funded honorary scholarship to the Elite Heroes Academy in recognition of his monumental bravery. Chul chuckles. Turning to Chul and noting that he told Cyan his luck would change in a single day, he expresses how genuinely thrilled he is to see the man's dreams fulfilled. Looking closer at the baby dragon, Chul notes with a smile that she has been eating a massive amount of fruit lately, causing her to get quite chubby. Chul looks up blankly before cutely chirping papa at him. Chul laughs, reminding her that he is a human and she is a dragon, but Chul completely ignores the logic, nuzzling against him and repeating the word. Chul smiles warmly, admitting he cannot resist her absolute cuteness, and happily accepts his role as her father for now. Suddenly, the news broadcast cuts to an urgent citywide bulletin. The anchor warns all business owners and shopkeepers in the Sidon district to remain highly vigilant, revealing that an elusive, high-level thief possessing a registered Hunter Mana signature is currently targeting local businesses. The bulletin notes that this highly eccentric criminal exclusively steals objects that are brilliantly shiny or exceptionally delicious. The association has received a flood of complaints regarding the mysterious disappearance of high-grade monster crystals. valuable jewelry, and bulk reserves of premium monster meat from various restaurant kitchens. The anchor admits that security forces have been completely unable to track or identify the culprit due to their highly anomalous, bizarre pattern of movement. Chul raises an eyebrow, finding it deeply hilarious that a high-level hunter would reduce themselves to a petty thief, stealing nothing but shiny gems and gourmet food, calling the culprit an absolute blockhead. Right at that moment, Chul trots into the kitchen, proudly carrying a fresh glass of water and offering it to Chul to drink. Surprised and touched by her thoughtfulness, Chul thanks her and raises the glass to his lips. Instantly, Jin teleports into the room, screaming at Chul to stop and drop the glass immediately. Chul glares at him, deeply annoyed that Jin ruined a heartwarming moment with his daughter. Jin frantically explains that he cannot let him drink that water because it is completely contaminated with dangerous bacteria. Chul asks what he means, and Jin rubs his temples, explaining that Chul recently learned about underground water wells from the educational books he gave her. Unfortunately, Chul observed that their flush toilet functions exactly like an automated water well, pulling fresh water from the depths, so she proudly scooped the water directly from the toilet bowl to serve her papa. Chul freezes in absolute horror, realizing that if he had actually swallowed the water, he would have single-handedly wiped out the entire dragon race right then and there. A few weeks pass, and the restaurant is bustling with life. Cyan sits at his usual table, happily enjoying a brand new experimental dish Chul created, praising the spectacular flavor and asking if it is a permanent addition to the menu. Chul smiles mysteriously, stating that the recipe utilizes highly classified, ultra-rare ingredients that he acquired a long time ago and cannot legally disclose. Cyan rises from his seat to warmly greet Chul, apologizing for arriving slightly past his usual lunch hour. He excitedly announces that he brought a special new guest to try the restaurant's famous cooking. Hunter Gyro steps through the door alongside Cyan, introducing himself to Chul with deep respect. Gyro explains that he has heard endless praise about Chul's culinary mastery from Cyan and genuinely thanks the chef for supporting Cyan throughout his journey. Chul politely accepts the greeting, noting to himself that Gyro is exceptionally polite and humble despite possessing such world-class strength. Jin walks out to greet Gyro. Surprised to see the famous elite hunter in their modest shop, Gyro recognizes Jin as an association liaison officer and asks him to relay his formal apologies to the High Command, stating he won't be able to attend next week's mandatory guild assembly due to an urgent external raid assignment, followed by an intensive joint training seminar. Jin assures him he will handle the notification. Jin then looks at Cyan in surprise, asking Chul if the newly promoted B-rank hero is actually a regular customer here. Chul confirms it with a smile. Jin notes that both Cyan and Gyro are currently among the most famous and highly celebrated hunters in the entire region. Chul sighs playfully, muttering that this is exactly why he utterly despises fame, as loud fans and media attention are highly disruptive to a peaceful kitchen. Cyan turns to Chul emotionally, stating that every single good thing that happened to his life and his daughter was entirely thanks to Chul's guidance and life-changing food. Chul brushes off the praise, insisting he did nothing more than serve a hungry customer a good bowl of ramen, and asks if they are ready to eat. Gyro enthusiastically requests the exact same ramen Cyan always orders, stating he has been dying to try it. The two powerful hunters sit side by side, completely losing themselves in the meal. Cyan effortlessly demolishes a mountainous portion of food, leaving Gyro completely shell-shocked by the sheer, bottomless capacity of Cyan's stomach. Cyan laughs, explaining that his absolute mastery over the Food King trait allows his body to instantly convert massive volumes of food into pure, localized mana. Cyan checks his watch and excitedly tells Gyro that he must leave immediately because he has an appointment to accompany his daughter to her formal Hero Academy celebration. He asks Gyro if he will be alright staying at the restaurant alone, and Gyro waves him off with a smile, telling him to go enjoy his special day with Jin. Chul watches them leave, his heart filled with deep satisfaction seeing that Cyan has finally found true camaraderie and completely turned his life around. Turning back to the dining area, he notices the room has become exceptionally quiet, only to discover that Gyro has completely fallen fast asleep at his table from pure exhaustion. Jin sighs, muttering that the elite hunter must be working himself to the bone, and decides it's best to let him rest undisturbed for a while, as Gyro sleeps soundly. He enters a vivid, stressful dream of his recent past. He relives a brutal argument on a past battlefield, screaming at a reckless temporary guild member, calling him a complete idiot for ignoring direct orders and touching a sacred, forbidden monster statue. The reckless action had triggered a catastrophic ritual, summoning an ancient calamity. In the dream, Jaro's assistant frantically orders a full-scale evacuation of the district as a colossal, legendary nine-tailed fire fox materializes from the shattered relic. The mythical beast unleashes an apocalyptic inferno, ruthlessly incinerating everything in its path as terrified hunters scream that the entire city is doomed to burn. Jaro abruptly snaps awake from the nightmare, heavily breathing and sweating. Realizing he has been asleep for a long time, he hurriedly apologizes to Chul, embarrassed that he lost consciousness in the middle of the dining room. Chul warmly reassures him, telling him not to worry at all, since the afternoon rush has already passed. He asks Jaro if he would like a genuine, high-grade meal to properly restore his energy, and Jaro eagerly agrees, stating he is happy to eat anything on the menu since every single dish here is a masterpiece. Chul smiles and tells him he is in luck, announcing that he will prepare an ultra-rare, exotic fish delicacy sourced directly from the uncharted depths of the extreme northern oceans. Jaro looks intrigued, stating that he absolutely loves seafood and is excited to try it. Chul steps into the kitchen and begins meticulously preparing the rare creature. He recalls that 30 years ago, during the initial wave of the global awakening, a massive surge of high-level monster rifts opened deep within the world's oceans. The native marine life inside those isolated sectors underwent a radical, rapid evolutionary mutation to survive the influx of apex monsters, creating entirely new species of titanic, mana-infused fish. Chul notes that while standard merchants claim these fish taste just like regular seafood, they are completely wrong. The flesh of these deep-sea mutated creatures contains a pure density of pristine mana that rivals the core of an S-rank boss, making it infinitely superior in flavor and restorative properties. Chul beautifully plates the exotic dish and serves it to Jaro. Jaro stares at the fish in absolute wonder, noting that he has never seen a creature with such a brilliantly vibrant, otherworldly color profile. Eagerly taking his first bite, Jaro is instantly hit with a wave of profound shock. He feels as though his very soul is experiencing the vast, deep majesty of the ocean itself. He declares it to be an absolute culinary masterpiece, entirely unlike anything he has ever consumed in his life. He expresses his immense gratitude to Chul, deeply glad that he took Cyan's advice to visit this hidden gem of a restaurant. Chul humbly thanks him. Taking a sip of water, Jaro sighs deeply, confessing that this is his very first day of rest in months, lamenting that despite their endless, brutal battles, the sheer volume of monster gates appearing across the country never seems to decrease. Chul nods knowingly. Jaro reveals that he and his guild have been locked in a continuous, non-stop battle for 48 hours straight without a single hour of sleep, adding that all of his annual leave has been permanently cancelled by the association due to the ongoing state of emergency. He looks down at his hands, admitting that when he first graduated as a top-tier prodigy, he was filled with romantic, grand ambitions of becoming the ultimate hero who would eradicate the monster plague forever. However, after fighting on the front lines for 2 years without a single day of rest, the brutal reality has taken a severe, agonizing toll on both his physical body and mental stability. He states that their true, looming crisis is that the gates are opening at a completely automated, uncontrollable frequency across highly unpredictable sectors, completely stretching their defensive forces to their absolute breaking point. Jaro proudly unclasps his signature weapon and places it on the counter. Showcasing it to Chul, he explains that it is a legendary Grade 2 mythic spear, a sacred weapon exclusively awarded by the High Hunter Academy to its absolute top-ranking valedictorian graduates. He notes that the weapon possesses an flawless capability to violently siphon and neutralize ambient monster mana. He adds that the spear is forged from pure, ultra-rare adamantium ore, allowing him to confidently challenge an entire army of high-level monsters without a single shred of fear. He admits that he used to view himself as an invincible god among men, believing the entire world revolved around his strength. But his time on the front lines forced him to realize he is nothing more than a single drop of water in a vast, terrifying ocean. He reveals that his primary jurisdiction is actually the capital city of Seoul, but he was forcefully reassigned to this specific sector by the association due to the catastrophic density of volatile gates opening here. Confessing that the endless cycle of violence has left him feeling utterly hollow, Chul looks at the young hunter with deep empathy, stating that he understands his burden perfectly. He shares that when he was first transported to the brutal realm of Espana, he also believed himself to be an unkillable, supreme warrior. But as the decades dragged on, he was hit with the crushing realization that he was trapped in a horrific, never-ending war without a finish line. Chul emphasizes that this crushing psychological weight is a silent curse carried by every single apex hunter who reaches the absolute top. The grim understanding that the war against the monsters is a perpetual cycle that will never truly end. Chul tries to lift his spirits, noting that Gyro's strike force is officially recognized as one of the elite top 5 guilds in the entire country, stating he should be immensely proud of his achievements. Gyro smiles bitterly, admitting he used to feel that pride, but the crushing weight of absolute responsibility, knowing that the lives of his entire guild and hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians depend entirely on his personal performance, has left him drowning in severe burnout and depression. Chul leans against the counter and softly asks him about the absolute worst, most traumatic incident he has ever faced since his awakening. Gyro takes a deep breath, stating that a catastrophic event occurred a long time ago that nearly wiped out his entire sector. He looks at Chul and asks if the chef has ever heard of the legendary apocalyptic calamity known as the incinerating nine-tailed fox. Chul nods calmly, confirming he knows of the creature. Gyro looks down at his reflection in the empty plate, murmuring that he will never forget the absolute horror of what transpired between them. The narrative flashes back to Gyro's memory from 2 years prior. A younger Gyro is frantically sprinting through the smoking ruins of a downtown sector alongside his elite vanguard assistant. He furiously screams at her, demanding to know what absolute blockhead deliberately disturbed the ancient, sealed shrine of the nine-tailed fox and shattered its sacred protective containment statue. His assistant frantically replies that the culprit was a low-ranking temporary worker employed directly by their own affiliate guild. Gyro is completely flabbergasted, screaming how anyone working for the association could be so monumentally ignorant of the apocalyptic danger associated with primordial entities. He looks ahead as a colossal, majestic fox composed of pure, world-ending blue fire materializes above the city skyline. The assistant yells that they don't have time to investigate the workers' motives, stating that the calamity is actively accelerating its destructive path across the metropolis, warning that if they don't halt its advance right now, the entire capital will be reduced to a pile of ash. Returning briefly to the present, Gyro explains to Chul that primordial, legendary beasts occasionally cross over through high-level gates, with the nine-tailed fox being classified under the absolute highest tier of catastrophic hazards. He notes that under normal circumstances, these ancient entities are highly isolationist. They willfully retreat into deeply secluded, hidden pockets of the dungeon world and never actively seek to harm humanity, provided their domains are left entirely undisturbed. However, on that fateful day, an arrogant, greedy guild employee had illegally breached the inner sanctuary and shattered the entity's sacred anchor, driving the ancient beast into a state of absolute, vengeful fury that targeted the human city. The memory flashes back to Gyro cornering the trembling, terrified guild worker amidst the burning rubble. Gyro grabs him by the collar, furiously demanding to know if he is completely insane, pointing out that even a rookie hunter knows never to touch a legendary shrine. The broken worker is completely unable to form words, trembling violently and repeatedly weeping out apologies. Before Gyro can press him further, his assistant screams for him to abandon the interrogation. The nine-tailed fox has completely lost all rationality, unleashing a catastrophic wave of absolute thermal energy that incinerates the surrounding skyscrapers, instantly vaporizing any low-level hunters who dare to get close. The assistant activates a massive, wide-range communication spell, commanding all forces to completely abandon the sector and execute a total evacuation, declaring that they are facing a special-grade primordial calamity and that everyone's life is in extreme peril. Gyro rallies the elite spellcasting divisions from the allied guilds, ordering them to immediately channel their highest-tier offensive water matrices to suppress the beast's flames, planning to forcefully drive the entity back into its rift. He leads the vanguard charge, diving headfirst into the inferno. However, the moment the nine-tailed fox senses the approaching hunters, it unleashes its true terrifying capability. The 9 colossal tails fan out across the heavens, completely enveloping the entire sky above the city in an unnatural, mesmerizing aura. The moment the advancing hunters look up and lock eyes with the glowing tails, they instantly lose all cognitive control over their minds. They mindlessly drop their mythic weapons, halting their spells, and stand completely paralyzed in a state of absolute, deep hypnotic trance. Gyro watches his entire army fall in a matter of seconds, screaming at them to snap out of it, and roaring that no one must look directly at the creature's tails. His assistant rapidly casts her ultimate defensive spell, creating a massive, highly condensed Aegis shield around herself and Gyro, just as a massive wave of blue fire crashes down upon them. Coughing from the intense heat, she informs Gyro that her absolute defense cannot withstand a continuous assault from a primordial deity for long, stating they desperately need a miracle to kill it. In a flash of blinding speed, the massive nine-tailed fox teleports directly in front of their cracked shield, staring down at them with glowing, intelligent eyes. The assistant yells for Gyro to prepare his final strike. Gyro unleashes every single drop of his hidden mana, vowing that he will cut down the beast right here and now to protect his city, utilizing the floating fragments of the shattered magical shields suspended in midair. Gyro sprints across the sky at hypersonic speeds, launching himself directly above the colossal head of the primordial beast. Raising his mythic spear with all his might, Gyro roars that it is time for the monster to face eternal sleep. The nine-tailed fox lunges upward to swallow him whole, and Gyro releases his ultimate destructive class technique. But right before his blade makes contact with the creature's skull, Gyro is paralyzed with shock. Looking closely into the colossal eyes of the ancient beast, Gyro realizes that the nine-tailed fox isn't roaring in anger, it is weeping uncontrollably. Thick tears of pure mana streaming down its burning face. Gyro is completely frozen, unable to comprehend why a catastrophic, world-ending monster would be crying in absolute sorrow. Shaking off the hesitation, Gyro forces his strike down, burying his mythic spear deep into the creature's form with a blinding flash of light. Returning to the present, Gyro stares quietly into his empty glass, his voice trembling as he prepares to tell Chul what happened next. Chul is told that after the incident, the remaining hunters finally snapped out of the monster's hypnosis. They spent the rest of the day unleashing devastating attacks upon it. The beast shrieked in agony for a long time, but once the chaos subsided, Chul was shocked to hear the sound of crying. Upon inspecting the defeated monster, he discovered a fox pup hidden inside its body. Stunned by the sight, he stood frozen, wondering how he could have missed it from the very beginning. It was then he realized that protecting this pup was the sole reason the mother fox had held her ground. Gyro tells Chul that following the incident, they discovered a foolish employee from his guild had wandered into the forest, recklessly bringing his own eagles. The fox pup had been roaming alone while its mother was hunting, and those eagles brutally attacked and severely injured it. Gyro adds that the incident ultimately led to the employee's resignation, followed by formal apologies from both that hunter and the rest of his peers. It was a senseless tragedy that needlessly destroyed half the city and wiped out an ancient legendary beast that was completely harmless to humans. Gyro confesses to Chul that since that day, he realized a hunter's life isn't just about raw power and arrogance, but carries an immense responsibility. His entire mindset began to shift from that moment on. When Chul asks what became of the fox pup, Gyro reveals that it was gravely injured at the time. Although they could have healed it with their magic, the association refused, viewing it as a potential threat, and issued a direct order to eliminate it. Gyro calls it the worst dark spot in his history as a hunter, noting that the media hounded him for 2 entire years, which left him so deeply disturbed that he seriously considered retirement. Gyro maintains that he sees absolutely nothing wrong with what he did. Unfortunately, they had enraged the mother, turning it into a fatal, unavoidable battle for survival. Laughing bitterly, Gyro muses that Chul might actually be right, wishing only that circumstances had been different. He apologizes to Chul for bothering him with such an odd story, noting it has been a long time since he last spoke of his past. He then asks Chul to prepare a meal from that fish so he can take it back to the guild. Shiul readily agrees, promising to make it right away. Gyro then leaves the restaurant to head home, wrapped in melancholy. Wondering why these memories chose to resurface now, we catch a glimpse of a past dialogue between Gyro and the employee responsible for the disaster. Gyro curses at him, shouting, "Are you out of your mind?" reprimanding him not just for trespassing into the monster's territory and touching its statue, but for harming its offspring as well. The employee offers a hollow apology, saying, "It was my mistake," to which Gyro retorts, demanding to know if a stupid apology could ever suffice when people have suffered and died because of him. He warns that even the legendary beasts, who harbored absolutely no hostility toward humans, would now begin attacking them. Looking back, Gyro recalls the tense atmosphere that gripped the city, noting that that was the last time he ever saw that guild employee, who vanished from public view after apologizing. Gyro still questions whether he handled the situation correctly. Returning to the present, Shiul remarks that Gyro was incredibly fortunate, as very few hunters ever get to witness a nine-tailed fox in their lifetimes. He explains that it is a peaceful creature, completely detached from the Demon King, unlike other monsters. In the past, Shiul would enter their territories and bow out of respect, and they would simply let him pass. Tragically, however, he ended up killing two of them in past battles, completely unaware of their true nature until after they were slain. Ever since, he has carried a heavy heart, deeply regretting those actions, now that he knows they were peaceful beings. Later, Gyro is seen deep in the forest, staring at the fish he bought and wondering if it will be enough. Suddenly, a fiery fox familiar appears before him, gearing up to attack. Gyro watches it closely, apologizing for keeping it waiting, and asks if it has finally forgiven him as he presents the offering. The scene unfolds as Gyro watches a young nine-tailed fox emerge before him. He softly notes that it has finally shown itself, and that he has been waiting. The monster eyes him with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, asking, "Do you have food?" Gyro admits that he lied to the association, to Shiul, and to everyone else because he simply couldn't bring himself to kill it. He couldn't fix a catastrophic mistake by committing an even greater sin. The moment he looked at the pup back then, he knew a terrible injustice had been done. They had destroyed a creature that never sought to harm them, one that was merely defending her child. Gyro offers the food he brought from Shiul's restaurant. He recalls how the young fox's eyes had pierced right through his soul, making it impossible for him to do it any harm. As Gyro watches it eat, he can hardly believe he pulled off such a reckless stunt, breaking every hunter rule in existence just to save it. He asks the pup if it really stole and ate some magical stones from the forest, noting that it now possesses 3 full tails. The pup doesn't answer, completely focused on devouring the food. Gyro picks it up to examine it, telling it not to lie because of the other hunters. This touches a nerve. Annoyed by being held, the young fox retaliates with fire magic to push him away. Gyro begs it to stop, knowing it doesn't mean any real harm. "Listen to me carefully," Gyro warns, urging the pup to leave the city entirely and head for a distant forest. He explains that if the association tracks it down, they will both face utter ruin. Criticizing its reckless behavior, he pushes it away, commanding it to leave the forest immediately. However, the monster hesitates, staring at Gyro in confusion. Gyro tells it that its lingering won't work on him. He has finally made peace with his conscience. He demands it, leave at once or face an attack. Ultimately, the creature departs and Gyro watches it go, whispering to himself that this was the right choice. As staying would have put them both in grave danger, the young fox makes its way through the city to escape, but while passing between buildings, it catches the attention of Chul, who is inside Shiul's restaurant. Giggly, she invites it inside to play. The fox obliges, and Chul calls out to Shiul to come take a look. As the fox touches her, it notes with surprise how gentle she is, thinking she is just like Gyro, who is also kind and used to give it free food. To the fox, this means she must be a friend too. Shiul arrives and asks Chul if she needs anything, only to freeze in utter shock upon seeing the fox. He confesses that he had felt a strange, powerful aura hovering over the city, and it was now obvious that it originated from this creature. The fox quickly tries to conceal itself, clearly intimidated by Shiul. Observing its behavior, Shiul realizes the energy feels remarkably familiar. He asks the pup if it's hungry and wants to eat, noting that it clearly turns its nose up at ordinary food. Opening his dimensional vault, Shiul summons Cyan. Cyan stares at the creature in disbelief, recognizing it as the offspring of the legendary nine-tailed fox. Chul confirms this and instructs Cyan to bring out some magic crystals to feed it. Cyan readily complies, producing a Tier 1 crystal. Chul feeds it to the fox, explaining that its energy profile is perfect and will aid its growth. As the fox devours it, its energy surges dramatically. Chul then ushers it out, telling it to continue its journey since it was clearly traveling. The fox leaves, resuming its path, while Chul waves goodbye, asking it to come back and play again. Before leaving the city limits, the fox looks back, certain that Gyro is its true friend who genuinely cared for it. It realizes that despite his threats, Gyro truly loved it. Tears well up in its eyes at the heartbreaking thought that it might never see him again to protect him. Meanwhile, Gyro stands in the forest, surveying his surroundings. The trees in this area are sparse and close to the city, drawing many visitors, especially at night. The fiery glow of the fox's tails would easily give it away, exposing it to immense danger. Gyro internally apologizes for treating it so harshly during their final encounter, praying it never returns for its own safety. He hopes it finds a secluded home, grows powerful, and builds a massive family to replace the one it lost, wishing it nothing but the best. The next day, the narrative shifts to the Hunter Association. The association is responsible for directing guilds and assigning missions, wielding immense authority over hunters due to the high-ranking elites in its ranks. This includes Tier 2 hunters, a rank Gyro holds, most of whom serve as guild leaders or vice leaders, widely known by their public moniker, the City Doves. Above them are Tier 1 hunters, who are deployed for specialized, high-stakes operations that Tier 2 hunters cannot handle. Towering over everyone is the association's chairman, Director Jinzo, who is celebrated as one of the very first awakened. Jinzo is seen conversing with the hunter Sheer, asking what brings her out in such oppressive heat, joking that he thought she despised extreme weather. Sheer explains that she cools her body using her ice magic, asking if he'd like her to create some ice for him. He declines, musing about how one could enjoy summer without the heat. He then shifts focus, asking if she received the report regarding the disappearance of the mandrake plants. Sheer confirms that the intel is accurate. The mandrake is a monstrous plant that thrives near dungeons. The moment it senses danger, it burrows underground and releases a deadly toxin, making it a severe threat within a 1-kilometer radius. While an antidote exists, the real issue is that if anyone attempts to uproot it, it lets out a horrifying shriek capable of paralyzing even seasoned hunters. Sheer informs Jinzo that 30 mandrakes they were tracking in the vicinity have completely vanished without a trace, indicating someone successfully extracted and stole them. Jinzo laughs, asking if it's possible they simply ran away on their own. Sheer doubts this, asserting they are either dead or someone harvested them. Jinzo decides to summon Gabby to handle the matter and investigate. When a tense Sheer asks if he means Gabby, the Countess of Darkness, Jinzo confirms it, noting she returned from an overseas mission 2 days ago and will be partnered with her. Sheer nervously agrees. The scene cuts to Chul waking up. Unable to find her brother, Jin, she starts hitting Chul to ask where he is. Chul ignores her and keeps sleeping, prompting her to watch him and laugh. Suddenly struck by hunger, she quickly pulls over a kitchen chair to forage through the refrigerator. She stumbles upon a mandrake plant and pulls it out, remarking on how hideous it looks. The moment the mandrake spots her, it begins to shriek to scare her away, but Chul simply eats it whole to shut it up, declaring it delicious and demanding more. Chul eventually wakes up and observes her alongside Jin. Chul laments that this foolish girl has completely ruined an entire week's worth of his hard work. Jin expresses his own disbelief that she managed to eat every single mandrake in his possession. Chul notes that despite her small size, her appetite is monstrous. He then asks Jin where he has been. Jin reveals he has been investigating dimensional rifts to locate a portal back to their original world. When Chul asks if he found anything useful, Jin admits he hasn't, having only encountered a few weak monsters slipping through unstable rifts. Chul finds this intriguing, noting that as a beast, he should utilize and inspect these portals. This infuriates Jin, who snaps, "How dare you compare dragons to ordinary monsters?" asserting that dragons are a superior race, far above all others, including humans. Chul realizes this implies that even stronger and more dangerous races could potentially cross through these dimensional rifts. meaning he must be exceptionally cautious, a variable he hadn't previously considered. Chul instructs Jin to continue his investigation, but to report back immediately if anything unusual or unfamiliar occurs. Jin agrees, but counters by asking, "You're the world's most powerful sorcerer, capable of controlling all forms of magic, yet you can't control teleportation portals?" Chul explains that his current power simply doesn't allow it. Jin then asks how Chul managed to return to Earth if he can't control the rifts. Chul replies that it's a long story for when they have free time, clarifying that his return wasn't by his own doing. Jin asks, "Didn't you return right after defeating the Demon King?" Chul confirms that a dimensional rift simply opened up before him on its own. Noticing the time, Chul cuts the conversation short, realizing he needs to rush to the market before it closes. The story moves to an area outside the city. Xia has erected a barrier around her investigation zone and is searching for the mandrakes. Finding no trace of them, she notes that while the association chairman pointed her to this last known location, evidence remains non-existent. Surveying the area, she contemplates venturing deeper into the forest, even though it violates her direct orders. Suddenly, Xia senses a bizarre, overwhelming power manifesting in the area. Readying her magic, she demands to know what is happening and if someone has breached her barrier. To her surprise, a girl drops down from above, grabbing her and noting that Xia had completely dropped her guard. The newcomer asks if she is the ice mage the director mentioned, explaining she arrived to assist. She introduces herself as Gabby, the Countess of Darkness, mentioning she scouted the zone before arriving and found nothing. Xia shows her respect, introduces herself, and thanks Gabby for coming. Gabby dismisses the formalities, noting she heard Xia was recently promoted to Tier 2. Xia confirms she passed her promotion exam a short while ago. Gabby tells her there's no need to be tense, asking how many years she has been in the Hunter world. Xia replies that it has been 10 years since she entered the Hunter Academy. Gabby acknowledges her considerable experience, expressing her delight to have her as a partner. Observing her, Xia is quietly astonished that Gabby slipped through her barrier so effortlessly without triggering any alarms, a testament to the terrifying caliber of a Tier 1 hunter. Xia notes that according to her data, Gabby has been a hunter for 30 years, leaving her bewildered as to how she still looks so young. Gabby assures Xia she can rely on her for anything during the mission. Xia offers her gratitude, deeply proud to work alongside her for the first time. When Gabby inquires about the state of the investigation, Xia admits there is no sign of the stolen mandrakes. Gabby asks if Xia created the barrier around the area, and Xia confirms she did so with the help of a Tier 4 mage. Gabby points out that whoever stole the mandrakes bypassed their barriers and alarm systems seamlessly, meaning the culprit must be at least a Tier 3 or even a Tier 2 hunter. She asks which mercenary guild operates with the most influence in the area so they can request information. Xia names the Temple Mercenaries as the largest and most influential faction. Gabby decides they should head there immediately, but admits she is starving first. She then asks if Xia has seen a foolish hunter who fights with a spear. When Xia asks if she means Hunter Gyro, Gabby confirms it with a smirk, stating that the idiot owes her money and she intends to make him buy her lunch. Back at the restaurant, Jin is playing with the sleeping Chul, laughing and thinking she is incredibly beautiful and sweet. He muses that she clearly inherited her good looks from him, since he loves her the most. Chul watches him, wondering what the idiot is up to. Caught off guard, Jin asks how long he's been standing there. Chul deadpans, "From the very beginning, right when you said she looks like you." Jin brushes it off, arguing it's an older brother's absolute duty to praise and care for his younger sister. Chul doesn't argue and opens the restaurant, beginning to prep the meat he brought into the kitchen. Jin asks about a fruit Chul brought back. Chul identifies it as a watermelon, noting it doesn't exist in their original world. Looking at the chickens, Jin asks if humans really eat them, as back home, no one would dare touch them because they are practically poisonous. Chul dismisses the concern, pulling out some mandrakes to cook with them today. Jin panics, warning him to be careful so they don't shriek, and asks where on earth he found them. Chul explains that he stumbled upon them by pure chance while walking through the city, taking them to replenish the stock Chul entirely devoured. Chul notes that mandrakes are packed with nutrients, which is why hunters love them for restoring energy. He slices the mandrake, adding that it is incredibly delicious, which is why he loves using it as a side dish or incorporating it into his meals. Jin watches in bewilderment as Sheol stuffs the mandrake inside a chicken, commenting on how bizarre Sheol's culinary creations always are. Sheol simply smiles, stating that unconventional food is always the most delicious. Suddenly, Sheer, Gyro, and Gabby arrive at the restaurant. Sheer apologizes to Sheol for showing up unannounced, explaining they were starved. Gabby agrees, noting the restaurant smells fantastic. Sheol welcomes them, nudging Jin to set up their table. Gyro apologizes to Sheol, grumbling that he wanted to eat alone, but these two dragged him along to force him to pay for their lunch. Sheol tells him he doesn't care, as customers are always welcome, and offers them a special chicken dish he's preparing. Sheer enthusiastically accepts, but Gabby apologizes, stating she is actually a vegetarian. Sheol assures her he can accommodate that. When the food is served, Sheer takes a bite and is completely blown away, declaring it the most delicious thing she has ever tasted. Gyro agrees, admitting he had no idea chicken could taste this phenomenal. Gabby watches them, noting how much they are enjoying their meal, recalling that she used to like chicken when she was young. Sheol apologizes to Gabby, mentioning that had he known she was vegetarian, he would have prepped something elaborate beforehand. Gabby tells him it's fine, asking if he has any fruit. Sheol offers the watermelon he just bought. Gabby lights up, eager to try it. Sheol heads to the kitchen, noting that while there are many ways to enjoy watermelon, he has a superior method. He crafts an elegant dish served inside a carved watermelon bowl and presents it to Gabby. She is stunned, admitting she never expected such a luxurious meal made entirely out of fruit. She uses her ice magic, offering to chill Gabby's dish to make it taste even better. Intrigued, Sheol asks why she'd do that. Gyro chimes in, explaining that she is the terrifying Ice Mage, a protector of Sichuan City just like him. She snaps at him to stop using those ridiculous titles, admitting she loathed them back in her academy days and prefers just being called by her name. Gyro laughs, explaining to Sheol that she earned that moniker because during a practical exam at the academy, she lost her temper and unleashed an attack that froze her opponent alongside everyone else in the arena. Ever since, she was dubbed the Psycho Ice Mage, and everyone feared her. Sheer begs him not to bring up the past, calling it the most embarrassing thing she's ever done. Sheol laughs quietly, thinking his restaurant always manages to attract the strangest people. He looks closely at Gabby, recognizing that out of everyone, she possesses the most terrifyingly powerful aura, not to mention she is incredibly gorgeous. A level of beauty he hadn't seen since his days in his original world. Gabby thanks Sheol for the exquisite meal, and Sheol finds himself completely charmed by her. Later, after closing up the restaurant, Jin asks Sheol if he noticed Gabby before she left, commenting on how beautiful she was. Sheol agrees. Jin adds that her beauty felt almost non-human, noting he didn't sense a human nature from her at all. Sheol confirms his suspicions, revealing that Gabby is actually an elf, which explains her ethereal appearance, and that she is masking her true identity using special abilities. Jin is amazed, asking how Sheol figured it out, assuming Sheol must not be entirely human either. Sheol explains that he used his observation eye on her and detected her concealment spell, a technique exclusive to elves. Jin wonders how she hid her distinct elven ears and asks if Sheol thinks she noticed their true nature as well. Sheol admits he doesn't know. He ponders whether she arrived on Earth through a dimensional rift like Jin, or if she is a native Earth dweller hiding among humans. He confesses he is uncertain about the true state of this world or if there are others like her who have lived on Earth for a long time, but warns they must remain cautious, as such beings could cause issues or harbor dangerous agendas. Turning to Jin, Sheol asks if he finished his tasks. Jin confirms he has. Sheol tells him that dinner is ready for them, and Kyul, deciding to hold off on taking any action until they uncover the elves' plans, hoping they aren't dangerous. Meanwhile, Gyro is talking with Gabby and Sheer, admitting he didn't know the old lady would be helping with the mission to wrap things up so quickly. Infuriated, Gabby snaps, "Who are you calling an old lady?" threatening that he's asking for another beating. Gyro argues that powerful hunters like them shouldn't waste time on a stolen mandrake. Though dangerous, whoever stole it won't be able to do anything with it. Sheer agrees, noting that despite Gabby thoroughly scouting the zone, they found no traces, leading her to believe the thief fled the city. Gyro jokes that whoever stole them probably just ate them all because mandrakes are delicious. Gabby concedes he might be right, but notes it raises suspicions, suggesting someone is operating completely off the grid and evading detection radars a terrifying prospect. She instructs them to head home, stating she will report to the higher-ups to let them handle the investigation. She informs Gyro that she reached out to the temple mercenaries, but they had no leads either, bringing their investigation to a dead end. Gyro grows somber, mentioning he heard that Tai-Jin, the leader of the temple mercenaries, has decided to retire from hunter life, a massive blow to them all. The scene shifts to a clearing in the forest where Tai-Jin, the leader of the temple mercenaries, is observing his subordinates. He orders them to secure the perimeter, declaring their mission accomplished. Exhausted, he notes, it is finally time for his retirement. He plans to initiate the leadership transition, hoping nothing goes wrong until he officially steps down. The following day, Chul is reading the newspapers, spotting a headline about Tai-Jin, who managed to completely wipe out all monsters from the northern forest before announcing his retirement. Chul finds it fascinating, wishing he could see the man's full power. Chul approaches him, asking to be carried. Chul welcomes her as she wakes up. Glancing at the papers, she asks if he's reading the news like he does every day. He laughs and confirms it. When she notes the weather tomorrow is supposed to be stable, Chul smiles, deeply impressed by how fast she is learning and understanding human speech, reflecting on how rapidly dragons grow. Complaining of hunger, Chul asks for food. Chul agrees, wondering what to make. He firmly believes that if food isn't delicious, it shouldn't be eaten at all. Since life is short, all 3 daily meals must be spectacular. He smiles, correcting himself mentally. You can't really say life is short when she will live for thousands of years. Regardless, he notes, he bought plenty of ingredients from his market run and promises to craft a delicious breakfast. Setting her down, he asks her to go wake Jin up while he cooks. Chul rushes over to a sleeping Jin and pounces on him with all her might, demanding he wake up immediately because she is starving. Startled awake, Jin dazedly asks what's happening and if they've finally returned to their world. Watching the scene, Chul laughs at how foolish Jin is, though he secretly hopes they will successfully return home one day. A short while later, Chul serves breakfast. Jin remarks on the massive amount of meat prepared, respecting Chul's consideration for their powerful dragon natures. Chul tells them to enjoy their meal, noting they have a busy day ahead at the restaurant. As they eat, Jin and Chul are completely captivated by the flavors. Chul prides himself on the fact that he never replicates a dish, cementing his status as the absolute best chef. After they finish eating, Chul closely observes Chul and Jin, noting her behavior has been unusual lately, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, and asks if this is normal. Jin explains that she is preparing for an evolution. Having hatched 3 months ago, she will soon unlock her true class and power. He notes that all dragons undergo this phase before taking her back to her room. Chul admits he is highly eager to see what class and power Chul will acquire and how much she will evolve. Cyan then arrives at the restaurant, greeting Chul and explaining he decided to stop by for breakfast before heading out on his next mission. Chul welcomes him, serving his signature dish along with the ramen Cyan loves. Thanking him, Cyan picks up Chul's newspaper and eyes the headline regarding Tai-Jin's retirement after purging the northern forest. He wonders aloud if the association will accept this easily, given that one of their most powerful hunters is calling it quits. Chul presents the food, and Cyan marvels at how Chul's cooking remains unmatched. Suddenly, Chul arrives at the scene, and Cyan greets him, asking if he came to eat breakfast. Chul explains he is incredibly busy but came by to check on the restaurant because monsters have been reported in the area. Chul welcomes his concern, but assures him it isn't necessary, reiterating that his restaurant will be perfectly fine. Cyan insists, stating he owes it to himself and Chul's food, noting his energy levels have been fantastic lately and he needs to ensure the restaurant stays safe. Cyan then asks if anyone knows Gyro's whereabouts, mentioning that getting a hold of him has been incredibly difficult lately. Cyan explains that Gyro is in a terrible state mentally. He is deeply impacted by the retirement of Hunter Tai-Jin, who is widely considered one of his mentors. When Chul asks why Tai-Jin is retiring, Cyan admits he doesn't know the exact reason, but notes Tai-Jin is the most respected hunter in the entire association, leaving everyone devastated. Chul asks why Gyro is specifically so affected. Cyan reveals that according to what he heard, a catastrophic monster invasion struck their city 10 years ago, an event dubbed the Great Outbreak in the city's history. It was Gyro's very first year as a hunter, right out of the academy. During that disaster, 5 of the city's strongest guardian hunters sacrificed their lives to halt the invasion. Cyan adds that an unsung hunter emerged back then, Taijin. Though his power was officially estimated at a Tier 3 level, he shattered all expectations, awakening his true, latent strength. He single-handedly saved the city from the monster onslaught and protected the surviving hunters, including Gyro. Cyan concludes that if it weren't for Taijin, an absolute catastrophe would have occurred. The narrative shifts to the office of the association chairman, Jinzo, who is reading the news of Taijin's retirement. Jinzo grows somber, knowing this day would eventually come. Suddenly, Taijin himself walks into the office to visit. Taijin asks how he's been, noting it has been a while since they last spoke. The two sit down to converse. Jinzo asks directly, "Do you really want to retire?" Taijin confirms he does. When Jinzo demands to know why, since he is still at the peak of his strength, Taijin simply replies that the timing is right. This infuriates Jinzo, who snaps, "Are you seriously abandoning everything you've built? You founded the Temple Mercenaries, and you're just going to leave them now? 30 years ago, our city was suffering from horrific crises, yet you never gave up. Why now?" Taijin calmly responds that there is nothing in this world a person can achieve entirely alone. The peace they enjoy today was forged through the collective cooperation of everyone. He states he has played his part and is simply exhausted, believing it is now time for the younger generation of hunters to step up and carry the torch. As he turns to leave, Taijin tells Jinzo they will meet again, viewing him as the successor who will lead in his stead. Jinzo is left in sorrow, lamenting that young Gyro will suffer immensely due to this retirement, silently praying the boy will be alright. Upon exiting the association building, Taijin spots Gyro waiting for him. Taijin notes his timing is perfect, mentioning he wanted to talk. Gyro grimly replies, "That's exactly why I'm here. I want to talk to you about your retirement because I will never allow it to happen." The story continues as Gyro and Taijin head together to Shiul's restaurant. Shiul welcomes them warmly. Taijin looks around in surprise, admitting he had no idea a restaurant existed here. Gyro notes he had known about it, but frequently forgets. Turning to Shiul, Gyro asks about the daily special, clarifying they didn't come for a heavy dinner. Shiul explains he is serving a home-cooked style meal, asserting that everything he makes is naturally delicious, and asks for Taijin's opinion. Taijin smiles, saying he has no objections and will trust his judgment. Shiul observes Taijin curiously, noting the man appears to be around 50 or 60 years old. This is his first time seeing him in person, but it is glaringly obvious that he is a seasoned veteran hunter. Shiul leaves them to wait while he prepares the food. Taijin laughs, remarking that since he is retired, he has all the time in the world, telling Shiul to take his time. Shiul chuckles, promising it won't be long, thinking to himself that whatever drama is unfolding between these two is bound to be highly entertaining. Suddenly, Gyro apologizes, explaining he has just received an emergency summons from the association regarding a new rift that has manifested, which he must immediately clear. He tells Taijin they will finish their conversation as soon as he is free. Watching him leave, Taijin apologizes to Shiul, saying that Gyro is still a young man who has a lot of growing up to do. Shiul shrugs it off, noting that Taijin clearly looks like an incredibly experienced hunter. Taijin laughs, clarifying that he was a hunter in the past, but is now just a regular civilian, a transition that isn't easy for everyone to accept, especially Gyro. He then asks Shiul if he has known Gyro for a long time. Shiul replies it has been a few months, describing Gyro as a kind and talented individual. Taijin nods in agreement, inhaling the aroma of the cooking food, admitting he hasn't eaten a proper home-cooked meal in years. Intrigued, Shiul asks what he means. Taijin explains that because his life as a hunter demanded constant travel, he hasn't tasted genuine home cooking in ages. He reflects that a hunter's life is intoxicatingly fun, at first filled with power, fame, and fortune, but as one ages, you realize you've missed out on the most fundamental things, like a simple, comforting meal at home. Sensing the profound void Taijin carries, Shiul pulls out some fresh fruit and incorporates it into the dish. He decides that since Taijin cravs home cooking so deeply, he will recreate the exact comfort meal he used to love back in his own home world, confident Taijin will love it. It was the very dish that always made Chul homesick, and he hopes it brings a similar warmth to the veteran. Meanwhile, Chul takes the opportunity to ask Taijin about his journey as a hunter, his deep bond with Gyro, and why Gyro looked so heartbroken during their confrontation. Chul presents the completed dish to Taijin, inviting him to try the comfort meal he had been perfecting. Taijin is thoroughly taken aback, never expecting an authentic rustic home meal, noting how exquisite it looks. Taking his first bite, Taijin is struck by the spectacular flavor. Deeply moved, he thanks Chul, confessing it has been ages since he tasted anything so nostalgic, forcing him to fondly recall his oldest memories. He admits he is incredibly glad he listened to Gyro's recommendation to come eat here. He reveals to Chul that 20 years have passed since he first arrived in the city of Seoul. Chul admits his surprise, not realizing Taijin had been living in Seoul for so long. Taijin reflects on how fast his hunter career flew by, noting that time escaped him entirely. He shares that after leaving his hometown and family, his original dream was simple: be a successful hunter for about 5 years, accumulate wealth and everything he desired, and then retire to live a peaceful, normal life. Unfortunately, reality shattered those plans when the massive invasion struck 10 years ago, the very event where he met Gyro and the other hunters during an incredibly dark period. Chul asks if he awakened as a hunter 30 years ago. Taijin confirms this, explaining he was a completely ordinary person until the catastrophic dimensional rifts forced him to take up the sword. He recounts that 30 years ago, when the first monster portal tore open, the world began to fracture. Ruins spread like wildfire, governments collapsed one after another, and nearly half of humanity was wiped out in what was an utterly terrifying era. He recalls running for his life from his home back then when he accidentally stumbled upon a sword. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, he was stunned as a powerful aura ignited within his body, granting him the strength to defend himself. Following the liberation of their town, he joined the pioneer groups of early hunters, heading toward the city of Seoul to purge the nation's cities of the monster plague. That became his sole directive. He never envisioned his life as a hunter spanning decades. They eventually established the Temple Mercenaries, a coalition of elite powerhouse hunters who refused to join. Traditional guilds, united by a single goal: liberate the infested cities and then retire. Time slipped through their fingers, and though they ultimately achieved their goal, it took far longer than any of them had anticipated. Most of his old comrades retired along the way, but he fought on until the very end. Their objective was to rebuild the cities decimated by the war. But due to the drastically depleted human population, Seoul was the only major stronghold left standing whose infrastructure could be actively protected. Taijin notes that by 10 years ago, they believed stability had finally been achieved, or so they thought. It was then that a sudden onslaught of boss-tier monsters ambushed them. These beasts were overwhelmingly powerful, triggering an absolute crisis. Having never faced such massive quantities of elite monsters before, defending the city became an agonizingly brutal struggle for survival. The narrative flashes back in time, showing a young, rookie Gyro facing off against one of these colossal boss monsters. Gyro barely manages to parry a devastating blow, forced backward as he reels in disbelief at the monster's overwhelming strength. Realizing he cannot hold out much longer, despair sets in. As a mere rookie, he was never supposed to engage a boss-level threat. Trapped and desperate, his mind races as he refuses to die here, knowing he has so much left to achieve. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Taijin materializes before him. With a powerful, decisive strike, Taijin intercepts the monster's attack, completely overpowering the beast and blasting it away, saving the young hunter. He is speaking to Gyro, telling him to snap out of it and pull himself together, warning him that it will be all over for him if he shows such weakness in front of the monsters. Gyro is convinced, but confesses that he cannot move from his spot because he is terrified. Tegan tells him that he knows Gyro is scared, and that all the hunters are terrified of what happened. However, Tegan adds that if Gyro chooses to live in fear, he will never be able to escape it. He must make the right choice for himself and move forward. Tegan then asks him for his name. Gyro introduces himself, stating that he is a rank 4 hunter, a rookie who joined the association less than a year ago. Tegan nods, noting that the association has indeed been recruiting many hunters lately to face the monsters. Suddenly, Gyro warns him, shouting that many monsters have appeared behind them. Tegan draws his sword and asks Gyro to watch him closely so he can show him the level of power he should aspire to achieve, emphasizing that a swordsman's strength does not stem from his body alone. The monster appears behind them, attempting to attack Tegan and Gyro to eliminate them. But Tegan unleashes his sword aura and attacks the monster with all his might, dealing a massive blow and completely destroying it. Tegan's attack pierces through the monster, obliterating the entire area behind it and wiping out all the other monsters present. Gyro watches the aftermath, completely shocked and stunned, thinking it is impossible for someone to destroy all these boss-level monsters in a single strike. Tegan tells him that this is the true power of a hunter, the power he must strive for to defeat these creatures, encouraging him to train hard and increase his strength to protect himself and the people important to him. Gyro continues to watch him in awe, unable to fathom that he could one day become as powerful as this hunter. The scene shifts back to Gyro, who arrives at the village where Tegan lives. He observes the place, noting that it is a very beautiful, quiet village far from the main city. He heads down quickly to search the area, assuming that Tegan clears the place himself, which explains why no monsters can be seen in the forest. It seems Tegan wanted to secure the village personally, wandering through the forest and around the village to hunt down monsters and any potential threats. Gyro says to himself that the only way he can help his master, Tegan, right now is to ensure this peaceful village remains safe and free of monsters so Tegan can enjoy a proper retirement. However, after a while, Gyro fails to find any monsters. He collapses to the ground, weeping because he cannot find anything to do for Tegan. Feeling deeply indebted and frustrated, he wonders what he should do and how he can find a way to make his master proud. The scene shifts back to Chul, who asks Tegan if he has any regrets. Tegan replies that his life was full of regrets and that he could barely call it a real life since every single day was a struggle just to survive. Chul remarks that once a person becomes a hunter, they can no longer think only of themselves, as they have other burdens to worry about, namely the safety and protection of humanity. Chul mentions that when he spoke to Gyro for the first time, he felt Gyro had too many emotions for a hunter, but now he understands that Gyro learned this from his master, Tegan. Chul adds that trying to be perfect in everything leads to loss, and since a hunter's life is difficult, sacrifices are inevitable, something Gyro must understand soon. Chul then mentions hearing that Tegan recently returned to his home and finally retired. Tegan confirms this, expressing his relief at finally having a permanent home. Chul watches him with deep respect, acknowledging that he himself could not sacrifice his life to live for everyone else, which is why he retired from the hunter life the moment he returned. Tegan hands Chul some money to pay for the restaurant bill, but Chul refuses, saying the food is on the house. Surprised, Tegan asks why, and Chul explains that the first meal at his restaurant is always free as a way of welcoming new customers. Tegan laughs, calling it a very strange restaurant that clearly does not care about profits. He leaves, thanking Chul for the meal and asking him to look after Gyro and keep him from spinning out of control. Chul assures him that Gyro is an excellent hunter who does not need anyone to take care of him, and that he will soon be among the strongest in the world. Tegan laughs, agreeing that Gyro grew rapidly given the circumstances he was put through. Tegan tells Chul that if he had a child, he would have wished for him to be like Gyro, adding that he is incredibly proud of him, something he wished he had told him all his life. He thanks Chul again for the meal and requests him not to tell Gyro what he said, as Gyro gets emotional easily. He then leaves, promising to visit again. Chul watches Tegan leave, noting how peaceful the night is and hoping Tegan will be well. He mentions hearing that old folks like Tegan do not die easily, but they suddenly vanish from one's life, and he hopes that won't happen for Gyro's sake. Tegan eventually returns to his village, looking at it from afar, glad to finally be back at the place where he will settle down for the remainder of his life, done with his time as a hunter. Gyro appears, watching him from the top of the mountain, wishing his master a peaceful and comfortable retirement. At that moment, the fox appears, watching Gyro. The fox notes that Gyro had been acting strangely since the moment he dismissed him, but it is clear he is grieving for his master. The fox reflects on how strange humans are and how complex their relationships can be, but dismisses it, promising that he will look after his master. He notes that Gyro is a kind person, just like him, and that he would never harm him since they are friends. Next, we see Sheol having a nightmare, calling out to someone named Antaro, asking if he is okay and shouting that he has come to rescue him, urging him to move forward. Sheol wonders if he is alright and tries to help him immediately, but suddenly, the Demon King appears before him with his army. The Demon King asks Sheol if he is the one who summoned him to this dimension to rule it, noting that it seems he wants another battle between them. Unleashing his magic, the Demon King attacks Sheol and asks if he is ready. Sheol questions what he is talking about, asking if the Demon King is seriously trying to challenge him again, calling his words foolish. The Demon King asks if this means Sheol is afraid to face him. Sheol laughs, asking if he is still that stupid, and asserting that he could never fear him. Unleashing his power, Sheol charges at him at full speed, declaring that just as he defeated him in the world of Spanner, his end will be here as well, and he will not allow him to invade his world. Sheol suddenly wakes up from his sleep, stating that he absolutely hates this dream because it is bizarre and infuriating. However, he is startled to see Jin looking terrified of him. Sheol asks if Jin is okay, and Jin explains that Sheol was releasing a bloodthirsty and terrifying aura. Jin wanted to wake him up, but the aura began to attack him. Sheol apologizes, admitting it was his fault, and retracts his aura. Jin asks him what happened and why he is acting this way. Sheol explains that he has started having strange dreams related to his past, the world of Spanner, and the war he fought. He ponders whether this is connected to his conversation with Tegan about the sudden war and invasion, wondering if something is trying to warn him, as such coincidences rarely happen to him. Looking outside, he wonders if the Demon King is searching for him and trying to invade this world, though he doubts it could happen anytime soon, at least not until his seal is completely broken. Sheol then goes down to his restaurant and is shocked to see Chul drawing all over the restaurant floor and everywhere in front of him. Sheol cannot believe it, noting that she is acting just like a real child. He approaches her and asks what she is drawing and why she is drawing chickens. She replies that she is drawing today's restaurant menu. Sheol laughs, telling her it is an excellent and unique drawing. She thanks him, looking very happy. Sheol notices a drawing of a mermaid she made and feels puzzled, wondering how she drew a mermaid and where she could have seen one before. Chul insists she saw one. Sheol picks her up and plays with her, laughing and realizing that no matter what she does, he cannot bring himself to punish her because he loves her so much. He vows to take care of her until she grows up, at which point he will begin to explain things to her. Sheol tells her that he will make her plenty of the chickens she loves today, but requests her to clean up after herself and not draw here again, to which she agrees. Jin arrives and asks Sheol what is going on and what Chul did, mentioning that he left her to sleep for a bit and hoped she hadn't caused a disaster. Sheol tells Jin he arrived at the perfect time, asking him to teach Chul how to clean up this mess. Jin is shocked, lamenting that the foolish girl caused another disaster when he just wanted to go back to sleep in peace. Chul starts playing with Sheol, asking him to be the one to teach her. Jin watches them, feeling bewildered by how Chul's relationship with Sheol seems better than with him, even though she should love him more since he is her brother. Sheol tells Jin to shut up and get the restaurant ready, adding that he is going shopping to gather everything they need before opening, as today's food quantity will be large. Indeed, Sheol goes to the market and buys massive amounts of chicken. He notes that the amount is excessive, but since Chul eats a lot and he promised to bring her the chicken she loves, he must keep his word. The merchant asks Sheol if he is a shop owner here, remarking that he is lucky to be able to participate in their festival. Sheol is puzzled and asks what festival he means. The merchant laughs, realizing Sheol is new to the city, and directs him to the end of the street to find out the details. Sheol goes to the specified location and is surprised to see the residents celebrating. He doesn't understand what is happening until he realizes they are celebrating a golem maker, throwing a massive festival for him. Suddenly, Hunter Gabby arrives at the scene, welcoming Sheol and asking if he remembers her. Sheol greets her back, saying of course he does, and asks what she is doing here. She explains that she came to test the new golem produced by the city. Sheol is surprised, asking if she means it's not just a prop for display. She clarifies that it is a real golem manufactured using magic crystals. Chul remembers that hunters used to manufacture similar things in the world of Spanner, and though they were very powerful, their slow movement and speed were their fatal weaknesses. Against small monsters, those golems struggled, which is why the hunters eventually abandoned them. Chul asks Gabby, who is controlling and piloting this golem, wondering if it's a hunter from the world of Spanner. She tells him it is a well-known hunter and equipment manipulator, a rank 1 hunter just like her. Chul remarks that he didn't expect one of the strongest hunters in the world to be here piloting a golem, noting that controlling and moving a golem is a difficult task that not just anyone can do. One must intelligently channel their mana into the golem's crystals to move it. Chul adds that producing such a golem is a highly complex and expensive process, costing as much as an entire guild's fortune, meaning no one would produce it unless they had a specific reason. Chul shrugs it off, saying he will try to attend the festival with Chul to watch the golem. Gabby asks him if his restaurant is open today, and he replies that unless something catastrophic happens to their world, the restaurant is open daily without any changes to their hours. She tells him she will visit soon because she loves his food. Chul returns to his restaurant, and the moment he enters, he is shocked to see a mermaid standing before him. Chul watches her as she plays with Chul, completely baffled as to what a mermaid is doing here and how she appeared in the first place. Jin laughs, welcoming Chul and asking for his opinion. Chul tells him to wipe that stupid smile off his face and asks if the mermaid belongs to him. Jin laughs and denies it, explaining that the mermaid is actually a high-level water spirit and that Chul's class is a spirit summoner, capable of summoning high-ranking spirits. Chul congratulates Chul, feeling happy for her. Jin explains the situation, noting that the spirit has blue hair, the exact same color as their mother's hair, which is why Chul summoned her, because she missed her mother dearly. Chul hugs the spirit, calling her mother, but Jin corrects her, saying she isn't her mother and that saying so would make their actual mother sad. Chul is surprised, noting it's his first time seeing her act this way. Jin tries to make her understand that this isn't their mother, but Chul laughs, doubting she will understand. Chul asks if this is truly a high-level spirit, and Jin confirms it, stating it is a very powerful high-level water spirit, though currently not in a combat state. As she is taking care of Chul notes that while many spirit summoners can summon various types of spirits, ranging from the weakest to great spirit kings, the water spirit Yundi that Chul summoned is legendary. No one has been able to summon these legendary spirits in the last 30 years, making it an extremely rare occurrence. Chul reflects on the information he gathered recently, knowing that there are 4 interconnected dimensions: the spirit world, the demon world, the human world, and the world of Spanner. However, the closest to are Earth and Spanner, which are linked by larger dimensional gates. Chul mentions that he tried to uncover the links between these dimensions but couldn't pinpoint them, which he finds frustrating. Chul then looks around and reminds Jin to teach Chul how to clean, as he had asked him to clean the place this morning. Jin laughs, telling him not to worry because it won't be necessary. He asks Chul to watch the spirit Yundi. At that moment, Yundi uses her water magic to completely wash away all the colors and drawings Chul had painted on the floor, perfectly cleaning the place. Chul is amazed, wishing he could learn that ability. He tells them to prepare a celebration for Chul to mark her receiving her class. Chul then heads to the kitchen, stating that he will begin preparing the chicken needed for the restaurant and for Chul to eat, making it just the way she likes it. He reflects that 30 years ago, there was a massive boom in chicken consumption worldwide, and people invented almost every possible type of chicken recipe, leaving no room for further culinary inventions. He notes that the best way to make this chicken is by frying it, which is how both he and Chul prefer it. Chul serves the chicken to Chul, telling her to eat. She looks overjoyed, saying she is starving. Jin comments that the smell is delicious. Chul begins eating the chicken, laughing and thanking Chul. Chul watches her and smiles, admitting he never thought he would grow so attached to this mischievous girl, and that he cannot separate from her now. He asks Chul if she is enjoying the food, noting that he prepared the most expensive and finest meals in the world for her because he loves her deeply. Jin says he cannot wait any longer and wants to eat with her. Chul tells him to stop, arguing that there must be respect for food, which Jin finds baffling, asking what kind of respect he means. Chul explains that one must carefully choose which part of the chicken to eat first out of respect for the rest, as some people prefer specific parts. Jin asks if he is being serious, calling it incredibly foolish. Chul releases his power and demands that Jin choose the piece he will eat, claiming this choice will help define his true personality. Terrified, Jin says he will just take this smaller piece. Chul laughs, telling him not to worry as he was only joking, and that Jin can eat as much as he wants. However, Jin is shocked when Chul suddenly pounces on his piece of chicken and devours it entirely. Jin is stunned, asking her how she could do that to her brother without even leaving the bone. Chul tells him not to worry, explaining that he knew this would happen, which is why he prepared a larger batch. He brings out the extra chicken he made, telling Jin to eat as much as he likes. Jin is overjoyed and starts eating, thanking Chul for the delicious meal. Chul proudly states that while he might be a legendary hunter, his cooking skills are equally legendary. Jin remarks that Chul still lacks humility, but continues eating, admitting the chicken is indeed delicious. At that moment, they notice fireworks in the city and Jin asks about them. Chul realizes the festival has officially begun. Jin asks what a festival is, admitting that at first, he thought people were fighting each other with these fireworks. Chul explains it is a human tradition and shows the display to Chul, asking for her opinion as this is her first festival here. He notes that up until now, Chul hasn't left the restaurant, meaning she must be eager to see the outside world. He asks Jin when she will be able to transform into her hybrid form so they can take her out. Jin replies that since she has awakened her power and class, she should be able to transform soon. Chul asks if she will also be able to use their strongest attack, and Jin confirms she will. Chul laughs, finding it highly entertaining, and tells Chul to wait patiently. The moment she transforms, he will show her the outside world and buy her all the clothes and things she loves. The scene shifts to the well-known rank 1 hunter and equipment manipulator, Hua-Yun, who tells the merchants to finish up the repairs on the golem since the festival has already started and they need to use it. He steps outside to rest, but is surprised to see Gabby standing before him. She asks how he is doing, and he looks bewildered, asking what she is doing here as he didn't expect a visit. She explains she came to check on him since he is getting old. Hua-Yun retorts that he isn't older than her, claiming she is at his grandmother's age. He complains that manufacturing this golem was incredibly difficult and that he just wants to rest and eat some delicious food. She laughs, calling him lucky because she has found the perfect restaurant for him, adding that she must take care of her younger brother. He laughs, asking if he hadn't just told her she is the age of his grandmother, noting their acquaintance is old, but not to that extent. She playfully asks if he wants to get beaten up, then asks if he will come along with her, to which he agrees. He asks her if she heard about Hunter Tegan's recent retirement. She confirms she did, noting they are the only remaining rank 1 hunters left in their country, and hopes Tegan enjoys a peaceful retirement. Hua-Yun confesses that he wishes he could retire and return to his hometown like Tegan, but he doesn't have a hometown. She then asks him where he managed to find the rare crystals for his golem, noting they are incredibly powerful. He informs her that the association provided them from a newly appeared rank 1 dungeon, which they described as a rare monster dungeon. She nods, mentioning she visited that dungeon herself and found it highly unusual because it contained no monsters at all. However, she notes, the real problem is that she sensed a terrifying energy radiating from it. She felt a destructive power unleashed inside, which she initially thought was a monster, but realized was something far worse. She expresses her belief that a war will break out in that dungeon soon, potentially causing a massive catastrophe. The narrative continues with Chul talking about his past life, recounting how he gathered a massive hoard of treasures and weapons, either from the dragons he defeated or the demon king he vanquished. Unfortunately, he notes, most of them were destroyed. Upon defeating their leader, the dragons avoided him entirely, even after he tried to speak to them, because they knew he would defeat them easily. Returning to the present, Chul mentions that one of the useful tools he acquired from those spoils was a magical item known as a mana detection tool. This tool detected a massive amount of mana present in the dungeon here. Chul observes Gyro and his guild as they arrive at the scene. He recalls hearing that many hunters were defeated in this dungeon, making it clear that this ancient mine was highly dangerous for them. Chul senses the dungeon, noting that the place contains the energy of the Demon King, meaning he should be the one to handle the situation. Suddenly, a rupture occurs in the gate, and a hidden dungeon begins to manifest. Chul watches them, noting that it has finally begun. At that moment, a massive horde of monsters appears, charging at all the hunters present. Gyro watches in shock, thinking it's impossible. He commands his followers to get ready, warning them that these monsters are targeting them and they must defend themselves. Sion takes his defensive squad to protect the sorcerers and confront a large monster that is advancing. Sion stands firm before the monsters with his squad, deploying his magic shields to intercept them, declaring he won't let them advance. Gyro intercepts the monsters at that moment, requesting Sion and his group to hold them off while he deals with their leader. However, he is suddenly blindsided when someone strikes the leader and hurls him toward him. Gyro dodges the attack quickly, moving away. Looking up at the sky, he is shocked, thinking it's impossible. He speaks to his followers, warning them that an even stronger monster is about to appear and that the monsters won't stop coming, urging them to focus on defense. However, he is surprised by a larger group of monsters surrounding him to prevent him from dealing with their boss. Gyro's group begins to take heavy attacks from these monsters, unable to cope with them because their strength increased the moment their boss appeared, making the situation highly critical. Gyro watches them, unable to believe it, realizing he must defend them. He wonders what he should do, debating whether to defend the real lines or confront the monsters, a choice he must make immediately. He begins to remember his master Tegan in the past, who had told him that thinking too much in the middle of a battle is pathetic for a hunter. Tegan told him there are times when he must make a choice faster than his enemies, either run away or gather all his strength, warning him that overthinking leads to loss. Gyro mentally apologizes to his master, admitting he was wrong and should have listened to his advice, remembering he promised to make him proud and become a hero in his stead. He calls out to his followers, ordering them to form a specialized squad and advance toward the monsters to break the siege. They ask him what he will do, and he replies that he will charge at the boss to eliminate him first, noting they must cancel the support ability the boss is using. Gyro unleashes his spirit and charges at the monsters ahead, declaring he must reach the boss quickly, as failing to eliminate him would result in a crisis. The boss manages to retreat, letting his minions continue their full-scale assault on Gyro. Gyro watches them, realizing he cannot keep this up as he is nearing his limit. If he cannot deal with all of them, it's over. Just then, an even greater number of monsters emerges through a gate, attacking Gyro's forces. Gyro notes how dangerous it is. Gyro's followers, who are holding off the monsters, begin to struggle, telling Gyro they cannot hold out much longer and urging him to eliminate the boss immediately. Gyro charges at the boss at full speed, agreeing that he must end everything right here by dealing a decisive blow. Gyro channels his power into his spear, unleashing a lightning aura, and pounces on the monster with all his might, using this lightning spear, shouting for it to disappear. The attack strikes the monster instantly, destroying the surrounding area. Gyro watches his handiwork, shocked and unable to believe he succeeded in eliminating the monster. He smiles, noting that for the first time, he feels a massive amount of energy coursing through his body, which feels strange. Gyro speaks to his assistant, instructing him to gather the wounded and move them inside the gate immediately so they can reorganize their ranks and retreat, telling them they will start right away. However, the group suddenly looks at the gate and is horrified to see another monster boss emerging from it. They cannot believe it, crying out that it's impossible. Gyro tells them they cannot face these monsters and orders them to prepare to retreat through the gate. But before they can fall back, they are shocked to find another boss appearing behind them, cutting off their escape route. Gyro watches them, terrified, wondering what to do. He mentions he sent a distress signal to their association, but there is no way reinforcements can arrive fast enough to save them. He wonders if he should draw the monsters toward himself and sacrifice his life. Suddenly, a mysterious figure ambushes the monster bosses, trapping them, obliterating them instantly, before sweeping through the remaining monsters in the area and eliminating them all. Gyro and his group watch the aftermath, unable to believe what just happened, wondering who attacked the monsters and destroyed them all in less than a second. Gyro rushes quickly to Sion, who had been attacked by the monsters, asking if she is okay and saying they need a medic immediately. However, Sion tells him to calm down, assuring him she is fine. She mentions she doesn't know what happened, but her body has been completely healed. She was severely injured, but someone healed her. Gyro grabs him, saying they can figure out what happened later, but right now they must get out of here, ordering everyone to check for casualties and evacuate immediately. Gyro looks around the area, completely puzzled, wondering what happened and who wiped out the monsters and healed his guild members, noting that this is unnatural. Chul appears above them, watching them and feeling relieved that they are finally escaping. He notes that Gyro was incredibly reckless and that his intervention almost got his entire guild killed. Chul watches him, preferring not to get involved so no one discovers his identity, but figures he should consider this a favor since Gyro is a customer at his restaurant. Chul reflects that although Gyro is a rank 2 hunter, the power he displayed in battle indicates he is close to reaching rank 1, meaning he might fully awaken his power soon and become the 4th rank 1 hunter in career within a month. Chul notes that he is hungry and prefers to leave, planning to return later to investigate why the energy of the Demon King is radiating from this place. As the monsters are spiraling out of control, Chul returns to his restaurant and begins chopping firewood with Jin. Jin remarks that this firewood won't be enough, but Chul vanishes from the spot and reappears before him with a massive pile, saying this should suffice. Jin watches him, unable to believe it, wondering about the extent of this human's power, noting that the word human doesn't even apply to him. Chul trained for 50 years in the world of Spanner until he obtained bizarre powers and abilities, to the point where he doesn't even age. Chul looks at Jin, asking what he is thinking about, and Jin replies that he isn't thinking about anything. Chul wakes up at that moment, asking them when they are going to eat, but is startled by the fire in front of her. She shouts that there is a fire and vows to help them immediately. Using her magic, she summons the water spirit Yundi. Jin shouts at her to stop, but Yundi floods the entire place with water, putting out the fire. Chul tells them they can thank her later for saving them from the fire. Chul looks at the flooded mess, noting that they now need even more firewood, since this wood has been rendered completely useless. A while later, Chul cooks dinner for them. Jin eats heartily, remarking that the meat of the monsters Chul hunted is incredibly delicious. Chul watches him, commenting on how strange his eating habits are. Chul asks Jin if he is still inspecting the gates to find a way back, and Jin confirms he is, stating he must find a way to return with Chul. Chul informs him that strange things have begun happening within these gates. Today, he found a ruptured gate from which monsters of unnatural strength emerged. These monsters were highly unusual, with their size increasing to that of a boss monster within a matter of days. Inside the gate, which reminds him of the monsters of Spanner, Jin notes that he also noticed something strange about these monsters, as they contain the energy of Spanner's monsters, but the attributes of Earth's monsters. Jin looks puzzled, asking how that is possible, since Earth's monsters originally originate from Spanner. Chul agrees, stating he believes another dimensional world is linked with Earth alongside Spanner, indicating that something beyond their understanding is taking place. The scene shifts to Gyro, who goes to submit the incident report to Jinso. Jinso is shocked upon reading it, asking Gyro if he is absolutely sure about this. Gyro confirms he is, explaining that a strange person or monster appeared, wiped out all the monsters in the dungeon in a single second, and vanished. Jinso notes that this matches the report Gabby submitted, as she had entered before them and reported a concealed individual in the dungeon who was also attacking monsters. Jinso wonders how this is possible, admitting he doesn't know yet. He then congratulates Gyro, mentioning he heard Gyro is close to awakening his new strength and becoming their 4th rank 1 hunter. Gyro confirms this, noting his rank will increase. Jinso assures him his rank will definitely rise, but Gyro laments that he will have to spend more time on missions. Jinso asks if he wants him to reduce his mission load and grant him a vacation, but Gyro declines, saying he has nothing to keep him busy right now and just needs to make more money for himself and his guild. Jinso nods, then asks if he chose the secondary class for his second awakening. Gyro confirms he chose the Iron Heart class, noting it provides a powerful and rare secondary class that grants the user a second life ability, saving their life once, along with an increase in physical strength. Gyro explains that once activated, this ability transforms his body into a highly resilient form capable of dealing with powerful opponents, something he was forced to do in the battle against the boss monster, ensuring his body won't be weak again. Jinso agrees it's an excellent choice that will grant him useful abilities for the future, advising him to go back and rest while Gabby takes over the dungeon investigation. Gyro leaves the office, stating he didn't need to be dismissed as he was already heading to rest. As he walks out, Gyro reflects that he didn't sense any strange energy or hostile intent from the person who attacked the monsters, noting that the same thing happened 2 months ago near Sheol's restaurant when the monsters there were wiped out in the exact same style. He wonders what the common denominator between these two incidents is, concluding it definitely isn't a monster, since a monster couldn't leave a gate to reach this place. Deciding he must investigate the area again, the scene shifts back to Jin, who is talking to Sheol, noting that Sheol is the only one who fought the Demon King after defeating the Dragon King, asking if the Demon King was strong. Sheol replies that he possessed terrifying power and didn't even need an army to invade their world, though Sheol was ultimately stronger than him. Jin asks why Sheol chose to enter a solo battle against the Demon King. Sheol explains that after arriving in the world of Spanner, he found normal humans there who helped him and provided everything he needed. Knowing they were all suffering and fleeing from the Demon King, he decided to step up and protect them. This led to a massive war where he fought the Demon King's army for a long time, but by the end of it, none of his friends or comrades were left alive. Sheol mentions that back then, he had no time to grieve. He had to press on with his battle before the Demon King could recover his strength, so he attacked him and decided to end the war himself. During his battle against the Demon King, Sheol was surprised by a strange revelation. The Demon King was originally from another world just like him. Having been summoned to the world of Spanner, the Demon King had asked Sheol if he was the one who summoned him there, forcing him to leave his world for a strange land. At that moment, Sheol understood that someone had forced them both to transfer to a different world just to make them fight each other. Sheol tells Jin that he spent 50 years hating the Demon King for what he did, only to realize too late that someone else had sent him to that world. Jin admits he doesn't understand, and Sheol agrees, stating that someone possesses the power to forcibly summon the Demon King to a different dimension and did the same to him, as if knowing they would clash. Jin asks if such a person could even exist, and then asks how Sheol managed to return if he couldn't find a gate. Sheol explains that after the battle, he wandered for 10 whole years searching for a gate to escape Spanner, visiting every single place, to no avail. Just as he lost hope, a gate suddenly opened exclusively for him, through which he passed and returned to his world, though he has found no explanation for what happened since. Sheol notes that Jin probably doesn't understand and might think he's a liar, but it did happen. Jin reassures him that he believes him and trusts him, noting that if he knew any information that could help them return, he would have shared it long ago. Jin adds that he always thought Sheol was just naturally strong from the moment he arrived in their world, but now he understands it wasn't his fault and that he had to suffer to become strong. Sheol laughs, saying he just did what he could to survive. That night, Sheol begins having nightmares again. He is surprised because usually he dreams of the war, but this time the dream changes and he starts seeing the people he lost. He notes that losing someone like Neela was the hardest day of his life, feeling her loss like nails being driven into his heart every day because he wasn't strong enough to protect her, which was his duty. That day, he lost everything, realizing that to survive and protect his loved ones, he had to become stronger, though the price of that lesson was far too high. Sheol suddenly wakes up from the nightmare, deciding to take a break from these disturbing dreams. He is surprised to find Kyul sleeping peacefully beside him, looking very cute. Looking around, he realizes this isn't his room, but Kyul's room, wondering when he came here and slept in her bed. He notices Jin sleeping in the same room as well, snoring in a bizarre posture, noting that at least Jin doesn't have nightmares. Sheol smiles, deciding to go prepare breakfast for them since they will likely be hungry. As Sheol steps out of the restaurant, he is startled by a woman who suddenly appears beside him, calling out to him and asking for directions to the orange train station. Sheol looks puzzled, stating there is no station by that name here. The woman walks away grumbling, wondering how residents of the city don't know its stations, assuming someone else will know. Sheol enters his restaurant, feeling bewildered by the old woman, thinking he should probably ask the Hunters Association about her in case she is lost. Before heading inside to get the restaurant ready, he had to get his restaurant ready, as it was clear today was going to be a long and demanding day. Soon enough, Shion arrived at the restaurant, welcoming Sheol and asking how he was doing, while inquiring about the dish he would be serving today. Sheol reassured him that he was fine and mentioned that he was currently preparing Egyptian baked rice arrows mima while waiting for the meat to be ready. Shion nodded in agreement as he looked outside, noting that the sky had begun to rain. He added that he was incredibly busy with the entire guild due to the matter of the mysterious figure who had completely wiped out the monsters alone. Chul commented that the guild was certainly searching for him, though he maintained his facade, pretending to know absolutely nothing about it. Following their conversation, Chul served the food to Shion, who thanked him and then asked if Chul had happened to see the old woman, Rani. Shion explained that she was an elderly woman who had been wandering around their city, specifically in this area, for a while. He shifted into a serious tone, explaining that she suffered from dementia and her condition was highly difficult, adding that the authorities wanted to return her to the hospital and asked Chul if he had run into her. Chul confirmed this, explaining that he had seen her just a moments ago in front of his restaurant, noting that her behavior was quite strange. She had asked him about the orange train station, and when he told her he didn't know it, she simply left. Chul then questioned Shion about the reality of this station. Shion replied that he didn't know for certain, but Orangha was the site of the great catastrophe 50 years ago. It seemed her world had fractured since that day after losing her most precious loved ones, leaving her deeply traumatized by the incident. Shortly after, Shion excused himself to return to the guild, confirming he would head out to search for the old woman and call for someone to assist her. Chul watched him leave, thinking about how painfully difficult it must have been for her. Humanity had changed drastically in her eyes, yet she had not forgotten. It was a world entirely of her own. Even though she couldn't overcome her profound loss, there was no other choice for people but to live on, endure their pain, and try to forget. Several days later, Chul rushed outside, calling out for Jin to come quickly and watch Chul. Chul was bewildered by what was happening. At that exact moment, Chul was trying desperately to transform into her human form, but kept failing, shifting instead into a hybrid state under Chul's watchful eyes. Chul asked Jin if he was completely incapable of teaching her anything, but Jin denied it, explaining that she had to learn on her own because it is a uniquely personal experience for everyone, and the first attempts are always the hardest. Chul then asked if they needed to buy clothes for her, especially since his own shirt looked absurdly large on her, noting that he would need to buy clothes suitable for a 5-year-old girl. In the midst of their conversation, Chul began to transform once again. Jin watched closely, noticing that the transformation was beginning to stabilize beautifully, until finally, Chul shifted into a perfect, complete human form. Chul stared at her, utterly amazed by her success and her striking beauty. Chul ran straight toward Chul, calling him daddy, and eagerly asked if he was proud of her. He embraced her tightly, reassuring her that she was incredibly talented. Chul laughed, thanking him and expressing her deep love for him, which filled Chul with immense joy, as he promised to always take care of her. Jin quickly joined in to celebrate, calling her his brilliant little sister who had managed to transform even faster than he did. He gently advised her not to wander around after her transformation since she was still so young, promising that he would explore the world with her. Chul then told Jin to open up the restaurant, prepare dinner for them, and buy suitable clothes for Chul, to which Jin immediately agreed. Chul went down to the restaurant kitchen and began searching for the leftover meat he had purchased a while back, concluding that Jin must have devoured it as usual, and realizing he didn't have enough time to go out and buy more. However, he was startled to find the old woman Rani standing right in front of him. She asked how he was doing, and he welcomed her warmly, inviting her inside to sit and have some tea until the rain stopped. The old woman declined, explaining that she was very busy and needed to get to a specific destination quickly. Chul handed her his umbrella, insisting that she use it. She thanked him for his immense kindness and promised to return it, adding that she would come back to try his jamon dish in the future. He walked back into the restaurant, feeling puzzled, remembering that jamon was an ancient, long-forgotten dish. He watched the old woman as she moved alone through the raging storm, wondering deeply about what she was searching for without finding an answer. After some time had passed, Hyumbo arrived at the restaurant, having been recommended by Gabby. He sat down with Chul, seeking advice on how to win the heart of a girl. Chul looked at him with surprise, admitting that he honestly didn't know, as he had met the love of his life in another world and lost her, and had never loved anyone since. Hyumbo nodded, explaining that he understood the struggle. He shared that 2 years ago, he was trapped inside an incredibly powerful dungeon, but a rookie sorceress appeared and rescued him. She was exceptionally strong and possessed what he considered a flawless personality. He deeply wished to talk to her, but failed every time. Chul remarked that he understood the situation and asked if he had ever loved anyone else before. Chul reflected on his own past, confessing that he had loved a gentle, beautiful girl. Long ago, she was the kindest and most important person in his life, and he still couldn't forget her. Feeling a profound wave of loneliness whenever her memory crossed his mind, Hyunbo explained to Chul that the girl he loved was the strictly firm and fierce type, which was why he couldn't find a way to catch her attention, making him feel quite miserable. Chul asked if he was talking about Gabby, but Hyunbo quickly denied it, pointing out that Gabby was older than his grandmother or mother. Instead, the girl he loved was highly aggressive and allowed absolutely no one to get close to her. Anyone who tried to annoy her would return home completely broken, which was why he was terrified of confessing his feelings. He added that he had once asked her about the type of men she preferred, and she told him she needed someone like Jaro. Hyunbo complained that he couldn't comprehend what she saw in him, calling Jaro just a muscular, handsome, and famous guy. Chul raised an eyebrow, noting that Hyunbo had just explained the reason himself. Hyunbo begged him to keep this secret to himself, and Chul assured him of his discretion. Hyunbo then requested another meal before leaving, and Chul happily fulfilled his order. At that moment, the hunter's radio broadcasted an urgent warning message to everyone, strictly advising against approaching the Shrine of Rest during the rainfall due to the severe danger it posed. Chul found the warning strange, so Hyunbo explained that this shrine belonged to the past hunters who had perished in the Great War. The shrines had been contaminated and sealed by the remnants of ancient, malicious monsters, which was why no one could retrieve the corpses, leaving them abandoned there. Chul nodded slowly, understanding the grim situation. In the midst of this, a female hunter named Yuna, famously known as the Ice Princess, burst into the restaurant. She fiercely berated Hyunbo, snapping that she had searched for him everywhere and figured she would find him slacking off here. She dragged him up forcefully, reminding him that he needed to focus on his path as a hunter and always report his location to her. She expressed her fury that she was forced to face the monsters in the dungeons entirely on her own because of his sheer laziness, threatening to break his bones. Startled, he asked what she was doing here, but she ordered him to shut up and move because they had a mountain of work to do, scolding him for sitting around alone and bothering people. Hyunbo frantically looked back at Chul, pointing out that she was beautiful even when she was furious, and beating him. Her rage intensified, and she dragged him straight out of the establishment while he waved goodbye to Chul, thanking him for the food. Chul waved back, silently praying for the young man's survival. Once outside, Hyunbo asked Yuna if she would share her umbrella with him so she wouldn't catch a cold, but she instantly unleashed her lightning magic, shocking him with electricity and warning him to stay away. Coughing, he apologized and asked why she had come. She informed him that these were direct orders from the guild after Kelba monsters manifested right in the center of the city. Their numbers this time were massive, and they had to deal with them swiftly before their boss emerged. Chul, who was listening from inside, concluded that the situation was highly volatile and dangerous. It seemed the shrine was located nearby, and they had to prevent another catastrophe from breaking out. The events continued as Chul walked into his restaurant, only to find Chul trying to sneak into the refrigerator. He caught her, asking if she was trying to steal food again. She looked up at him, admitting she was simply hungry. Chul laughed, noting that she truly was a bottomless pit, pointing out that she still couldn't completely hide her tail and wings. Chul laughed as she examined herself, calling her body strange, but looked at Chul affectionately, declaring that he was her absolute favorite dad. He embraced her warmly, promising to buy her whatever food and things her heart desired. At that exact moment, a customer walked into the restaurant, inquiring if they were open. Startled, Chul quickly hid Chul, telling her to wait inside. As he had not anticipated any customers at this hour, when he stepped out to attend to the customer, he was surprised to see the old woman, Rani, and welcomed her. She informed him that she had come to have the jaemong meal he had mentioned before, so he asked her to wait while he prepared it. She agreed, but noted she was in a hurry. Chul found the sudden clarity and change in her manner of speech unusual. Using his mystic eye ability, he analyzed her, confirming that she was entirely human with no hidden magical powers, but she was severely afflicted with amnesia and memory loss. He remembered hearing about people who lost their minds after losing their families to the dimensional gates, a condition that regular healing magic couldn't cure. Chul resolved to bring her some happiness, checking his ingredients to prepare the meal as fast as possible. However, he was surprised when Chul poked her head out, curiously observing the old woman. Rani gasped in shock, asking Chul who this child was and why she possessed a tail. Chul panicked, trying frantically to fabricate an excuse. But the old woman smiled, assuming Chul was just a cute dog that reminded her of her late pet. Bijo, the little girl introduced herself, proudly stating her name was Chul and that she was Chul's daughter. Rani laughed, thoroughly amused by the concept of a talking dog. Jin arrived at that exact moment and was deeply shocked to see Chul interacting with a human. Chul quietly reassured him, explaining that the old woman had severe amnesia and posed no threat. He then instructed Jin to guard the entrance and prevent any other customers from entering to avoid Chul's identity being exposed. Chul returned to the kitchen to prepare the jaemon dish, utilizing the extraordinary culinary skills he had honed since his youth. Once it was ready, he served it to Rani, who was happily playing with Chul. The old woman thanked him, mentioning she had lost track of time playing with his daughter and needed to get moving because her granddaughter was waiting for her. Chul packed the food neatly in a bag, putting in a massive portion for her granddaughter. She thanked him deeply and handed him a 10001 note as a tip. Chul stared at the currency with surprise, recognizing that this specific note had gone out of circulation at least 10 years ago. The old woman waved goodbye, promising to visit again soon. And Chul waved back affectionately as time passed. Chul noticed that Rani began returning regularly to eat and play with Chul. Each time she came, she would claim the meal was for a completely different member of her family, vividly illustrating the sheer extent of her memory loss. One day, Chul went out into the city to purchase new ingredients and walked toward the cemetery located near the city center, a cemetery specifically dedicated to the victims of the gates and the first catastrophe. It was his first time visiting it since his return, searching for the graves of his own family, though he found nothing. While there, he was surprised to see the guards forcefully escorting the old woman, Rani, out, telling her she was no longer allowed to come. She reacted with profound confusion, asking why, explaining that she had merely brought food for her family. The guards harshly informed her that this was a cemetery, not a park, and that her habit of leaving food on the graves was attracting insects, not to mention that she was sleeping on the grounds daily. They threatened to ban her permanently if she didn't stop. Chul watched from a distance, completely stunned. He had never realized that she meant the cemetery whenever she spoke about her family. He noticed the old woman holding a heavily damaged, completely faded photograph from which nothing could be seen. Rani stared at the blank photo and laughed weakly, whispering to herself that things were bad and she needed to find another place to stay by her family's side. Chul felt a deep sense of sorrow and grief for her, remembering that in moments of absolute despair, humans sometimes resort to laughter as a psychological escape instead of crying. He deeply wished to help her, but her illness was far too advanced and entirely incurable, so he turned and left, silently apologizing to her. He returned home and watched the rain fall alongside Chul, who was thoroughly enjoying the view. He reminded Jin of the necessity of buying clothes for her, but Jin suggested waiting until she reached her final transformation stage so the clothes would fit perfectly. Jin then playfully teased the little girl, asking her to close the window to keep the rain out. Chul laughed, noting that her deep love for the rain clearly indicated she would become a magnificent blue dragon. Completely unlike Jin, meanwhile, the hunters radio blared an emergency alert regarding the manifestation of Kelban monsters in the city, commanding hunters to mobilize and ordering civilians to remain strictly indoors. Chul decided to move, instructing Jin to look after Chul and guard the house. He set out into the city, carrying an uneasy, heavy foreboding in his chest, fearing that a catastrophic event was brewing. On the other side of the city, the old woman, Rani, was wandering aimlessly, deeply confused as to how she had ended up here after being at the cemetery. She wondered if this was finally the train station that would take her to her family. Suddenly, a train materialized and stopped right in front of her. A figure appeared from inside, gently asking her to board because her family was waiting for her. Rani smiled warmly, saying that no matter how much they changed their clothes, she would always recognize her son, asking how he was doing and expressing how deeply she had missed him. A young child appeared next, asking how she was, and mentioning that he kept telling his father how much he missed his grandmother. She was filled with joy, but as she gazed intently at their faces, she was suddenly startled to find that their features were completely blurry and unnaturally fading away. She wept in sorrow, wondering why she could no longer remember the faces of her husband, her son, and her grandson, praying that this was nothing more than a terrible nightmare. In reality, a horrific monster had manifested inside the abandoned tent where Rani lay sleeping and dreaming, preparing to launch a fatal attack on her. But at that exact crucial second, Chul materialized. He lunged at the monster, completely obliterating it with a single, devastating strike before it could lay a finger on her. He was furious, but felt a wave of relief that he had arrived just in time. Hearing the approaching voices of hunters coming to check on the old woman, Chul activated his concealment ability and vanished into the shadows, observing from afar. Gyro arrived with his squad and stared in utter shock at the destroyed Kelba monster, noting it had been brought down by a single blow so powerful it had shattered its mana crystal. Judging by the residual energy lingering in the air, Gyro concluded the monster was exceptionally strong, growing furious that this exact scenario involving an anonymous powerhouse had repeated itself. Gyro ordered the guards to transport the old woman and thoroughly inspect the area. They carried her away while Rani, locked in her deep coma, unconsciously whispered apologies to her family for failing to reach them, expressing her desperate wish to see them one last time before she completely forgot who they were. Sometime later, the old woman, Rani, visited Chul's restaurant once again. He welcomed her warmly, genuinely glad to see her safe. She handed him a set of dishes, deeply apologizing because a monster had attacked her and destroyed the previous dishes he had given her, explaining she had bought a brand new set to replace them. Chul told her not to worry at all, but looked at her with surprise, noticing she was wearing a beautiful, pristine outfit. He asked if she was heading somewhere special. She replied that these were the exact clothes she had worn on her wedding day, and that it was finally time for her to travel. Chul urged her to wait just a little bit so he could prepare a meal for a journey, asking if she would like the jamon dish, which she happily confirmed. He asked if she was in a hurry, but she shook her head, explaining that someone was coming to pick her up. He smiled and promised to cook the finest dish she had ever tasted. Chul began preparing the meal, completely altering the ingredients and handcrafting the noodles himself to ensure she received the absolute best culinary experience. He served the luxurious dish to her, and with the very first bite, Rani's eyes widened as her memories began flooding back. She finally remembered why she loved this dish so much. She used to cook it for her husband after their grueling days of hard work in the fields. She remembered how her husband had left the bustling city to live with her in the countryside, turning to farming solely for her happiness, and how their grandson, Biome, would visit them every weekend, specifically requesting this meal. Chul nodded in deep, silent understanding. The old woman continued, tears streaming down her face, weeping that the gates had stripped her of everything, even the faces of her family, and that she had been living solely on their fading memories. Terrified of the day she would forget them completely, Chul arrived at that exact moment and threw her arms around Rani, expressing how much she had missed her. The old woman smiled warmly, welcoming her, and asked Chul if the little girl could eat with her. Chul gladly served Chul her own portion. Rani began to eat with hesitation and sorrow, but Chul laughed brightly, cheering her up and assuring her that her dad's food was the most delicious thing in the world. Watching her, the old woman remembered her grandson and son when they were little, eating in that exact same cheerful manner, and she thanked Chul deeply for reminding her of such a beautiful, precious moment. As she prepared to leave, Chul asked about her destination, and she informed him that her train was drawing near. When she asked for the bill, Chul waved it off, confirming the meal was entirely on the house as a strict restaurant tradition of providing free meals to travelers. The old woman thanked him, noting that he reminded her so much of her son, and walked out. Chul watched her as she walked down a seemingly endless path, reflecting on how many people in this harsh life fight desperately for their families, to spend their remaining days in peace or for a love they can no longer reach. He silently wished that her long, exhausting journey would end in absolute happiness, while Chul waved goodbye, loudly hoping she would visit them again. The dream returned to Rani once more. She was running behind the train, completely exhausted, but this time the train came to a full stop and her family emerged, calling out her name. The faces of her 3 children and her grandson, Biome, became perfectly clear. Her husband stepped down, deeply apologizing for making her wait for so long, reassuring her that he had finally come to take her home. She smiled through her tears, telling him she had spent her entire life waiting for them and was completely ready to be reunited. In reality, a cemetery guard was running frantically toward Rani, who had collapsed and lost consciousness on the cold ground right beside her family's grave. He tried to administer aid, only to discover that she had already passed away. He bowed his head in deep sorrow, realizing that she had finally departed this world to meet the family she had spent years searching for, the orange station, to find. Beside her body, he discovered a parcel of fresh food and an amount of money, wondering in complete bewilderment who could have brought them there. Up above, Chul stood looking down from the shadows, watching silently. He felt a sense of profound peace, knowing she had finally achieved her dream and reunited with her family, reflecting that sometimes death is the only merciful solution to end suffering when there is absolutely nothing left for a soul to live for. Sometime later, Gyro sat in his private office, deeply perplexed as he tried to deduce the identity of the individual possessing such terrifying, overwhelming power who kept obliterating monsters and vanishing without a trace. He concluded that this person's power far surpassed that of normal humans, indicating they might not even be human at all. He recalled a legendary, immensely powerful rank S hunter who had appeared during the first invasion and completely vanished shortly after. An individual whose true identity was known only to a select few high-ranking officials. Gyro wondered if the association was intentionally hiding his existence to deploy him only during absolute crises. Furthermore, he noted that the monsters had started showing a bizarre, unprecedented interest in the mana crystals, though he decided to shelve these thoughts for now to deal with Ryushin, the troublesome younger brother of the Rank 1 powerhouse. Yaha! The assistant entered the office of Director Jinso, handing him the official paperwork of the new students who would be studying at the Hunters Academy this year and distributed among the various guilds. Jinso examined the files, noting they were Rank 3 rookies. The most prominent among them was a girl named Mi Jin, who possessed an exceptionally rare healing magic that could allow her to be promoted directly to Rank 2. Not to mention that her father, Siam, provided massive backing to Gyro's guild. Jinso ordered her to be sent to an elite trainer who could properly hone and strengthen her unique magic. The assistant then pointed out the second student, Young, a third-year student possessing an immense reservoir of magical power, specializing in fire magic. Jinso decided to assign him to the Imperial Sword Guild, who were highly renowned for their excellence in fire magic. As for the third and most infuriating student, it was Ryushin, who possessed the rare ability to transform into a lichen werewolf. Though he was undoubtedly among the strongest, he was a notorious troublemaker who flatly refused to join any guild, preferring to work with mercenaries on one strict condition: someone had to defeat him in combat first. The assistant explained that he had already completely thrashed 4 separate squads and was currently heading to challenge the Temple Guild. Meanwhile, Chul was at the market purchasing meat, firmly preferring to stay away from monster meat despite its widespread commercial availability. He reminded himself of the necessity of buying clothes for Chul. With the helpful assistance of the female merchant, he selected a diverse variety of outfits suitable for a 5-year-old girl. While he was shopping, Ryushin suddenly materialized right in front of the Temple Guild headquarters in the middle of the market, loudly provoking the temple mercenaries and demanding a duel with the strongest lichen captain. Shion watched the scene from a distance, thoroughly surprised by the rookie's audacity to challenge the new captain, Kang Hyun, who had taken over the position just a month ago following Tegan's retirement. Ryushin declared at the top of his lungs that he was a rank 2 hunter who had come exclusively to challenge the strongest, the new captain. Kang Hyun slammed the door open, thoroughly infuriated, and demanded to know why the brat was causing trouble. Observing from the crowd, Chul noted Kang's impressive aura, silently acknowledging that Tegan had chosen his successor well. Kang flatly refused to fight, dismissively calling Ryushin a foolish brat. Ryushin mocked him, laughing that Kang was titled a wolf, but had turned into a cowardly rabbit the moment he took office, declaring him entirely unworthy of succeeding the legendary Tegan. Consumed by rage, Kung threatened to break every bone in his body. Raishin instantly activated his ability, transforming into his lichen form, ready to launch a devastating assault. Kung executed a tactical retreat to position himself, then lunged forward, shouting that he would eliminate him. Suddenly, Gyro materialized with his spear, intercepting and completely halting Raishin's attack, single-handedly ending the conflict while expressing his sheer fury at the daily disturbances plaguing the city. Kang looked surprised by Gyro's sudden arrival, wondering if the boy was stalking him, while the surrounding crowds watched the intense standoff in absolute shock. Chul laughed silently to himself, reminiscing about his own youth and fiery passion, though he firmly noted that he had never been quite that stupid. With the fighting brought to a swift end, he decided to head back to his restaurant. Gyro eventually arrived at the restaurant, accompanied by Kang Hyan and a thoroughly beaten Raishin, who clearly bore the painful marks of the discipline he had received. Chul welcomed them, looking surprised to see them arriving together. Gyro sternly explained that drawing weapons and unleashing abilities in front of the public was a severe violation that demanded immediate punishment. Chul playfully asked Gyro who would have won the fight. Gyro dismissively replied that the entire duel was nothing more than a foolish display of vanity and ordered his usual extra spicy dish. Chul headed into the kitchen, preparing the dish using the finest cuts of meat, and served it to them. Raishin grumbled in anger, flatly refusing to eat and expressing his desire to leave immediately. However, Gyro was forced to leave abruptly due to an urgent emergency call, paying the bill before rushing out. They watched him leave in surprise, and Chul decided to package the remaining untouched meals to give to Jin. Raishin turned to Kang Hyan, genuinely apologizing for his reckless behavior and declaring that since he had lost, he would officially join his mercenary forces. However, Kang flatly rejected him, calling him an arrogant brat who would bring nothing but endless trouble to the guild. He sternly advised him to learn how to be a normal human being before trying to be a hunter, telling him to back off if he intended to maintain this toxic attitude. Raishin glared at him, cursing under his breath, yet carrying a hidden sense of deep admiration for the captain. He quickly chased after him, begging him to wait, and reiterating his sincere desire to join the guild after his defeat. Chul laughed softly, noting that the boy still had a massive amount of growing up to do. Walking away, Raishin expressed his absolute confidence to Kang regarding the future strength of the temple mercenaries, though he darkly noted that their primary issue was that the strength of their enemies and the monsters was rapidly multiplying in tandem with their own growing power. They were no longer able to remain stationed in their positions for much longer. Consequently, they dispatched urgent reports to the newspapers stating that these monster gates had begun to manifest in massive numbers everywhere, with their count increasing exponentially each passing day. He realized he needed to investigate this ominous phenomenon personally, as this could very well be a catastrophic sign of the resurrection of the second Demon King. Some time passed following that moment, and we see Chul waking up from her sleep right beside Kyul.as. She regained consciousness. She wondered what she should do now, while the others were still fast asleep. She suddenly recalled Jin's words to her, remembering how he had emphasized that the very first thing a person must do upon waking up is to wash themselves and then brush their teeth to become a polite, proper girl. She murmured to herself that she understood and would do exactly that. Utilizing her magic, she summoned the water spirit, Wendy, asking for her assistance to wash her, just as Jin had instructed. Wendy manifested her mystic waters and began washing Chul, who thoroughly cleansed her entire self using magic at her own request. Chul laughed brightly, declaring that this was absolutely excellent and that she had successfully done exactly what Jin told her to do. Wendy then vanished, telling Chul to summon her whenever she required anything else, promising that she would always be there to help her. Chul thanked her warmly and walked over to speak to Chul, asking him how much longer he intended to stay asleep, and noting that he had slept for far too long. She began waking him up, urging him to open his eyes because she was starving, and expressing her desire to go outside afterward. She eagerly told him that she wanted to try on the brand new clothes he had purchased for her, reminding him that he had promised to take her out 2 days ago. However, Chul found himself utterly unable to pull himself up from his spot, groaning and asking her to return to sleep for a bit longer, promising that he would take her out tomorrow without fail, leaving him behind. Chul changed into those new clothes and went downstairs, deciding that she would go down to eat in the restaurant by herself until Chul finally woke up. However, the moment she stepped down, she was startled to find a massive monster gate that had suddenly materialized right before her eyes inside the establishment. She observed it closely, thoroughly bewildered by what was happening, and wondering what this strange, ominous gate could possibly be. She walked closer to inspect it, questioning what could be hidden inside, and thought to herself that at this rate, she wouldn't be able to cook in the kitchen for Chul as she usually did. But the exact moment her hand brushed against the anomaly, the gate violently generated a powerful suction force, dragging her directly inside. The moment Chul entered this dungeon, she began kicking up dust all around her, wandering through the cavernous space alongside Wendy and cheerfully telling her that they were going to play together. However, as she explored deeper into the area, she was suddenly startled by a colossal monster that loomed directly ahead of her. Chul stared at it with curiosity, observing its massive frame and calmly asking if it wanted something from her. The beast let out a deafening roar, completely enraged, and fiercely commanded its subordinates to eliminate her this instant. Upon receiving the order, the monster's lackey sprang into action, rushing toward Chul with terrifying speed. The moment Wendy saw them charging at her master, she unleashed her mystical power, thoroughly infuriated as she screamed at them to stay away from her lady. Chul burst into laughter, playfully telling them that it was now their turn to try and touch her. Wendy launched a ferocious assault against the boss monster and its subordinates, striking them down ruthlessly with her water magic, declaring that she would obliterate every single one of them and would absolutely never allow them to harm a hair on Chul's head. The targeted monsters began to suffer intensely, gasping for air and completely unable to breathe under the crushing pressure. Chul laughed in delight, praising Wendy as an exceptional spirit and noting how effortlessly she had defeated them. The boss monster stared at Chul, completely unable to comprehend what was unfolding before his eyes, utterly shocked as to why a legendary-grade water spirit was present in a place like this, muttering that such a thing should be completely impossible. He barked at his remaining subordinates, warning them that this spirit was extremely dangerous and that they had to eliminate her immediately. The beast then charged forward to launch a direct assault, intending to slaughter the summoner straight away so that the summoned spirit would vanish permanently. However, before the beast could even get close to her, it froze dead in its tracks, completely paralyzed and unable to comprehend what was happening. It stared in absolute horror as Chul suddenly erupted directly through the solid wall right beside it, shattering the stone into pieces. Chul lunged at the colossal monster, striking it with the full force of his overwhelming power and sending it crashing violently into the distance. He roared at the beast, demanding how it dared to even step near Chul. Chul welcomed him happily, asking if he wanted to play, while Chul sighed, telling her that she had scared him half to death and muttering that raising children was truly no easy task. Chul stared at the beast, narrowing his eyes with intrigue, remarking that a very long time had passed since the last time he had laid eyes on it. The monster stared back at him, completely paralyzed with shock, frantically asking if he was truly the legendary hunter Miraz and demanding to know what he was doing here. Chul noted that it was good the beast still remembered him, adding that he too distinctly remembered that this creature was one of the subordinates of the Demon King who had invaded the world of Ispana. Terrified, the monster frantically denied it, questioning who Chul was talking about, claiming it knew absolutely nothing about any Demon King and insisting it was just a pathetic, ordinary monster. Chul calmly grabbed the monster by its horn and snapped it clean off, chuckling as he told the beast that its lies were completely useless. He told the creature that he remembered it perfectly, asking how it had been and declaring it was impossible for him to ever forget its face, confirming that it was undoubtedly a loyal follower of the previous Demon King. Chul added that after the Demon King had fled, severely wounded through the dimensional rift following his crushing defeat, this very monster was right there by his side. The monster trembled, admitting that this was indeed the absolute truth, but frantically explained that it had officially retired. It claimed it had abandoned the Demon King and returned to this specific dungeon 10 years ago. Choosing to live out its days as a completely normal monster, Chul questioned the beast, asking if it truly knew nothing regarding the whereabouts of the new Demon King. The monster swore that it didn't, explaining that the moment it entered this dungeon, it completely lost all contact with them, adding that its ties had been severed for a very long time. The beast noted that, in all likelihood, the Demon King was currently slumbering somewhere, slowly recovering his lost strength. Chul activated his mystic eye ability, analyzing the creature's core, and confirmed that it was clearly speaking the truth. Still confused, the monster questioned Chul, asking if the conflict with the Demon King was truly far from over, and inquiring if the humans were planning to launch an invasion into the demon realm where they currently resided. Chul dismissed the notion, clarifying that they were not in the demon realm at all, but were currently standing in the human realm. He added that he was completely certain this monster hadn't managed to escape back then through mere luck. Chul reflected on the past, noting that in order to successfully halt the previous Demon King in his ultimate state, he had been forced to master all 6 of the strongest elements, reaching the absolute level of 7th tier comprehension. He added that despite achieving such terrifying power, he had still been forced to ally himself with the Dragon Kings and a powerful cohort of spirits just to barely manage to defeat him. They hadn't even succeeded in killing him, but had merely brought him to the absolute brink of death, after which the Demon King utilized a desperate dimensional portal to flee swiftly alongside his remaining followers. Chul scoffed, noting that the Demon King had always been a pathetic chitter. The Minotaur monster realized that the man standing before it possessed power that easily matched or even surpassed that of one of the 4 heavenly commanders of the Demon King, perhaps proving even deadlier based on the data of their final ancient clash. Chul turned his attention back to Chul, asking her if she was hungry, to which she eagerly confirmed that she was. He picked her up, telling her that they should leave this place immediately, since a dangerous dungeon was entirely unsuitable for her. The Minotaur watched them, completely unable to believe that this legendary figure was tenderly taking care of Chul, muttering that he was a terrifyingly unpredictable human. However, Chul looked back at the beast, telling it not to worry, as he had no intention of killing it. He added that, in reality, he had a far better mission for it than mere death. The Minotaur stood shocked, instantly filled with a deeply unsettling foreboding regarding what this mission could possibly entail. Following the encounter, Chul returned straight to his restaurant and began preparing a fresh meal for himself and Chul. Soon after, Jin walked into the kitchen, asking him if lunch was ready yet, and noting that the aroma wafting through the air was absolutely mouth-watering. Chul informed him that he had prepared fresh meat from the monster bulls. Jin stared at the dish with utter bewilderment, admitting he had no idea that monster bulls were even still in existence. Chul reassured him that this meat was exceptionally delicious, possessing a distinctly superior flavor compared to regular beef, and handed him his designated plate, noting he had cooked a generous portion for them to feast upon. Jin thanked him profusely and dug into the food, stating he was absolutely starving. However, the moment he took his first bite, his face contorted in agony, and he frantically asked Chul if he had put hot peppers into the dish. Chul chuckled, confirming that he had indeed added them, but had simply forgotten to mention it. After which the two continued eating their meal. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a young woman who walked into their restaurant, welcoming them warmly and inquiring if they were the owners of the establishment. She introduced herself, explaining that she had just opened a brand new flower shop on the street directly opposite them and had come by to introduce herself. She handed a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers to Chul, noting that she had picked them directly, and adding that their fragrance was absolutely delightful and that he would certainly love them. Chul accepted them politely, thanking her for the kind gesture. The young woman sniffed the air, intrigued by the rich aroma of the food, and asked what he had cooked today. He informed her that he had prepared monster bull meat, prompting her to eagerly ask if she could have a portion of it. Chul smiled, assuring her that she absolutely could, and asked her to wait a brief moment while he prepared her order. Immediately, the young woman stood watching Jin, who was now eating with extreme caution due to the intense spiciness of the peppers. She looked at him with confusion, questioning what he was doing. At that exact moment, her eyes locked onto the fresh green peppers resting on the table, and her expression instantly turned into one of deep distress. She questioned why they were ruthlessly devouring vegetables, declaring that she absolutely despised seeing them harmed. Activating her unique ability upon them, she ordered the vegetables to escape from this place immediately. Jin gasped in absolute shock as the sliced peppers suddenly began to move on their own. Chul stared at the ingredients before him, completely unable to comprehend the bizarre sight as the peppers and vegetables began actively scurrying across the counter to flee the restaurant at top speed, while the young woman actively controlled them. Shouting at them to run and save their lives, Chul instantly activated his inside eye ability to analyze the young woman. Discovering that she was an awakened hunter belonging to the rare plant hunter class, he noted to himself that this was his very first time encountering a plant hunter of this specific classification. Amazed by her ability to freely control flora and grant them autonomous movement, he recalled that he used to know a powerful sorceress with a highly similar ability back in the world of Espana. That sorceress was exceptionally formidable, capable of manifesting an entire dense forest with her plant magic to completely halt the advance of the massive demon army. Possessing an absolutely terrifying level of power, Chul questioned the young woman, asking if she was indeed an awakened hunter, to which she confirmed that she was, adding that she genuinely felt a profound sense of sorrow whenever someone ruthlessly consumed vegetables or fruits right in front of her eyes. Chul nodded politely, stating that while he personally enjoyed eating vegetables, he deeply respected his customers' choices and feelings as long as they were dining in his establishment. However, they were suddenly interrupted as the veteran hunter, Gabby, burst into the restaurant, welcoming Chul and loudly demanding her lunch, exclaiming that she was absolutely starving. Her eyes locked onto the young woman, and she looked at her with surprise. Questioning if she belonged to the flower team, the young woman laughed nervously, frantically claiming she had absolutely no idea what Gabby was talking about. Gabby narrowed her eyes, demanding if the girl took her for a fool, clarifying that she knew for a fact the girl belonged to the flower team. But noting that the team was currently deployed to Sochi, she questioned what the young woman was doing here all by herself when she was supposed to be stationed alongside her commander. Upon hearing this, the young woman burst into tears, confessing that she hadn't accompanied her team because she had committed a catastrophic blunder inside one of the recently manifested dungeons. Gabby looked at her with surprise, inquiring about the nature of this mistake. The young woman wept, explaining that she had been inside a highly dangerous dungeon alongside her guild when a horde of plant-type monsters suddenly appeared. She found herself utterly incapable of bringing herself to slaughter them, choosing instead to abandon her post and flee the area, which resulted in her older brother being severely wounded and nearly losing his life. Gabby listened quietly, then questioned why she had chosen to run away from them in the first place. She noted that since the girl had openly acknowledged her mistakes and weaknesses, there was no reason to remain frozen in such deep sorrow. Gabby firmly told her that she needed to return to her team immediately and resume her duties, emphasizing that running away to open a flower shop was absolutely not a solution to her problems, and adding that the very first thing she should have done was tenderly offer a sincere apology. The young woman sobbed, protesting that she felt she had no other choice because her teammates were completely furious with her. Gabby countered that fleeing still solved absolutely nothing, noting that they would remain angry with her for as long as she refused to face them and apologize. The young woman sniffed, admitting that Gabby was entirely right and realizing she needed to speak with them immediately to apologize for her reckless behavior before leaving them behind. She added that it was truly wise to listen to the advice of the elderly, as they possessed far more life experience than her. Gabby froze in absolute shock, snapping at the girl, demanding if she was actively insulting her while giving her advice. The young woman, Fiora, turned to Chul, stating that she wished to pay for the meal she had been served. However, Chul declined her money, asking instead if she could simply pay him back by bringing a handful of the special seeds she cultivated next time she visited. She looked at him with surprise, asking if he was absolutely certain about this arrangement. Chul assured her that he was. Fiora happily agreed, promising that she would bring him the absolute finest selection of flora from her shop on her next visit. However, their conversation was cut short as a man suddenly burst into the establishment, shouting toward Fiora that he had finally tracked her down after searching for her absolutely everywhere. Fiora gasped in shock, instantly calling out the name of Commander Genta. Genta politely welcomed Gabby, expressing his sincere hope that Fiora had treated her with the utmost respect, noting that he had strictly instructed the girl to respect the elderly. Gabby immediately grew furious, glaring at Genta and demanding if he was the very person who had instructed the girl to call her an old woman. Chul observed the exchange quietly, recognizing the man as Commander Genta, a figure whose reputation he had heard of before. Genta turned to Fiora, commanding her to move immediately, stating that they had absolutely no time to waste here, as there was an active dungeon they needed to clear. Fiora grew incredibly anxious, nervously attempting to offer her resignation. Genta looked at her with confusion, asking if she was seriously trying to resign and retire, firmly declaring that he would absolutely never accept her resignation. Fiora protested, crying that she was simply foolish, a complete failure, and did nothing but cause endless problems for them everywhere. Genta countered that everyone commits mistakes, whether it was her, himself, or even the elderly hunter Gabby. Gabby immediately barked at him to shut his mouth and get out of there for calling her old. Genta firmly grabbed Fiora by the arm, pulling her along as he walked toward the exit, telling her that they needed to move immediately and promising that he would escort her back to her shop the moment they successfully cleared the raid. Fiora complained loudly, begging him to stop treating her like a fragile child. Genta paused, looking back at Chul, inquiring if he was the manager of this establishment. Chul confirmed that he was. Genta mentioned that his close acquaintance, Sanch, had spoken highly of this restaurant, describing it as an exceptionally unique place with incredibly delicious food, adding that he would definitely drop by in the near future to try the menu himself. Chul smiled, stating that he would be welcome, noting to himself that at the very least, the reputation of his establishment was steadily improving. Genta insisted that he would cover the bill for both his and Fire's meals on his next visit, since he was older than them, stating that this was only natural. Fiora snapped at him to shut up and keep moving, muttering that he was incredibly annoying. Gabby stood watching Jin, looking thoroughly puzzled as she turned to Chul, asking if the young man was truly all right and questioning why he was acting with such utter terror, noting that he looked visibly ill. Jin continued to observe Gabby from a safe distance, desperately attempting to muster the courage to speak to her, but finding himself completely paralyzed. Gabby laughed heartily, admitting she couldn't comprehend what was unfolding here, but stated that she needed to get moving as well since they had multiple scheduled dungeon raids to clear today. Chul nodded, thanking her warmly for stopping by. Once the room cleared, Chul turned his attention to the hiding Jin, asking him what on earth had happened to him and if he was truly all right. Jin insisted that he was perfectly fine. Chul raised an eyebrow, questioning why he was so visibly terrified and hiding like a frightened child, pointing out that Gabby was merely a human, while Jin was a literal dragon, making her completely incapable of posing a threat to him. Jin looked up at him, frantically asking how he could not be terrified, confessing that he was deeply infatuated with her, had fallen completely in love at first sight, and felt overwhelmingly embarrassed in her presence. Chul stared at him in absolute paralyzed shock, completely stunned by the sheer stupidity of the words coming out of his mouth, noting to himself that this was only the second time Jin had ever laid eyes on her. A short while later, Chul went out to meet the Minotaur, Mino, and his monster subordinates. He looked around the space, noting that this specific location was absolutely perfect as there were no obstructive walls or annoying structures in sight. He observed that this environment made it incredibly easy to stabilize dimensional gates like this one, reflecting deeply on the core system of dungeons and how monsters could peacefully coexist without engaging in endless combat. All thanks to the weather core crystal embedded within the dungeon itself. He recognized that this specific crystal was exceptionally rare and immensely powerful, a masterpiece that could only be forged by the absolute greatest sorcerers. Wondering to himself if such legendary magic weavers still existed within the modern demon realm, he admitted that while his initial preference was to permanently seal this dungeon to rid himself of the headache entirely, he had ultimately reconsidered so he wouldn't abandon these monsters, realizing they could serve as an exceptional, uncomplaining labor force that could generate massive profits from the rare vegetables they cultivated. Chul turned to the Minotaur, remarking that he had never realized monster bulls consumed vegetables of this specific variety, noting that he had assumed they survived strictly on a diet of meat. The Minotaur explained that they routinely consumed absolutely anything they could get their hands on. Chul smiled, finding this information highly suitable, as it gave him a brilliant idea, and asked about the specific types of flora that naturally grew within this dungeon. The Minotaur replied that they primarily grew clover and basic greens for consumption. Chul instructed the massive beast to step closer, as he wanted to have a word with it. The Minotaur looked confused, asking what he wanted, only for Sheol to violently grab the beast and begin thrashing it thoroughly. Thoroughly infuriated, Sheol barked at the creature, demanding if it was completely stupid, clarifying that he wanted to know the exact specific types of rare crops they were capable of farming. The Minotaur frantically apologized, crying out that it regularly consumed apples, pineapples, and occasionally carrots. Sheol noted that the beast was clearly cultivating rare cosmic fruits, as these were distinctly superior to the normal apples and pineapples found in the human world. Possessing far greater properties, Sheol pulled out the bag of seeds he had obtained from Fiora. Presenting them to the Minotaur and stating that he had an essential mission for it, they were to plant these specific seeds here immediately. The Minotaur looked puzzled, inquiring about the type of crops they would produce. Sheol clarified that they were carrots and another variety of standard vegetables, emphasizing that he required them to grow naturally while being deeply infused with the dungeon's pure mana, adding that he also expected them to harvest the crops with absolute precision to ensure a flawless premium product. The Minotaur stared at him in disbelief, asking if Sheol seriously intended to force them to work for him entirely for free, while seizing their hard-earned harvests. Sheol narrowed his eyes, coldly informing the beast that he could easily seize something far more precious from it if it dared to refuse. He then marched over and forced open the Minotaur's hidden, secret vault, fiercely scolding the beast as he demanded how much longer it had intended to keep this hoard hidden away. Sheol examined the contents of the vault, noting that it was absolutely overflowing with an immense array of ancient treasures, artifacts, and rare cosmic seeds. Realizing that these foolish creatures had clearly invaded numerous territories across various dimensions in the past and plundered an immense amount of wealth, suddenly, Sheol's eyes locked onto a brilliant crystal resting directly before him. He gasped in genuine surprise, recognizing it instantly as the Tears of the Sea, an exceptionally rare and legendary treasure from the world of Espana. He admitted he had never anticipated discovering such a masterpiece in a place like this, reflecting on the fact that the Tears of the Sea were essentially cosmic wish-granting crystals capable of materializing absolutely anything its bearer profoundly desired. He recalled the ancient tales, for instance, when a humble farmer held it and wished for rice, a massive bounty of premium rice instantly materialized. Later, a deeply greedy individual seized it and demanded a flawless gemstone, which the crystal immediately granted. Eventually, a ruthless pirate captain who traded across the vast oceans demanded an infinite, boundless supply of salt, prompting the crystal to fulfill his desire so perfectly that the staggering volume of salt completely overwhelmed and sank the entire vessel, drowning the pirate alongside his crew. Sheol noted that while he obviously didn't know for certain whether these ancient tales were absolute historical facts or merely grand myths, he had never personally tested its operational effects before. He picked up the artifact and prepared to depart, muttering that it didn't matter either way, as it would serve as an exceptional tool for his restaurant. The Minotaur looked surprised, asking Sheol if he was leaving already. Sheol confirmed that he was, stepping toward a dimensional gate, but turned back to command the beast to rigorously train alongside its subordinates, warning them that numerous critical missions were looming on the horizon, and he required them to be perfectly prepared and battle-ready. The Minotaur nodded frantically, letting out a massive sigh of relief the absolute moment Sheol stepped through the portal. Thoroughly glad that the living nightmare had finally come to an end, the Minotaur confessed to its subordinates that it wasn't terrified of Sheol himself as much as it was utterly horrified of the catastrophic war between him and the Demon King breaking out all over again, noting that their ancient conflict was an absolutely devastating affair. The beast muttered that it had never imagined running into the true legendary hero Miros, the very man who had single-handedly defeated the Supreme Demon King. It reflected on the historical fact that because of Sheol's terrifying might, the Demon King had been forced into a deep, regenerative slumber lasting nearly a century, just to slowly repair the catastrophic damage inflicted upon his physical form. Furthermore, the Minotaur noted that the little girl accompanying Sheol was undeniably a legendary white dragon hatchling, admitting it had never anticipated witnessing one alive in this era. It concluded that the only logical explanation for Sheol harboring a dragon and choosing to control this dungeon was that he was actively building his own supreme private army, planning to completely conquer this world, or perhaps he had already done so. The beast shuddered, realizing that the worst-case scenario was that Sheol intended to launch a preemptive invasion into the demon realm to permanently execute the Demon King before he could ever awaken. Noting that while the Demon King still required some time before his resurrection due to the severe time dilation between dimensions, the threat was imminent. The Minotaur admitted it had absolutely no idea which side it truly owed allegiance to now, but firmly stated that its primary goal was to never stand in the way of either Titan if it wished to survive. Turning to its squad, the beast commanded them to move immediately and train with absolute intensity to multiply their power. Emphasizing that they had to become exceptionally strong, the scene shifts to Gabby as she arrived at one of the massive gates that had recently ruptured within the city center. The gathered hunters immediately welcomed her, informing her that they were facing an extreme crisis, explaining that this specific gate was exceptionally unstable and of a terrifyingly high magnitude. Gabby observed the structural anomaly, noting that its sheer danger was highly evident from the massive atmospheric pressure it exerted. She commanded them to notify the Hunter Association and request immediate reinforcement, declaring that she would enter the gate right this instant. Gabby stepped through the portal, reflecting on historical data that stated the physical dimensions of a gate were always directly proportional to the sheer size of its designated boss monster, expecting to run into a colossal beast inside. However, upon inspecting the interior, she froze in confusion, noting that there was absolutely nothing visible in sight. She gazed up at the swirling sky above her, noting that the atmosphere looked as though it was preparing to unleash something massive. Though she couldn't deduce what it was, finding the entire environment highly unusual. She began to ponder deeply, wondering if this was one of the bizarre, anomalous gates similar to the one Gyro had previously described, realizing that hidden, secondary sub-gates could potentially rupture within it. Gabby eventually emerged back through the portal, finding Gyro and Shion waiting anxiously for her. She immediately commanded them to summon maximum reinforcements, declaring with an intense expression that this was a rank 0 gate. Gyro stared at her in utter disbelief, questioning how she could have classified it as a rank 0 anomaly and asking if a terrifyingly powerful boss monster was lurking inside. Gabby clarified that it was quite the opposite, explaining that there was absolutely nothing inside the space at all. Gyro narrowed his eyes, realizing that this meant a massive, hidden gate was concealed within the layer, warning that based on the physical volume of the main gate, a truly horrific entity could emerge at any second. The tracking hunter informed them that according to their technical team's structural analysis, the internal hidden gate was scheduled to rupture very soon, unleashing the entity into reality. At that exact moment, Gyro's assistant rushed over, informing them that Director Jinso had officially upgraded the crisis to a Tier 3 emergency, and confirming that heavy reinforcements and elite combat gear were currently en route to their position to launch the grand raid. Suddenly, the veteran hunter, Fist, arrived at their location, remarking that he didn't believe a Tier 3 emergency protocol would be nearly enough to handle the sheer magnitude of the situation, calling the gate absolutely terrifying. He welcomed Gabby and Gyro warmly, noting that a long time had passed since they last crossed paths, and remarked to Gyro that it seemed they ran into each other at almost every single major gate outbreak these days, noting how incredibly overworked he looked. Gyro sighed, explaining that his endless deployment was entirely due to his strict contract with the director. Gabby laughed softly, gently advising Gyro to take some rest, warning him that he was going to completely collapse at this rate, and reminding him that he was still far too young to destroy his health. She gazed back at the swirling gate, firmly telling him that he needed to get some sleep right now, because the exact moment this anomaly fully ruptured, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes for a very long time. The scene shifts back to the restaurant, where we see Jin dressed in a pristine, formal tailored suit. He walked up to Sheol, nervously asking for his opinion and inquiring if he looked bizarre. Sheol blinked in surprise, assuring him that he didn't, but questioned what on earth was going on and why he had chosen to don such formal attire. Jin adjusted his collar proudly, explaining that he wished to properly receive the beautiful woman who was scheduled to dine at their establishment tonight. Sheol raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was referring to Gabby. Jin happily confirmed it, noting that she had explicitly mentioned she would return tomorrow to have dinner here, prompting Sheol to nod, admitting he had completely forgotten about the arrangement. Right at that exact second, Gabby walked through the front door, loudly requesting Chul to prepare a massive bowl of fresh salad for her, to which Chul immediately agreed. However, the moment Chul stepped into the kitchen to prepare her order, Jin smoothly glided over to Gabby's table. He elegantly presented her with a stunning bouquet of fresh flowers. Looking directly into her eyes as he confessed that he had been deeply infatuated with her from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, boldly declaring that he wished to marry her. Gabby stared at him in absolute bewilderment, questioning if they even knew each other at all. Jin responded with absolute conviction, stating that it didn't matter because she was the only one he desired. Gabby burst into hearty laughter, firmly stating that she had absolutely no desire to give herself a headache over the matter of romance, adding that she would absolutely never marry someone who was vastly younger than her. Jin looked confused, asking how old she actually was, to which Gabby smiled mysteriously, stating that a lady's age was a strict secret she could never reveal, before turning the question back on him. Jin proudly declared that he would reveal his true age to her immediately. But before he could utter another word, Chul fiercely dragged him away by the collar, commanding him to shut his mouth and halt his embarrassing antics. Chul turned to Gabby, offering a sincere apology, explaining that his assistant was a bit eccentric and incredibly annoying, but possessed a good heart. Gabby laughed merrily, telling him not to worry about it at all, remarking that the boy was exceptionally sweet and thoroughly amusing. Later in the kitchen, Jin turned to Chul, defending himself by stating that his marriage proposal was a grand romantic gesture. Chul scoffed, coldly informing him that it was quite literally the most agonizingly embarrassing and pathetic display he had ever witnessed in his entire life. Jin walked away, feeling a profound wave of self-pity, but resolving that he couldn't help his feelings and needed to rely on his own charms to win her over. Left alone, Chul pulled out the tears of the sea crystal he had plundered, noting that the time had finally come to test its operational capabilities. He focused the artifact's cosmic power onto a fresh watermelon resting on the counter, commanding the crystal to infuse the fruit with a perfectly balanced coating of premium mystic salt. The crystal glowed, flawlessly executing his command. Chul sliced the watermelon beautifully and presented it to Gabby, inviting her to enjoy the refreshing treat. Gabby took a bite, and her eyes instantly widened in sheer astonishment. She turned to Chul, frantically demanding what on earth was hidden inside this fruit, exclaiming that it was entirely different from absolutely anything she had ever consumed in her life. Noting that it was actively restoring her mana reserves and rapidly healing her physical body, Chul smiled, expressing his genuine delight that she enjoyed it. Gabby sighed with satisfaction, admitting that she had completely lost her appetite for a considerable time due to stress, but confessed that thanks to his culinary masterpiece, she had completely changed her mind. Her expression then turned deeply serious as she informed him that a Tier 3 emergency warning was scheduled to be officially broadcasted within the city center very soon, strictly advising him to remain highly vigilant and be prepared to evacuate the establishment at any given second. Chul looked surprised, questioning the nature of the warning. Gabby explained that there was a severe probability that a catastrophic Rank 1 boss monster would emerge from one of the recently ruptured gates, which was why the authorities were issuing high-level alerts to ensure everyone took maximum precautions. She expanded on the safety protocols, explaining that a Tier 2 emergency is officially declared when 2 or 3 Rank 1 entities manifest within the exact same perimeter, while a Tier 1 emergency denotes a full-scale, catastrophic dimensional invasion, noting that the last time a Tier 1 alarm had blared was exactly 10 years ago during the Great Invasion. She added grimly that today, however, the tracking teams had discovered a Rank 0 gate in Sochi, warning that according to their darkest theories, a supreme Tier 1 overlord monster could potentially emerge from a hidden gate concealed within it, or perhaps something even worse. Suddenly, her guild communicator buzzed violently, signaling an urgent deployment. She looked at Chul, stating that it was clear the monsters were drawing dangerously close to emerging into reality, muttering that the city was becoming far too chaotic. Before rushing out the door, she paused, looking back at Chul and smiling as she noted that his eccentric assistant was truly a sweet boy, gently suggesting that Chul should help him find a suitable young human girl, which would be vastly better for him. She waved goodbye, stating she needed to return to her duties immediately, and Chul thanked her warmly for her patronage. Once she left, A dejected Jin approached Sheol, asking if she had officially rejected him. Sheol looked at him with pity, questioning if he had seriously harbored any hope to begin with, pointing out that he had completely lost the battle from his very first step. Jin sighed deeply, asking Sheol if he truly believed it was bizarre for a majestic dragon like himself to fall profoundly in love with a human elf like her. Sheol murmured that it was indeed highly unconventional, which instantly triggered a deep memory of his late lover, Mira. He visualized Mira standing before him in the past, her voice echoing as she told him that their remaining time together was vastly greater than the fleeting lifespans of the humans here, emphasizing that he was merely a human in the end and could not spend his entire existence sacrificing his life for the sake of others. She had gently commanded him that at this specific stage of his life, he needed to live solely for his own happiness, urging him to enjoy his time, step away from the endless conflict, and let the world spin on its own while abandoning his heavy burdens. Sheol reflected on the fact that Mira, the supreme and strongest frost dragon, had delivered those exact words to him right before his ultimate clash against the Demon King, recalling how she had sacrificed the entirety of her primordial dragon strength just to assist him in defeating the tyrant. Sheol turned back to Jin, his voice softening as he noted that while interspecies romance undeniably makes matters incredibly complex and difficult, it was absolutely not impossible, admitting that he had personal experience in the matter. Jin's eyes went wide with shock, frantically demanding to know if Sheol had truly been in love with a non-human entity in the past, begging him to share every single detail. Sheol instantly reverted to his stoic self, flatly refusing as he claimed he was far too busy and intended to return upstairs to get some sleep. However, right at that exact second, Sheol froze dead in his tracks, his nostrils flaring as a deeply foul, ominous aroma suddenly permeated the entire air. Jin gasped in absolute horror, turning to Sheol as he frantically demanded what on earth was happening, asking about the nature of this staggering, overwhelming stench of blood that felt intensely suffocating. Sheol's expression turned completely cold, his eyes narrowing to slits as he muttered that a catastrophe had arrived, confirming that this was the exact, foul stench of blood belonging to the disgusting entity he had fought exactly 10 years ago during his ultimate war against the Demon King. The scene shifts dramatically to Gabby and her elite cohort of hunters as they stood before the ruptured hidden gate. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the dark rift, casting a sinister gaze across the assembled forces as she questioned if this was indeed the human realm, scoffing that it looked far more pathetic and wretched than the last time she had laid eyes on it. The hunters stood completely paralyzed with shock, frantically demanding to know who this entity was. The entity smirked, instantly summoning an immense, swirling horde of demonic subordinates around her, purring that she hadn't anticipated such a grand welcoming party awaiting her arrival, before coldly commanding her minions to launch an assault and devour every single human in sight. Gabby observed the emerging army, her mind racing as she questioned her squad if this entity was truly a standard monster, noting that the sheer volume of demonic energy she exerted was staggering. Gyro barked at the squad to maintain absolute focus, commanding everyone to instantly lock into their tactical combat formations to repel the threat. The front-line defensive hunters immediately activated their heavy mystic shields, attempting to block a bizarre, localized torrent of corrupted blood that the demoness had unleashed across the perimeter. However, to their absolute horror, the crimson fluid instantly morphosed into feral vampires, violently shattering their mystic barriers and lunging at the defensive line. The hunters screamed in panic, realizing that these were not ordinary dungeon monsters, but a highly coordinated army of purebred vampires. Commander Kang instantly lunged into the fray, his blade flashing as he began ruthlessly slaughtering the advancing vampires, shouting at the core group to initiate a full counter-offensive. He noted with frustration how the destroyed entities simply dissolved back into pools of blood to reform, calling the ability incredibly tedious to deal with. Fist suddenly arrived at his side, unleashing a devastating blast from his heavy Magi cannon, and Kung thanked him for the swift fire support. The vampire queen Ashtar observed their resistance with an amused smile, questioning if they were throwing a festival for her when they hadn't even tasted her true power yet. She unleashed her dark aura, materializing a vastly larger legion of purebred vampires around them, inviting the hunters to provide her with an entertaining battle. Gyro roared at the top of his lungs, commanding the entire force to immediately lock into a maximum defensive turtle formation, warning everyone to stay absolutely clear of the spreading crimson fluid as it was highly toxic and lethal. Right at that crucial second, Fist charged forward with immense momentum, unleashing a concentrated, high-yield kinetic blast from his cannon that completely evaporated the advancing torrent of blood, successfully shielding Gyro from the assault. Fist rushed to his side, asking if he was alright, prompting Gyro to snap back, asking how on earth he could be alright when Fist's massive cannon blast had nearly obliterated him along with the enemy. Fist offered a quick, nervous apology, explaining that his visibility had been severely compromised by the dense fog of blood filling the air. He rapidly reloaded his heavy weapon, unleashing continuous volleys against the demonic horde, shouting that he would assist them in clearing out these lackeys at top speed. However, to his frustration, the scattered blood instantly coalesced once more, completely unfazed by the physical trauma. Fist grunted, noting that standard kinetic attacks were clearly ineffective against this specific demonic composition. The swirling mass of blood began shifting rapidly toward the outer edge of the gate, clearly intending to break out into the city. Gyro roared at the forces to hold its advance at all costs, warning that if this entity managed to escape into the civilian sectors, it would trigger an absolute, irreversible slaughter. He gripped his legendary spear, infusing it with the entirety of his mana, and lunged directly into the crimson torrent with overwhelming force, successfully destroying its core structure right before it could cross the threshold of the portal. Gyro breathed heavily, noting to himself that while he didn't fully comprehend the nature of this entity, this was their absolute golden opportunity. He turned to the defensive mage squad, commanding them to immediately unleash their highest tier sealing magic to permanently lock down the gate. The mages nodded, chanting in unison as massive, intricate, glowing magic circles erupted across the floor, successfully binding the structural parameters of the gate and preventing any further demonic entities from escaping into the real world. Gyro declared that the perimeter was successfully contained, and Kung thanked the mages for their swift work, commanding the entire force to ready their weapons, as they would absolutely never allow this demoness and her army to leave this chamber alive, emphasizing that they had to execute her right here and now. The conflict intensified as Gyro launched a coordinated assault alongside his elite squad against the Vampire Queen, declaring that she was officially cornered and that her life ended today. Ashtar stared at the advancing hunters in genuine shock, realizing that the situation had turned highly volatile and that she was facing actual mortal peril if she continued to engage them. Gyro ruthlessly cut through her vanguard of demonic subordinates to reach her position. Ashtar grit her teeth in fury, noting to herself that she had only managed to recover a mere 20% of her ancient primordial strength prior to this deployment, realizing it was entirely insufficient. She admitted she had never anticipated that modern human hunters would possess such formidable power, growing thoroughly enraged as she declared that she would absolutely never allow the legendary reputation of the vampire, monarch a name that had struck absolute terror into the world of Hispana, to be tarnished by a gathering of mere fragile humans. Activating her magic, she dissolved her physical form into a rapid stream of liquid blood, surging toward the main portal, resolving that she needed to escape this chamber immediately to recuperate. However, right before her fluid form could reach the threshold of the gate, Gabby instantaneously teleported directly into her path, coldly questioning if the demoness truly believed she could simply wander off wherever she pleased. Gabby noted that the entity could never evade her high-grade tracking sensors. Unleashing the full extent of her veteran aura, Gabby prepared to cast a high-yield obliteration spell, commanding the demoness to vanish alongside her tedious blood magic. But right before she could release the spell, a loud structural cracking sound echoed through the chamber. To her utter disbelief, the demonic lackeys had begun violently fracturing the mage's defensive sealing circle from the inside. Gabby gasped, realizing these monsters had somehow deduced the structural weak points of the barrier, knowing she had to halt them before a full breakout occurred. She pivoted, launching a devastating physical strike that heavily impacted the Vampire Queen's core, declaring that she would execute the monarch first before dealing with her minions. However, the shattered form of the demoness simply coalesced into a mocking visage, laughing loudly at Gabby as she called her a complete fool. revealing that her entire advance was merely a calculated distraction to buy time for her escape. The fluid form of the vampire queen instantaneously surged through the fractured section of the barrier, slipping past the broken guard lines. She let out a triumphant, echoing laugh, declaring that these pathetic humans were entirely incapable of halting her might. Emerging completely out of the dungeon gate and stepping onto the streets of the human world, she gazed at the cityscape, declaring that she had finally arrived and vowed to transform a massive populace of these humans into her personal cattle to multiply her strength before enacting her ultimate revenge upon them all. However, Chul was already standing right there, waiting calmly just outside the threshold of the gate. The exact millisecond her form emerged, Chul launched an instantaneous, crushing assault that caught her completely off guard, delivering a strike of such staggering magnitude that she shrieked in profound agony. He looked down at her coldly, welcoming her to the human realm, and calmly informing her that her visit was going to be exceptionally brief. With a flick of his wrist, Chul warped open his private dimensional storage void. His ancient demonic butler emerged from the rift, politely inquiring about his master's commands today and asking if he required specific mana crystals. Chul ruthlessly tossed the battered vampire queen directly to him, commanding the butler to take her away and permanently imprison her within the absolute depths of his isolated subspace dimension. The butler stared at the prisoner in absolute shock, frantically asking his master if this was truly the ancient, legendary demoness they used to know. Chul confirmed it, identifying her as none other than Sufferes, one of the 4 heavenly commanders of the demon king. He commanded the butler to ensure she was securely bound and locked away like a fragile old woman within the core of the void, to which the butler bowed deeply, confirming he would execute the command immediately. Chul turned his gaze toward the ongoing conflict inside the gate, observing the hunters systematically clearing out the remaining monsters. He noted to himself with genuine satisfaction that the modern Hunter Association was clearly highly capable of executing their duties. Impressed by their highly coordinated and structured defense against the Vampire Queen's vanguard, he noted that they hadn't lost a single hunter during this volatile engagement, praising their strategic intelligence and adaptability. Furthermore, his eyes locked onto the heavy mechanical artillery units deployed by the defensive teams such as Fist's Magi Cannon, acknowledging that such advanced gear provided exceptional fire support and proved to be a highly brilliant invention that actively preserved hunters' lives. He opened a private portal to step through, reflecting on the fact that unlike the chaotic era of Espana, the modern hunters of Earth were exceptionally skilled, formidable, and highly proficient. Realizing he had absolutely no need to actively intervene in their battles, he chuckled softly to himself, noting that this meant he could focus his full attention on preparing for his ultimate confrontation against the looming Demon King to eliminate him permanently once and for all. He decided that he should properly reward the hunters for their exceptionally swift mobilization today. Turning to his butler, Seem, he commanded him to retrieve a flawless, rank 1 mana crystal from their hoard. The butler complied immediately, handing over the massive, glowing artifact. Chul placed the crystal directly onto the structural frame of the gate, configuring its energy signature so that the association's sensors would register that the Vampire Queen had been successfully executed, after which he turned and walked away, completely finishing his mission here to focus on far more critical matters. The narrative shifts back in time briefly, focusing on Sufferes prior to her capture, as she reflected deeply on the grand nature of her previous demon sovereign. She recalled that the demon realm was an absolute meritocracy where pure, unadulterated might was the only law. The strongest naturally dominated the weak, and power was absolute. Under the supreme command of the Demon King stood the 4 heavenly commanders, entities whose individual might vastly surpassed that of any standard monster in existence, tasked with executing critical strategic missions, controlling vast territories, and commanding the vanguard of the Grand Demon Army. Sufferes mused to herself that this glorious era had persisted for a very long time, providing them with an exceptionally luxurious and comfortable existence. She noted that her personal legion had achieved magnificent historical milestones, serving as the absolute pinnacle force across the dimensions until the catastrophic day a terrifying human hero named Miraz arrived. This single mortal had managed to utterly crush their combined forces entirely on his own, permanently banishing the Demon King into oblivion. Sufferer's expression contorted with deep fury as she recalled how Sheol had completely dismantled a magnificent army she had spent centuries perfecting. Admitting she still couldn't comprehend how a single human could possess such a terrifying, monstrous level of power, she noted that because of him, she had lost the vast majority of her primordial strength, forcing her into a state where she had to continuously consume massive amounts of blood just to slowly piece her core back together. She acknowledged that the Demon King and the remaining commanders were currently in the exact same wretched state, or perhaps even worse. However, she smirked as she recalled her ultimate master plan. She intended to track down and slaughter this legendary hero himself, resolving that if she could successfully harvest and absorb his unique bloodline, she would instantly recover the absolute entirety of her ancient strength, multiplying her power to such a staggering degree that she could potentially surpass the Demon King himself. Suddenly, her train of thought was violently shattered as the entire reality around her began to violently fracture and collapse. She gasped in confusion, completely unable to comprehend what was happening, recognizing that she had been trapped inside a high-tier illusion spell. She frantically questioned how this was possible when her vampire bloodline granted her absolute immunity to mental interference. She struggled desperately to break free from the Matrix, only to instantly snap awake from her sleep, finding herself sitting directly across from Sheol inside his establishment. Sheol smiled at her warmly, politely asking if she had enjoyed his custom-craft illusion magic, and coldly informed her that she currently possessed exactly two choices. The first choice was to speak the absolute truth and lie, while the second choice was to lie to him and face instantaneous execution right here and now. Sufferers trembled in absolute, unadulterated terror. The exact millisecond her eyes locked onto his face, her voice shaking as she whimpered that it was completely impossible. Recognizing him instantly as the legendary hero, Miraz, Sheol commanded her to shut her mouth and answer his question directly, demanding to know if the Demon King was indeed still alive and slumbering. She stared at him with wide, frantic eyes, completely unable to process how she had fallen into his hands, crying out that this was an absolute nightmare. She protested that she had waited exactly 60 whole years in hiding just to ensure he would have succumbed to old age, pointing out that regular humans possessed incredibly brief lifespans, and demanded to know how he still maintained his youthful form. Sheol narrowed his eyes, noting that it seemed her loyalty to her old master was far too deep and that she clearly had no desire to cooperate, stating calmly that he would simply have to execute her right now. Terrified, she frantically begged him to wait, screaming that she possessed absolutely no loyalty whatsoever to the Demon King and swearing she would answer everything. She confessed that the Demon King was indeed alive and currently slumbering, explaining that he required approximately 90 more years of uninterrupted sleep just to fully recover the original primordial strength that Sheol had utterly shattered during their ancient war. At that moment, Jin's dragon senses pulsed, confirming to Sheol that the demoness was speaking the absolute truth. Sheol nodded, noting that she was wise not to lie to him, and questioned how much of her original strength she had managed to recover thus far. She whimpered that she had only recovered 20%. Sheol mused that this output roughly equated to a modern rank 1 boss monster, reflecting on the historical fact that in their prime, higher demons of her classification could easily slaughter 5 rank 1 entities simultaneously without even moving a muscle. Sheol questioned Sufferes if she had purposely deployed to Earth with a specific objective. She quickly denied it, claiming she was simply resting and formulating a plan when a sudden and stable dimensional anomaly unexpectedly warped her to this location against her will. However, Sheol's inside eye instantly flared, detecting the lie. Sheol coldly informed her that she had chosen to lie to him, and that her life ended now. She shrieked in panic, begging him to hold his hand, confessing that she had actively been searching for a method to assassinate him and harvest his power, but explained that her grand plan had completely failed because her deployment through the rift was far too rushed and unstable. Sheol sighed with irritation, noting that the higher demons emerging from the rift were becoming increasingly powerful. Finding it highly unusual that one of the 4 heavenly commanders had suddenly materialized in this specific sector out of nowhere, He concluded that the cosmic magic gates transporting them, just as he had suspected, were being actively engineered and stabilized by a specific, highly intelligent mastermind, wondering deeply who could possibly possess such capabilities. Chul questioned Sufferes regarding the current geopolitical state of the demon realm. She explained that the situation was absolutely catastrophic following the collapse of their sovereign, noting that every single faction was currently engaged in a brutal, endless civil war for supreme authority. He asked about the operational status of the remaining heavenly commanders, and she informed him that they were likewise in deep hiding, slowly regenerating their shattered cores, adding that they were in a highly similar position to hers, though she noted that she was currently ranked third in terms of pure combat power among them. Chul nodded, stating that he fully understood the situation and thanked her for her ultimate candor. Hearing this, a wave of hope washed over her face, and she eagerly asked if he was going to let her live. Chul confirmed that he would, stating firmly that a true hunter always honors his word, emphasizing that as a hero, his promises never falter. She gasped in gratitude, internally thinking that he was exceptionally kind and entirely different from the ruthless monster she had envisioned him to be. At that exact millisecond, Chul warped open a massive dimensional subspace portal right beneath her feet, ruthlessly dropping her directly into the void. She shrieked in utter bewilderment as she plunged through the rift. Chul stepped through after her, entering his designated dungeon sector, and approached the Minotaur, Mino, calmly introducing Sufferes to the massive beast as its brand new agricultural CO worker. Chul asked Commander Sophie to take care of everything here, from farming and manufacturing to cleaning, and strictly warned her against causing any trouble, leaving her completely shocked and speechless. At that moment, Chul decided to leave for his restaurant, telling them that he was too busy now, but would visit them later, and as he walked away, Sue burst into tears, calling him incredibly cruel. Sophie then turned to welcome Mino and asked about his well-being, and he assured her that he was doing fine. She then questioned him about the hero mirror, asking if he was truly that powerful to have an entire army of dragons at his service, wondering if humans would obey her just as well if they ever faced her. Mino replied with a simple, perhaps. Sophie did not realize at first how genius Miro actually was, being the one who managed to reach 6 magic circles in all specialties before leaving the world of Ispan, meaning he had certainly gained immortality or something similar, which was why he never failed. In that exact moment, Ashel communicated with them through telepathy, sharply scolding them and asking if they were just going to keep talking and leave their work, warning that this would kill them. Mino then decided to explain the basic rules to Sophie immediately, telling her that the first and most important rule was that attempting to escape was strictly forbidden, or death would be the consequence, and the second rule was that those who work get to eat, and those who do not work get no food. Sophie nodded to show her understanding, and Mino continued by explaining the third rule, which was that she must eat a lot because she would be doing heavy labor, and without food, she would completely collapse. Sophie was surprised and asked them what their primary job actually was, and he replied that they were farmers, which was something she had already begun to notice around her. After some time, Chul returned to check on their progress, only to find them collapsed on the ground from extreme exhaustion, making him wonder with astonishment why these monsters were so weak. Meanwhile, he saw Sophie examining their blood and asked her what she was doing. She quickly replied that she was not doing anything bad, but was simply working with her hands just as he requested, eating a lot, and never attempting to escape or disobey. However, Chul repeated his question about why she was analyzing their blood, so she explained to him that she was a creature that did not consume normal food, as her only source of energy was absorbing blood. Since he told her to eat a lot, she had been drinking the blood of monsters weaker than her, but she noticed that only her weight was increasing without any boost to her strength, asking him if this was normal. She then asked him to look at the crops next to them, confirming that she planted them herself and used the blood of hell cows as a type of fertilizer to speed up their growth, meaning that when she absorbed their blood, she eliminated the poison inside it and extracted only the useful nutrients. Chul was amazed, never expecting that Sophie possessed such a superior ability to separate the blood she drank from other substances and filter out toxins in such an excellent way. Chul went to examine the vegetables and found them to be of excellent quality and perfectly ripe, so he decided to use them in his restaurant today, and Sophie thanked him, Confirming that they were indeed ready, Sheol returned to the restaurant and called out to Jin to wash these vegetables so they could use them, while Chul welcomed him happily, saying that her father had finally returned. Sheol noticed signs of deep exhaustion on Jin and asked him for the reason, and Jin replied that he had just finished peeling the carrots around him and that they had other tasks ahead. Sheol watched his condition, knowing that he had been preventing Jin from doing heavy labor in the restaurant recently, especially since Jin was searching for a portal to return to the world overspan with his sister, which made him incredibly fatigued. Sheol told Jin that he was thinking of giving him a vacation for a few days, and Jin was surprised, asking how that would work and what he would even do during it. In the meantime, Chul intervened and pointed to a large magazine in her hand, saying she wanted to go to that massive blue place shown in the picture. Sheol smiled and told her that this was the sea, and to fulfill her wish, he immediately agreed to take her there. Chul was overjoyed and began thanking him and bowing before him, expressing a deep love for him and calling him the absolute best. Sheol was surprised and turned to Jin, asking if he was the one who taught her this polite behavior, and Jin confirmed it, noting that it was necessary to teach her how to act respectfully with everyone. The group prepared and went out together, heading towards the sea, and Jin asked about the means of transportation they would use, but Sheol reassured him that he had his own way. Sheol held Chul and asked her not to move, then unleashed his magic to fly them all high into the sky. Jin was completely stunned by the concept of actual flight, asking Sheol if he had learned this magic in his spare time, and Sheol replied that he learned the hidden flight ability in this specific world to conceal his movements. While all his previous education in Ispan focused on abilities to eliminate demons and monsters, Sheol asked Jin and Chul to hold onto him tightly, then took off at his maximum speed, and Jin was filled with joy, enjoying the experience of flying in his human form. While Sheol turned to Chul to ask if she was happy, and she replied with great enthusiasm. Sheol announced their approach to the destination, and they immediately reached the beach where they would spend their day. Upon landing, Sheol told them that this beach used to be extremely crowded in the past, but it had become an isolated and abandoned area because of the monsters that began appearing from portals opening under the water. Sheol noticed that Jin was staying away from the water and asked him with surprise if he was going to swim, mentioning that he didn't know dragons hated water so much. Jin replied that he didn't hate water, but he simply wasn't a big fan of the ocean, emphasizing that he was enjoying his time here as long as Chul was happy with this vacation. Sheol laughed and decided to enjoy his time as well, summoning Syme, who brought him the special fishing rod he had obtained from the eastern continent, with Syme commenting that he surely meant Zaya's fishing rod. They brought out the rod, to the surprise of Jin, who asked what it was. So Sheol explained to him that it was a unique rod obtained from the eastern province after a special mission, characterized by its ability to catch the largest fish even without any bait. Sheol used his magic and teleported deep into the sea to start fishing, remembering that he received it from the destroyer fisherman and hadn't tried it since then, considering it an excellent opportunity to think quietly about past and future actions, just as people say about the hobby of fishing. However, the peace did not last long, as the rod immediately hooked a giant octopus, the Kraken monster, and pulled it forcefully out of the water, with Sheol commenting sarcastically that he didn't think he would be able to think much with this rod. Jin was shocked, asking if Sheol had actually dragged the terrifying Kraken monster here. In the meantime, Chul utilized her special Trina spirit and began catching the fish that gathered in the area due to the Kraken's movement. Sheol came out and expressed his pride in Chul's cleverness for trapping the fish, but he apologized to her, explaining that these fish tasted very bad and were completely unsuitable for her, promising to make her a much better meal instead. Sheol went toward the Kraken, explaining that normally when a monster grows to this size, large amounts of ammonia accumulate in its body, making its taste and smell terrible. He drew his sword and cut only the tentacles, pointing out that these tentacles regenerate constantly and do not contain ammonia like the rest of the body, making them very delicious. Although he would have preferred to steam them as he used to do in the world of Ispan, he decided to grill them quickly due to the lack of time, and then gave pieces to the group. Chul asked to join them in eating, so Sheol made her a portion, and she was amazed by the delicious taste, praising him, while Jin asked her to take her food and enjoy it. At that moment, a glowing insect arrived at their location, and Jin was surprised by its appearance. So Sheol explained to him that it was a menace insect that belonged to the world of Ispan and fed on the sea, never expecting it to appear here. Sheol continued his speech, noting that the salty smell of the sea brought back childhood memories intensely. As his father came from a coastal province and always bought octopus and seafood to remember his hometown, Sheol remembered that when he used to sit to eat with his father in the past, he thought of nothing but one idea, that this life was incredibly boring, and that this country would end as soon as he finished his high school studies and entered college. However, he admitted that he was wrong, as that was just the beginning. After college, he entered the army and finished his service, only to go out into the job market and find it brutally difficult, to the extent that it made him wish to return to the army again. After that, he spent a period in this world looking for different opportunities, and unlike the rest of the people, he did not possess a specific dream or goal, which made some describe him as a careless or unambitious person, as he only cared about a comfortable job that secured a good financial flow without titles or trouble. He continued pursuing this goal until he reached 30, at which point he gave up and decided to buy a ticket and return to his home to become a 9th grade employee to avoid homelessness. He was afraid to speak with his father, thinking that his father had lost hope in him or that he was not proud of him. But his father cut off his train of thought at the time, telling him that the right choice is what a person chooses and feels comfortable with, confirming his full support for him. Sheol remembered how he promised his father then that he would make him proud, but destiny immediately pulled him through a portal to the world of Ispan, making that the last time he ever saw his family. Jin noticed Sheol's emotion and asked if he was okay, and Sheol replied in the affirmative, emphasizing that he was just recalling an important memory, asking them to continue enjoying these rare moments after the vacation ended. Sheol returned with his group to the house, where everyone welcomed them with joy, saying they had finally returned. Sheol asked Jin to feed Chul from the kraken meat and help her sleep, and then he headed to the kitchen to prepare tonight's dinner and tomorrow's meals. He began cutting the octopus, thinking that there was nothing better than fried seafood. After preparing the food, he went to have a drink before sleeping, but he was surprised by the presence of a very large cat outside the restaurant door. He opened the door to examine it with his observation eye, and the system informed him that it was just a normal cat, which aroused his surprise, given its unnatural size. Sheol guessed that the cat might have devoured mana stones, which caused its body to swell and its weight to increase, but he wondered how it managed to digest them, as weak animals usually cannot tolerate mana and die slowly because of it, unless there was a trick involved, such as using dark stones to absorb excess mana and filter it. He decided to give the cat some food without any intention of raising it, and the cat began eating hungrily under his laughing gaze. Sheol sat down afterward to read the newspapers, and his eyes fell on a news story talking about the protector of the Bangi director, and he remembered that he was one of the first hunters who survived the attack of the first portals, feeling that he had seen him somewhere before, but not remembering if that was before his transition to the world of Ispan or after his return. He also read another news story warning of attacks by giant cats breaking into buildings and houses and harming residents in the city. Sheol turned to look for the cat he had fed, only to find it had disappeared, making him wonder if this cat was part of that problem, although he hadn't noticed any strange behavior from it. The next day, Sheol went down to the restaurant to find Jin and Chul playing, and asked Jin what he was doing, and Jin replied that the oven had broken down and that he was cooking food using his dragon breath. Sheol laughed and asked him if he had ever dealt with magical devices before, then went to remove the magical stones from the oven, explaining to Jin that as soon as the oven stops, it means that the energy of the magical stones has run out and they must be replaced. And Jin was surprised by the simplicity of the matter, blaming himself for not knowing that from the beginning. At that moment, the giant cat appeared again, carrying a mouse in its mouth, and Sheol wondered with surprise if the cat had caught this mouse as a thank you gift for him, confirming that he would definitely reject this gift. Chul approached to examine the cat, wondering if it was a tiger, but Sheol denied it, explaining that it was just a massive cat. Chul decided to name it Dory, climbed on its back, and asked for a tour around the area, so Jin intervened, asking her to get down and reminding her that this was not a horse. Sheol watched the scene, thinking that the cat seemed very gentle, unlike what the newspapers mentioned about ferocious cats, making him guess that the press was talking about another cat. Suddenly, the cat, Dory, fled from the place at a lightning-fast speed. To Chul's astonishment, the reason for the cat's escape became clear with Jinta's arrival at the place, riding his special eagle. Sheol welcomed him, surprised by his manner of arrival, and Jinta indicated that a long time had passed since they last met, asking him to cook a light and quick meal so he could return to his mission. In the meantime, Ration arrived at the restaurant and laughed mockingly at Jintu, saying that this was the nobleman's guild, and inquiring if they were still chasing the giant cat in the area, emphasizing that hunters should leave these tasks to them after they had gotten rid of the rest of them. Jinta asked Ration to be quiet and not cause trouble, turning to Sheol to ask for a quick but delicious meal, and Ration requested the same. Sheol presented them with the perfect meal, octopus and mandarin. Jinta asked for rice to eat with the dish, to Ration's surprise at this addition. But the hunter Kung mixed the rice with the octopus and mandarin and found it extremely delicious. So Ration backed down and asked Sheol for a similar dish. Sheol laughed, proud of his skill, emphasizing that no one could resist the taste of the octopus he made. Kong turned to Jinta and asked him if he was chasing the cat that was harming residents alone, warning him of the great danger. Jinta confirmed that he was the only one who possessed the experience to deal with them, based on an old incident he witnessed and did not want to repeat. Ration inquired about the nature of that incident, so Jinta explained to him that it occurred a few years ago, and that this cat did not move alone, but there was a catastrophic summoner controlling it, and he had to be captured to prevent a new disaster. The events shift back in time a bit, where we see Jinta and Flora pursuing a speeding carriage, trying to escape. Jinta asked Flora to focus so as not to allow this monster to flee outside the restricted zone. Flora used her earth magic to attack the carriage and stop it, which aroused the anger of the driver, who released his monsters to help him, as massive amounts of crows poured out from inside the carriage to attack the plants that trapped him. Jinta realized that the summoner was trying to smuggle mana crystals through these crows, so he ordered their immediate siege. Flora succeeded in sieging the carriage, but they were shocked by the appearance of a massive tiger in the area that began destroying the trees to open a path for the carriage. Jinta noticed with a terrifying genius how capable this person was of taming monsters and sacrificing them easily. And while moving, he suddenly felt a strange energy next to him and shouted in shock that it was impossible. He asked Flora to direct the crows immediately after realizing that another monster had seized the stolen mana crystals. The ghost summoner appeared on top of his devastating monster, laughing mockingly at Jintu, assuring him that his efforts were useless and that he had already lost, then escaped at a lightning-fast speed using the tiger, telling him not to waste time chasing him again. Anger took hold of Jinta due to the power and experience of this thief, and he went immediately to inform the leaders of the failure of the monster summoner chase, confirming that he would begin collecting the rest of the stolen crystals to avoid a disaster. We return to the present in the restaurant, where Jinta continued his conversation with Sheol, explaining that they pursued all the cats that devoured the crystals from the carriage and recovered 26 crystals out of 30. But unfortunately they were unable to save a single cat, as normal animals cannot tolerate the massive and deadly pressure of mana, with the exception of very rare cases. Sheol asked him if this meant he was still searching for the remaining 4 cats, and Jinta confirmed that due to the extreme danger of their transformation, he inquired about the reason for the ghost summoner stealing these crystals, and Jinta replied that he did not know for sure, and perhaps he wanted them to conduct certain experiments. Noting that the ghost is currently entrenched in the restricted zone full of foreign criminals who are difficult to reach, Sheol was surprised by this information, which he heard for the first time, about the presence of foreign criminals in that area. Jinta stood up to continue his work before the crisis worsened, and apologized to Kang, promising to contact him later. Jinta began his sweeping tour in the forest, and indeed found the remaining cats dead due to their body's inability to tolerate mana, but he was stunned when the giant cat appeared alive before him. Jinta realized that this cat was a rare case that survived the effect of the crystal, and although its size had doubled, terrifyingly, it remained normal compared to the presence of an entire mana crystal in its body. As soon as Jinta approached, the cat began to attack him in defense of the bodies of the other cats, forcing Jinta to retreat quickly. Jinta stood puzzled in his thoughts. Eliminating this cat meant ending a case that had drained years of his life, but he looked at it and finally decided to prioritize the country's interest and put an end to the matter. On the other hand, Sheol continued his work in the kitchen while thinking about Jinta's words. Concluding that these criminals in the restricted zone outside Seoul must be dangerous, awakened ones to be able to move in a deserted place full of monsters with such ease. After a short while, Sheol was surprised by Jinta's return to the restaurant again, so he asked him if he had finished his mission, and Jinta replied in the affirmative, asking to sit down to rest. Sheol decided to prepare a meal of fried wild hawk meat to calm his mind. Jinta asked him to add only salt as a side dish, thanking him for his hospitality, and began eating with overwhelming joy and great praise for Sheol's cooking. During the meal, Jinta directed a sudden question to Sheol, asking if he had ever faced a choice between his heart and his mind and did not know which to choose. Sheol was surprised and replied that every choice has its consequences that must be borne, noting that he faced this dilemma a lot in the battlefields. His heart asked him to return to save his friends from death against the monsters, while his mind required him to ignore them and continue the attack with the leaders to ensure the elimination of the threat and protect the rest. He emphasized that there is no completely correct choice in these situations, and that one will regret both choices, but will gain other things in return. Jinta asked him what if the only thing he lost was money, and Sheol replied wisely that money may seem valuable now, but when you feel regret in the future, you will realize that it is of no value. Jinta thanked him deeply after feeling great relief, while Sheol smiled, thinking that these young men reminded him of someone dear to him due to their extreme similarity. At this moment, Flora arrived at the restaurant after seeing Jinta's eagles outside, joking with him about not visiting her even though her house is located in front of the shop, then sharing some sweets with him, trying to relieve his stress. After a while, Jinta went out with Flora, who apologized to Sheol because she would deliver her leader, who seemed to have lost consciousness from exhaustion. But as soon as she went out, Flora was terrified to see the giant cat in front of her and screamed for help from Jinta. Jinta laughed and asked her to calm down, assuring her that it was just a weak cat, so the cat approached and placed an amount of mice it had caught as a gift for Jinta. Jinta thanked it and left with Flora, bidding her farewell while the cat patted him. Grateful that Jinta spared its life and did not kill it in the forest, the next day, we see Jin helping Chul brush her teeth, warning her against swallowing the toothpaste, but she ignored him and ate it as usual. Sheol went to read the newspapers, feeling relieved for not seeing nightmares for the first time in a long time. He found in the news that Jinta and his guild managed to solve the case and recover the missing crystals. So Sheol realized immediately that Jinta used his financial reward to buy the remaining crystal inside the cat's body to spare its life and close the case. So Sheol laughed, describing him as a kind and gentle person who could be relied upon in the future despite some of his foolishness. He also noticed that news of the ghost summoner and the rest of the outlaws indicated their disappearance inside the restricted zone. Sheol contemplated the history of the appearance of the portals 30 years ago, and how generations of hunters succeeded each other between those whose star shone and those who turned to the dark side, creating a continuous conflict with mysterious results until now. He remembered how these hunters separated 10 years ago and each went his own way, to be known mostly today as foreign hunters or outlaws. The events moved to the hunter Hyundai while he was checking and repairing his automated mech and artificial limbs in preparation for upcoming battles. His assistant told him that the mech's speed and movement increased by 50%, and when he inquired about the need for additional modifications, she confirmed that the old materials could not bear the power of the crystals planted in them. So he asked her to rely on her to finish the modification. Suddenly, Jinta arrived at the place, and Hyundai asked him with surprise about the reason for his presence. So Jinta replied that he came to talk to him after submitting the report to the director, informing him that the monster they were looking for was located in the restricted land that could not be reached. Hyun showed his lack of interest in the fugitive, but inquired about what he heard regarding the return of their Reaper. Jinta explained to him that the leader contacted the Reaper after the apology of the temple mercenary leader, and asked him to return secretly to avoid crises without pressuring him, and he had already returned to help. Jinta added that the Reaper's return and the increasing power of the First Lady, Gabby, would form a strong leverage card in their favor, wondering if the association was preparing for something dangerous behind the scenes and therefore summoned them. In the meantime, we see Gabby wandering in the forest to hunt monsters, and suddenly a bat attacks her and injures her, throwing her far away. She expressed her extreme anger, chasing her target and shouting that she finally found it and it would not escape her this time, then pounced on it to end its matter quickly. On the other side, Jin was exploring the area in search of the portals that would return them to their world, expressing his enjoyment of this rare vacation and the rest he had not obtained for a long time. But he reaches a checkpoint outside the city where the guard stops him to subject him to a search, inquiring about the reason for the frequency of procedures recently, so the guard apologized to him, explaining that the matter was because of outlaws and requested his identity. Jin presented his fake identity, and the guard was surprised that he was a resident of the city and was just on a trip, warning him against taking any crystals or valuable materials from the restricted zone due to its extreme danger. Jin reassured him of his commitment to the laws, so the guard allowed him to enter, wishing him safety. Jin entered the restricted forest, and after cutting a sufficient distance, he began using his power to inspect the place at his comfort. Surprised by the filthy smell of the place, and thinking that his day of rest had been wasted in vain, especially since he did not find any monsters in the area. It turns out that all the monsters had fled and disappeared as soon as they felt his terrifying power. Suddenly, Jin felt a strange movement around him, wondering with surprise at the identity of these people, who appeared to be awakened ones and not monsters, and glimpsed the First Lady Gabby chasing outlaws. Gabby was subjected to a precise ambush from a large group of awakened ones, who surrounded her, laughing, announcing that she fell into their trap that they had long awaited. Gabby realized the danger of the situation, especially since she did not expect these large numbers, and the bat venom that bit her began to run in her body and weaken her strength. She remembered how she had explored this area for 30 years using shadow steps and concealment without anyone noticing her, making this the first time she was captured. The ghost summoner arrived at the site, ordering his followers and his tiger not to kill her, but to torture her to extract information, considering that her quick death would only be a relief to her. Gabby found herself with no choices but to retreat, despite the danger of jumping from the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a massive and devastating magical fire broke out in the place, attacking the besiegers and pushing them away from her. Gabby was shocked and stunned by the source of this terrifying fire and its power, which she had not told anyone about. The ghost began to wonder in panic about the person who possessed this unnatural power, realizing that facing a level 0 hunter would be catastrophic, so he ordered his followers to withdraw immediately and change plans. Gabby considered herself lucky to survive, but she felt a terrifying energy capable of crushing her easily that she had not felt before, losing consciousness in the end from extreme fatigue and poison. Jin moved to her place at lightning speed and caught her trying to help her, noticing her extremely high temperature. Gabby completely lost the ability to move due to the poison and wished she had a healing ability. Jin was able to smell the poison on her body and fell into deep confusion and embarrassment. He was afraid to remove her outer clothes to treat her and prevent the spread of the poison, remembering that she refused to be his girlfriend in the past, but he made up his mind, saying that he could not leave her to die here, and returned to remove only her outer clothes to save her. At that moment, Gabby regained consciousness and asked him with panic what he was doing, so Jin retreated quickly, asking her to calm down and explaining that the matter was just a misunderstanding. Gabby realized that he was the relative of the restaurant owner Chul and asked him about the reason for his presence in a restricted zone, so he replied that he found her by chance during his travel. Gabby noticed that the pain and poison began to disappear, wondering with amazement how Jin appeared here and saved her, thanking him deeply and confirming that she was indebted to him for her life. So he replied that he would never leave her. Suddenly, the two heard a sound outside the cave, so Gabby was struck with shock, wondering if the monsters or the ghosts group had returned, and Jin asked her to stay resting, confirming that he would deal with them himself, despite her warning to him that he was not an awakened one, preparing Jin to start his transformation. But the surprise was the arrival of the hunter Hyun with his automated mech, inquiring about Gabby's safety, so Jin was shocked by his presence. Hyun was also surprised by the presence of the restaurant owner's relative in this dangerous place, so Gabby claimed that he was traveling and found her by chance, so Hyun commented that it was a very strange answer. At that moment, Jinta arrived, explaining that he followed Hyun to request his help after seeing Jin's name in the guard records to save him from danger. Gabby wondered gratefully if they had all come to save her, so Jinta confirmed that she was an essential member of the association, and they could not abandon a level 1 hunter like her. Jinta turned to Jin to check on him and offer treatment or clothes, but Jin confirmed that he was fine and just wanted to leave. Jinta thanked him for saving Gabby, promising to send official thanks and a gift to the restaurant, asking him to leave immediately due to the danger of the area. Jin returned to the restaurant, so Sheol noticed his energy and asked him if he had used his power to confirm Jin's success in the mission, while Chul rushed to welcome her brother and praise his power. Jin wondered anxiously if the hunters had noticed his strange power, so Sheol asked Chul to calm down to discuss the problem with Jin. Sheol explained that playing with the mischievous Chul drains energy mentally, and that the only solution to make her sleep without disturbance is to completely discharge her energy, asking Jin to go to training. In the headquarters of the Hunters Association, the employee briefed Gabby and Jinta on Jin's documents, confirming that the examination proved that he was just a completely normal civilian and did not possess a single drop of mana in his body, and that his entry into the area was for the purpose of travel and adventure only. Based on the identity documents issued to him and the restaurant owner, Sheol, Jinta admired the bravery of this weak civilian, while Jinta fell into confusion, wondering if there was a civilian without mana at all. For her part, Gabby remained in deep doubt, wondering if another person was the one who saved her with the fire attack. As soon as Jin arrived at her place, she felt an unnatural, primitive terror that made all her senses scream to flee from him as if he were an old enemy, concluding in the end the necessity of monitoring him accurately to reveal his confirmed reality that he is not just a normal boy, and this concludes the summary of the 10th part of this story. If you want to know what the crystals were that Jinta was chasing to recover from the ghost summoner, let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Peace.